Chapter 1445. In just a few sentences, Ling Xiao had obtained a few wudong fruits. At the same time, he had also opened up a conversation with the wudong tree spirit and obtained its approval. If it was any other human who wanted to take the opportunity to talk to the wudong, it wouldn't have opened its mouth. It also wouldn't have treated Ling Xiao especially well because of these few words of flattery. The main reason was that Ling Xiao was able to come to this terrestrial space was that he had obtained the approval of the vermilion bird divine beast, which indirectly made the wudong have a good impression of him. In addition, Lu Weng's appearance made it even more curious about Ling Xiao. It talked with Lu Weng for several years and learned that Lu Weng and Ling Xiao had experienced many things. Therefore, the wudong's suspicions about Ling Xiao had been dispelled. It was just that it was particularly indifferent to things related to other people, so it didn't give Ling Xiao a good attitude in the beginning. Unexpectedly, a few words from Ling Xiao not only made the wudong happy, but also shortened the distance between it and it. This was simply turning something rotten into something magical. After another round of conversation, Ling Xiao got a few more wudong branches and leaves from the wudong. If other supreme martial artists saw this, they would be extremely jealous. It was unknown how much effort other people had to put in and what kind of dangers they had to go through to obtain supreme godly materials. But Ling Xiao had obtained more than a dozen supreme godly materials with just this silver tongue. How could they endure this? Ling Xiao wasn't an insatiably greedy person. After obtaining these wudong fruits, branches and leaves, he stopped when he was ahead and didn't push his luck. Ling Xiao even gratefully said to the wudong, "Elder Wudong is so generous. This gift is really not something that Elder Lu Weng can compare to. He's very stingy and every time I ask him for something, he always makes excuses." The wudong was even more satisfied when it heard this. It showed that it was much more generous than Lu Weng. Lu Weng's face turned even greener from anger, but he couldn't say anything else, lest Ling Xiao denigrate him as worthless. Now that Ling Xiao had become famous, it was too embarrassed to threaten him again. In any case, the more Ling Xiao there was, the less it was. Its position had become dispensable. However, it had made up its mind to stay with Ling Xiao for a while. Perhaps Ling Xiao could find the Genesis stone of the wood class. At that time it could use it as its soil just like the sycamore tree. It could restore the name of the immortal tree. Ling Xiao walked around the land and collected a lot of fire meteorites. He also found a few divine herbs that were stained with the blood essence of the vermilion bird divine beast. Divine herbs like that were absolutely precious to god kings. They were difficult to purchase even with divine crystals outside. Ling Xiao had achieved his goal, so he wanted to leave this place. After all, he had nothing to do here and he didn't want to refine elixirs here for the time being. He wanted to return to the Sky Dragon territory as soon as possible and give this fire class Genesis stone to his clan so that they wouldn't worry. At the same time, he wanted to continue searching for the whereabouts of the other Genesis stones. He wanted to collect all 9 types of Genesis stones as soon as possible to save his ancestor. Ling Xiao proposed to Xia Xianxian that he wanted to go back. This girl was extremely happy. "Great, I'm going to be bored to death here. Let's go out now." Xia Xianxian jumped up and exclaimed. Then she looked at the little vermilion bird and said, "Sister K, let's go out and play together." Although this was the territory of the vermilion bird divine beast, it didn't mean that they would stay here forever. They often went out of the nirvana space to relax and experience everything in the outside world. However, this time the little vermilion bird said, "Little Xianxian, you go out first. I still need to wait for mother to come back before I decide." That's right, the big vermilion bird was currently in a critical period of breakthrough. How could the little vermilion bird go out and play in peace? Xia Xianxian revealed a reluctant expression and said, "Sister K, I can't bear to part with you. When Auntie K comes back, you must come and see me with her." "And I will definitely come and see you," the little vermilion bird replied. However, it paused for a moment and said, "I will escort you out first. You don't know the way out. Moreover, if you meet those flame beasts, it will be troublesome." With regards to this decision, Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian had no reason to refuse. After all, they really didn't know the way out. However, he thought of another problem. After the little vermilion bird sent them out, what if they encountered the flame beasts when they returned? Those flame beasts were existences at the 11th rank. Even if the little vermilion bird had reached the 10th rank, there was still a huge gap between them and the flame beasts. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, "If you escort us out, it will be troublesome when we return. Why don't we wait a little longer? Maybe Auntie Zhu K will be back soon." "Don't worry. Although those flame beasts are strong, I have a way to deal with them," the little vermilion bird said fearlessly. Ling Xiao naturally knew that this was because of the vermilion bird's dignity. He didn't dare to let the little vermilion bird take the risk. Xia Xianxian also knew the importance of this matter, and immediately agreed with Ling Xiao's words. Sister K, our big brother is right. Auntie K should be back soon, we can wait a little longer. In the end, Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian temporarily gave up on the idea of going out. Without the great vermilion bird's protection, it would not be safe. Ling Xiao could not only think about his own problems, he also had to think about the safety of Xia Xianxian and the little vermilion bird. Since he was bored in this space, Ling Xiao did not want to continue cultivating, nor did he want to study the Emperor Dragon Heaven annihilating art. Instead, he focused on refining pills. Originally, he didn't want to try refining the Sovereign God Dan so soon, but now that time was not good, he could only refine pills to pass the time. He also wanted to refine the Sovereign God Dan as soon as possible. When that time came, he would have an amazing identity when he went out, and it would be easy to call others to exchange the primordial stone. When Ling Xiao left the Medicine Alliance Guild, the second Hall Master Lian Hao gave him a space ring, which contained some Sovereign God materials. These Sovereign God materials were intended for Ling Xiao to break through to the supremacy stage. Now, it was just the right time for him to try refining a supreme divine grade pill. Although Ling Xiao had the inheritance of the divine alchemist, he had to be careful when refining, for fear that he would destroy a Sovereign God materials. This was a top-notch divine item that could not be found even if one wanted to. Finally, after many failures, Ling Xiao was lucky enough to refine a real Sovereign God Dan. This was not a Sovereign God Dan that could increase the strength of a supremacy stage, but an ordinary Sovereign God Dan. This was mainly because Ling Xiao did not have many Sovereign God materials on hand, and it was impossible for him to refine a better Sovereign God Dan. It was already amazing that he could successfully condense the Sovereign God Dan, and it was also a sign that he had become a true divine alchemist. In the heaven territory he had supreme glory and appeal. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed, and the great vermilion bird still had not returned. Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian were a little impatient from waiting. However, on this day the little vermilion bird finally brought them good news. The great vermilion bird was finally on its way back, and it returned very quickly. Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian were finally happy. The great vermilion bird's return meant that they could leave this place and return to the heaven territory. About a month later, the great vermilion bird finally returned. Its aura was like the sky, and its fire power soared, completely displaying the aura of the fire god. It first cried out a few times and then danced with the little vermilion bird, showing the joy of their reunion. Then it flew in the direction of Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian. Facing this great vermilion bird, Ling Xiao almost had the urge to fight it. However, when he remembered that there was such a big gap between their ranks, he dispelled this idea. Otherwise, he would only be humiliating himself. The great vermilion bird first greeted Xia Xianxian, and then it actually spat out a bead at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, this is a gift for you. I hope that when we get out, you must let the Fire Qilin and I destroy the Golden Crow clan. The great vermilion bird said. Ling Xiao looked at the bead in front of him. It was the Nirvana fire bead. How is this possible? Didn't you absorb it? Ling Xiao looked at the Nirvana fire bead in shock. The great vermilion bird said, I only absorbed most of its essence. It still contains a lot of essence and it's a little weaker than the fire bead in your head. As long as it can continue to stay here, its growth will definitely be faster than the one in your head. If you don't want it, I can leave it for my daughter. The Nirvana fire bead wanted to escape, but it was tightly wrapped by the great vermilion bird's power. It couldn't move at all. Ling Xiao never thought that the Nirvana fire bead that he had always yearned for would still be there. It was just that most of its power had been absorbed, but it was still a rare heaven-defying treasure. Yes, why not? Ling Xiao immediately grabbed the Nirvana fire bead in his hand, and it struggled to fly away. However, Ling Xiao's strength was no longer the same as before, and its strength had been greatly reduced. It was naturally impossible for it to escape. Ling Xiao looked at the great vermilion bird and said, Don't worry, if you're willing, I'll bring you to see my brother, the Fire Qilin, after we leave. As for whether or not it's willing to destroy the Golden Crow clan with you, that's up to you. The great vermilion bird had given him the Nirvana fire bead for this promise, so Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't break it. Alright, since you've already obtained what you need, let's go out. The great vermilion bird was also swift and decisive. As soon as it returned, it planned to send Ling Xiao and the others out. Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian were naturally extremely happy. They had wanted to leave for a long time. Before leaving, Ling Xiao still bid farewell to the Wutong tree spirit, and at the same time, asked Lu Wang if he wanted to stay. Lu Weng naturally didn't want to stay. Staying in this fiery domain was not beneficial to his cultivation and growth. On the other hand, the Wutong was extremely reluctant to part with Ling Xiao. It actually treated Ling Xiao as a close friend, and it couldn't wait to go out with Ling Xiao. However, it also knew the dangers of the outside world, so it wouldn't really go out with Ling Xiao. Before they parted, the Wutong gave Ling Xiao some more Wutong fruits, branches and leaves. It could be considered that it had made friends with Ling Xiao, a human, despite the difference in age. Ling Xiao naturally sighed and put them away without any trace of politeness. He didn't know when he would be able to come back again, so he couldn't miss the supreme divine material of the Wutong tree. Chapter 1446. Finally, they were leaving the nirvana space. The big vermilion bird carried Ling Xiao, Xia Xianxian, and the little vermilion bird out of the nirvana space. The great vermilion bird's speed was clearly 10 times faster than before. It charged through the fiery domain like a streak of light, and wherever it went, the flames would automatically overflow to the sides, creating a path for it to fly freely. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be surprised. The great vermilion bird mythological beast could finally control these flames to the point where they were as pure as fire. It was indeed the body of the fire god. With the vermilion bird's speed, it would only take 2 to 3 months to get back to the outside of the heaven region. On the way they met the flaming beasts again. However, the big vermilion bird and the little vermilion bird's strength had increased greatly. They didn't want to let go of the creatures that invaded their territory. Therefore, the two divine beasts wiped out the flaming beasts and killed many of them. At the same time, they swallowed the beast cores of the little flaming beasts. These beast cores were nothing to the big vermilion bird, but they were great supplements for the little vermilion bird. Besides, Ling Xiao also joined the battle and killed 2 rank 11 flaming beasts. He was quite satisfied with his current strength. During this process, Ling Xiao couldn't help but collect some supreme-grade divine crystals as interest. However, what surprised him the most was that he found a Genesis stone in the flaming beast's territory. It was smaller than the one he collected before. The outside world knew that the Nirvana space had a Genesis stone. Xia Xianxian also said that there were Genesis stones in the territories of the flaming beast. At first, he thought that the one he found was the Genesis stone of the flaming beast's territory. Now, it seemed that this small Genesis stone was the one occupied by the flaming beast. The Genesis stone was the top supreme divine material. No one would complain about this kind of divine material. Ling Xiao wasn't an exception. With this Genesis stone, it would be very useful to him in the future. If one day the primordial power of Shenling continent could be restored, the primordial power and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth would be restored, then the Proud Smile Palace would still be the strongest force there. At that time, the primordial stone could be placed in the Proud Smiling Palace to increase its foundation and train more experts. Ling Xiao couldn't help but proudly say a few times, "This trip has been fruitful, fruitful." The great vermilion bird stopped wreaking havoc after exterminating quite a few high-level flame beasts. It actually didn't kill them all. Later on, Ling Xiao understood that these flame beasts were indeed their enemies, but the higher-level ones had already been eliminated and the remaining ones were nothing to be afraid of. Once their strength rose again, he could let the little vermilion bird deal with them. These were the opponents that the great vermilion bird had left behind to test the little vermilion bird. If the little vermilion bird could defeat them and swallow their beast cores, the little vermilion bird's strength would increase significantly. Of course, this was only Ling Xiao's guess, and he couldn't be bothered to think about the vermilion bird's intentions. After more than 2 months, with the great vermilion bird's terrifying flying speed, they finally came out of the nirvana space. Seeing the sun and the moon again, seeing the forest again, seeing all the beasts again. This feeling was really comfortable. Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. They took a deep breath of the spiritual chi outside and felt that it was more pleasant to be outside the heaven realm. Let's go back to see your grandfather so that he won't be worried," Ling Xiao said to Xia Xianxian. Xia Xianxian happily nodded and said, Let's go back to see grandfather first, but he will definitely ask me for the primordial stone again. I didn't give it to him." Don't worry, this time when we go back, I will give your grandfather some gifts. He will definitely be very happy." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. With the vermilion bird's speed, it took less than 3 days to return to the Thousand Beast Mountain range, which was more than 10 times faster than before. With the increase in strength and realm, the speed would naturally increase. Strength was the true way of the king. If it was Ling Xiao flying at full speed, he wouldn't be able to reach the speed of light like the vermilion bird. After all, the difference in strength between the different levels was too great. In almost 4 years the Thousand Beast Mountain range hadn't changed much. Presumably the battle between the Fire Clan and the Thousand Beast Alliance 4 years ago didn't cause too much of a stir. Naturally this had something to do with Dugujin overseeing this place. It was also rumored that he had 2 high-level 11th level mutated holy beasts to rely on. Even if the Fire Clan wanted to invade they would have to think twice. When they returned to the small peach garden where Xia Xianxian was, Dugujin immediately appeared. He was still the same, but there was a hint of worry between his brows. It was obvious that he was troubled by something. However, when he saw Xia Xianxian, he still laughed heartily and said, "Little girl, you came back much earlier than I expected this time." Looking at the deep concern he showed for Xia Xianxian, it was really from the bottom of his heart. Of course Grandpa, Auntie Vermilion Bird's strength has increased greatly, her flying speed is much faster. Xia Xianxian said to Dugujin without any reservations. She also saw Dugujin as the person she trusted the most, and was on par with Ling Xiao in her heart. After Dugujin spoke a few words with Xia Xianxian, his gaze landed on Ling Xiao, his old eyes slightly raised. Ling Xiao smiled and went forward to greet Dugujin saying, "Greetings, old master." Back then he had really wanted to be like Xia Xianxian and acknowledge Pingyi as his grandfather. His own backing was also much stronger. Unexpectedly, Dugujin did not accept his proposal, so he could only call Dugujin old master. "I didn't think that you would reach this step in the blink of an eye. Back then I spent a full 15,000 years to reach this step, a full 100 times slower than you. It really is infuriating to compare with others." Dugujin said with a myriad of emotions. Ling Xiao said modestly, "I was just lucky." Following that, 2 wudong fruits, 2 wudong branches and 2 wudong leaves appeared in his hands, handing them over to Dugujin. "Honored tutor, this is a small gift from this junior to you. Thank you for taking care of Xianxian for all these years, please do not dislike it." Dugujin's old eyes reddened, and he immediately sucked in all of Ling Xiao's divine items. "Good lad, when Xianxian entered the nirvana space, it was only a wudong fruit given to her by the Vermilion Bird divine beast. You even managed to get your hands on a wudong fruit and a wudong leaf. Moreover, it's definitely more than that. You're really something." Dugujin could not help but praise Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao replied, "If it wasn't for Xianxian and the Vermilion Bird bringing me in, I wouldn't have had this kind of opportunity. I am very grateful to them." Indeed, if it wasn't for Xia Xianxian he wouldn't have had the Vermilion Bird to bring him in, and he wouldn't have been able to obtain the Genesis Stone, the Parasol Tree and break through to his current realm. If he had rashly entered the Nirvana space alone, he wouldn't have met the Flaming Beast, but at least he would have lost his way and he wouldn't have been able to come out. I won't say too much about this, it's good that you remember it. Come over here, I have something to tell you." Dugujin didn't want to ask about Ling Xiao's opportunities after all, there were some things that he couldn't be envious of. Ling Xiao nodded and followed Dugujin to the other side. Xia Xianxian also tactfully returned to the bamboo house to rest. Dugujin sighed softly with his back facing Ling Xiao. "Does the Yen clan intend to declare war on our Thousand Beast Alliance?" Ling Xiao could hear Dugujin's deep tone, and it didn't seem like he was lying. "Is it still because of the battle 4 years ago?" Ling Xiao asked worriedly. If the Yen clan and the Thousand Beast Alliance were to go to war, no matter the outcome the Thousand Beast Alliance would definitely suffer a great loss, and Xia Xianxian would also be implicated. Of course he wasn't really worried about Xia Xuanxuan's safety. With the Vermilion Bird around, no one could do anything to her other than the top supreme martial artists. He just didn't want Xia Xianxian to lose the powerful Thousand Beast Alliance. After all, she had grown up here and she definitely had feelings for the Thousand Beast Alliance. When the time came she wouldn't be able to escape alone. The battle 4 years ago was just the fuse. I originally thought that they would give in to us for the sake of the Genesis Stone, but I underestimated the courage of the Aboriginals. They actually started to kill the people and spirit beasts of the Thousand Beast Alliance outside our Thousand Beast Mountain range. We naturally couldn't take this lying down. During this period of time there were many conflicts, Dugujin explained. Then he continued, they naturally wouldn't be able to gain any benefits by coming to our territory. This caused the Yen clan and the Thousand Beast Alliance to break off relations. They are currently summoning people to attack the Thousand Beast Alliance. Is the situation really that tense? Ling Xiao asked with a frown. Dugujin laughed bitterly, it's more tense than you can imagine. In a month the Yen clan will attack the Thousand Beast Alliance. Then Dugujin told Ling Xiao about the recent developments of the Yen clan. Ling Xiao then realized that the situation had already escalated to a point where it couldn't be salvaged. The Yen clan had a revered god of medicine and a revered divine weapon master. Under them, there were many divine apothecaries and divine weapon masters. The Yen clan's ability to summon people in the Tianke district was extremely great. Moreover, the Yen clan was the #1 ancient clan in the Tianke district. There were many people who wanted to join their forces and were willing to be their servants or followers. Hence, they were summoning people who were willing to attack the Thousand Beast Alliance with them. Those who were willing to join the Yen clan would become the Yen clan's distinguished guests. They would be able to obtain divine pills and divine weapons from the Yen clan. When the Yen clan started to publicly condemn the Thousand Beast Alliance, many rogue cultivators, mercenaries, and even some forces who had ties with the Yen clan had already gathered. There was a total of nearly 200,000 soldiers gathered in Yen City. Dugujin had already found out that the Yen clan had gathered an army of 200,000 soldiers. Every single one of them was at least a saint. Although they were just a motley crew in his eyes, they were definitely a huge threat to the Thousand Beast Alliance. Although they had hundreds of thousands of spirit beasts to rely on, the Thousand Beast Alliance, including all the disciples, only had about 2,000 people. If the 2,000 of them were killed, the entire army of spirit beasts would no longer be a threat. Chapter 1447. Now, the Yen tribe just needed to give the order and these people would attack the Wanshou Alliance from Yen City. However, they had not taken any action yet because the Yen tribe had sent word to the Wanshou Alliance. If the Wanshou Alliance agreed to 2 of their conditions, the Yen tribe would give up on their crusade against the Wanshou Alliance. The first condition was that the Wanshou Alliance would marry Xia Xianxian to the Yen tribe's youngest godly alchemist, Yen Yang. The 2 forces would then form a good relationship. The second condition was that the Wanshou Alliance would send the Fire Genesis Stone to the Yen tribe as Xia Xuanxuan's dowry. As long as the Yen tribe agreed to these 2 conditions, the Yen tribe would give up on declaring war against the Wanshou Alliance. Otherwise they would flatten the Wanshou mountain range. At the same time, many of the Yen tribe's supreme elders had come out of seclusion. They had also gathered their friends at the incipient god realm. They had to capture the top warrior of the Wanshou Alliance, Dugujin. Regardless of whether the Yen tribe had the ability to do so, many things had shown that if the Wanshou Alliance did not agree to the 2 conditions, there would be a war between the Yen tribe and the Wanshou Alliance. There was less than a month to the war. If the Wanshou Alliance did not submit to the Yen tribe in this 1 month, the war would break out. After hearing Dugujin's words, Ling Xiao finally understood why Dugujin had such a worried expression. This matter was related to the Wanshou Alliance's life and death. If they were careless, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Although Ling Xiao did not have any relationship with the Wanshou Alliance on the surface, ever since he and Xia Xianxian had met, there was an indirect connection between them. Did Dugujin tell him about this so that he could live and die together with the Wanshou Alliance, or did he want him to escape with Xia Xianxian? Before Ling Xiao could ask, Dugujin had already said what he wanted. You take Xianxian back to Tianyuan district. Ling Xiao did not expect Dugujin to make such a decision. It was clear that Xia Xianxian held a very important position in his heart. Is there no room for negotiation? Ling Xiao asked. Dugujin smiled bitterly and said, although our Thousand Beast Alliance does not have many members, we have millions upon millions of spirit beasts. If the Yen tribe starts a war with us, they will have to pay a heavy price. The reason why they have created such a ruckus is because they want our Thousand Beast Alliance to bow down to them. He paused for a moment, then gave a cold humph and said, that Yen tribe old bastard is dreaming. I will do as he wishes and fight the Yen tribe to the death. Let's see if they really have that kind of determination. Ling Xiao understood. Dugujin was not a person who was willing to admit defeat and lower his head. Even if he lost, even if he died, he would not agree to these 2 conditions of the Yen clan. The supreme experts at incipient god realm had their dignity and unyielding character. They would rather die fighting than bow down to the others. Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire Dugujin's determination and unyielding spirit. If he was in Dugujin's shoes, he would also not back down. I saved Yen Yang. Perhaps I can stop this from happening. Ling Xiao said after a moment of hesitation. Yen Yang was his friend, but Xia Xianxian was his sister. If the 2 sides were to fight, of course he would stand on the Thousand Beast Alliance's side. However, this was the result that he did not want to see the most. Dugujin shook his head and said, at this point it is no longer up to that kid to decide. This is the decision of the entire Yen tribe. It is also the decision of their ancestors. Why would they change their stance just because of a young godly alchemist? Ling Xiao thought that Dugujin's words were reasonable, but he was not willing to let it go like this. who knew that Dugujin would laugh coldly and say, "Don't worry. The Yen tribe has come to invade our Thousand Beast Alliance. They will pay a heavy price. Don't think that our Thousand Beast Alliance has no friends to support us." He then said, "Promise me that you will bring Xian away from Tianke City for now. I think you don't want her to get hurt." Ling Xiao knew that he had no other choice. He did not want to live or die with the Thousand Beast Alliance. As he did not have much of a relationship with the Thousand Beast Alliance, he did not refuse. He planned to bring Xia Xian away from here so that she would not get hurt. As for when she found out about the life and death battle between the Yen tribe and the Thousand Beast Alliance, he would think of a way to appease her. However, Ling Xiao was not willing to leave just like that. He wanted to test Yen Yang's words and see if he could make the Yen tribe and the Thousand Beast Alliance bury the hatchet. Ling Xiao wanted to bring Xia Xian away from the Thousand Beast Alliance immediately. Xia Xian looked at Ling Xiao in confusion and said, "Big brother, we just came back. Why are we in a hurry to go to Tianyuan City? I want to accompany my grandfather first before leaving with you." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Xian, I am in a hurry to send the Genesis Stone back. Don't you want to stay with Big Brother for a few more days? After I send the Genesis Stone back to Tianyuan City, I will come back with you to visit your grandfather, okay?" Xia Xian blinked her beautiful eyes at Ling Xiao and said, "Big brother, you don't have to lie. I already know that the Thousand Beast Alliance is in danger. I will not go back to Tianyuan City with you. I want to stay with my grandfather." She paused for a while and said, "Didn't you say that I should be filial to my grandfather? How can I leave him alone?" Ling Xiao was stunned. He did not expect that Xia Xian already knew that the Thousand Beast Alliance was in danger. "Xian, how did you know?" Ling Xiao asked in confusion. The conversation between him and Dugujin was not something that a divine king like her could eavesdrop on. However, she still knew about it. Ling Xiao could not help but feel surprised. Xia Xian replied calmly, "Big brother, all the spiritual beasts here are my friends. Once I return, they will report to me about what happened in the past few years. That's how I know." Ling Xiao finally understood. It seemed like Xia Xian had spies in the Thousand Beast Mountain range. This little girl looked innocent and simple on the surface, but she had indeed grown up and knew how to use her advantages to make some arrangements. Ling Xiao said softly, "Since you know, you should understand Big Brother's painstaking efforts. Your grandfather also does not want you to stay and be a burden to him. You should come back to Tianyuan City with me." Xia Xian shook her head stubbornly and said, "Big brother, Grandpa brought me up single-handedly. I am my biological grandfather. How can I run away alone and leave him here? Moreover, I have so many spiritual beasts as friends. I do not want them to die. I want to stay and fight with them." Ling Xiao could see the determination in Xia Xuan's eyes. He could see her stubborn side. Ling Xiao knew that no matter how much he tried to persuade Xia Xian, it would not have any effect unless he knocked her out and took her away. However, he would not do that. "Xian, I have a way to make the Yen clan collapse without a fight. Do you want to try it with Big Brother?" Ling Xiao asked hesitantly. "Really? Big brother, you're not lying to me, are you?" Xia Xian asked suspiciously. Ling Xiao nodded. "Of course, why would I lie to you? Listen to me first." Then Ling Xiao told her the plan that he had come up with on the spot. The little girl was indeed moved by him. She asked excitedly, "Big brother, can this really solve the threat of the Thousand Beast Alliance?" Ling Xiao nodded affirmatively. "If this is not enough to make the Yen clan afraid, then there's no better way. When the time comes, I will stay with you and help your grandfather." "All right, let's follow Big Brother's plan immediately. We must make the Yen clan retreat." Xia Xian clenched her fists and said confidently. Ling Xiao and Xia Xian decided on their plan and immediately left the Thousand Beast Alliance with the vermilion bird. Dugujin watched them leave from the sky and sighed softly, "My dear granddaughter, I hope that grandfather will have the chance to see you again." Dugujin had already prepared for the worst, but that did not mean that he would sit still and wait for death. The members of the Thousand Beast Alliance had never interacted with others, but that did not mean that they did not have one or two reliable allies. What everyone did not know was that the Thousand Beast Alliance had the closest relationship with the Thousand Beast Alliance was actually another ancient tribe, the Gu clan. Dugujin had already contacted the Gu clan. If the Yen clan really declared war on the Thousand Beast Alliance, the Gu clan would surround the Yen clan from the outside. At that time, the Yen clan would definitely pay a heavy price. Of course, this was not something that Ling Xiao and the Yen clan could know. Dugujin had asked Ling Xiao to leave with Xia Xian as a precaution. However, he had not expected that Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian would do something that would cause a huge stir in the Sky Sparrow territory. Far away in Yen City, all sorts of heroes had gathered both inside and outside the city. There were mercenaries, rogue cultivators, and people from various factions. Their strength was not lower than the Saint stage. There was a huge crowd of people, and a rough estimate said that there were over 100,000 of them. These were the people who had gathered here after the Yen clan had called for the condemnation of the Thousand Beast Alliance. All of them wanted to be rewarded by the Yen clan or be favored by the Yen clan so that they could join the Yen clan. Of course, there were definitely many among them who wanted to fish in troubled waters. All of them were waiting silently for a month to pass. At that time, they would be able to head to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range in a formidable array and slaughter without restraint. All the members of the Yen clan were sharpening their blades, and all of them intended to go to war with the Thousand Beast Alliance. Because the Yen clan had sent 3 Supreme Exalts, 10 half-incipient God Realm experts, and 300 flame guards to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range 4 years ago. In the end, only 3 Supreme Exalts, 4 half-incipient God Realm experts, and a few dozen flame guards had returned. All the others had perished in the mountain range. That was a humiliation to the Yen clan, and it was a huge loss to the Yen clan. So, they'd been looking for an opportunity to take revenge on the Thousand Beast Alliance. After that, after numerous clashes, the Yen clan's ancestor had finally declared war against the Thousand Beast Alliance. When news of this spread, all the members of the Yen clan had become excited, and they intended to annihilate the Thousand Beast Alliance and take revenge for their fallen members. Of course, they knew that the Thousand Beast Alliance wasn't as easy to deal with as the other powers. It was an extraordinary power that was equally as famous as the Yen clan, so they had no choice but to use all their strength to deal with it. All the members of the Yen clan had made preparations for the battle, and they were only waiting for the order to command their army to press down on the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. Chapter 1448. Yen Xiaokong, the ancestor of the Yen clan, was an outstanding figure from the same generation as Dugujin. He was one of the most respected figures in the Tiankei territory. He was not the strongest in the Yen clan, only at the peak of mid-level Supreme Master. However, his position was the highest in the clan. Because he had the honorable title of God of Alchemy. He was one of the few Supreme God of Alchemy in the Heaven region. His name was known throughout the entire Heaven region. This time he had no choice but to declare war on the Wanshou Alliance. The Wanshou Alliance did not have many people, but each of them had the ability to control beasts. One of them could fight 100 people. It would not be easy for them to defeat the Wanshou Alliance. However, the leaders of the Yen clan requested to fight the Wanshou Alliance. He had to agree because he also hoped to take the Genesis Stone that Dugujin had. It wasn't that the Fire clan didn't have a Genesis Stone. It was just that the Genesis Stone in their clan was too small. The amount of Genesis energy it could gather was too little. It had already been absorbed by the experts who had reached the Supreme Being realm. They had been searching for years but they could not find another Fire Genesis Stone. This made them very anxious. Without the Genesis Stone, it would be extremely difficult for the half-incipient God Realm Yen clan to take that step. Therefore, when they knew that the Holy Lady of the Wanshou Alliance had found the Genesis Stone in the Nirvana space, they thought of ways to take the Genesis Stone for themselves. Until now, they had to use the most extreme method to force the Wanshou Alliance. But Yen Xiaokong was wise and farsighted, and actually used a move to suppress people with power, planning on using this vast momentum to make Dugujin submit. He felt that Dugujin would definitely agree to his conditions for the sake of the people and beasts in the Wanshou mountain range. After all, his conditions were already very generous. He had already taken care of the Wanshou Alliance's reputation. However, he had underestimated Dugujin's arrogance. There were only 3 days left until the final battle. The Wanshou Alliance had sent news that they had gathered millions of beasts to guard the Wanshou mountain range. They were prepared to fight the Yen clan to the death. Whoever dared to step into the Wanshou Alliance would be killed. This was the most solemn oath of the Wanshou Alliance. It was an oath to retaliate against the Yen clan's 200,000-strong army. 1,000,000 spiritual beasts, this number forced those who wanted to go to the 10,000 Alliance tribe to reconsider. After all, even if these people joined hands with the Yen tribe's main army, they would at most have 300,000 soldiers. That was still a far cry from the number of spirit beasts. Unless each of them could deal with 3 or 4 spirit beasts, they would not be able to stand a chance against the Thousand Beasts Alliance. Besides, even though the 10,000 Beasts Alliance claimed to have 1,000,000 spirit beasts, their true number was probably far more than that. This number was probably referring to those who had reached the 8th order and above. If there were millions of them, then there was no need to fight this battle. Indeed, the Thousand Beasts Alliance's counterattack had achieved quite a significant effect, directly causing the Fire Tribe's allied armies to lose tens of thousands of men. Needless to say, these people were fence-sitters, people who wanted to fish in troubled waters. They knew that it was impossible, so they left. However, after they left, the Yen clan released another shocking piece of news. The Yen clan had already gathered 25 Supremes to head to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range together. As soon as the news was announced, it immediately aroused the enthusiasm of all the allied forces and stabilized the morale of the army. 25 Supremes were extremely powerful. If they attacked together, the 10,000 Beast Mountain range would definitely be obliterated. Among these Supremes, besides the 15 from the Yen clan, there were 10 who had been summoned by the Yen clan's forefather, Yen Shaokong, in the name of the god of alchemy. Some of them had received Yen Shaokong's favor, so they had come to help. Some of them wanted to obtain the supreme god pellets and improve their realms. Therefore they had taken the initiative to join the Yen clan. With these 10 people joining, the Yen clan would no longer be afraid of the 10,000 Beast Alliance's level 11 holy beasts. In just one more day, the Yen clan's great army would depart to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. However, on this last day, an unexpected guest came to Yen City. Whoosh! A loud and clear voice reverberated in the sky above Yen City. A colorful flame suddenly appeared like a strange phenomenon, causing everyone in the city to raise their heads to look. When everyone saw the fire shadow high up in the sky, they all panicked. What is that thing? What a powerful fire element energy. It's so oppressive that I can't breathe. It's a firebird, right? Its wings are so long. Why does it look like the legendary vermilion bird? No. It's the vermilion bird, the divine beast mount of the 10,000 Beast Alliance's holy lady. It's not good. The 10,000 Beast Alliance is attacking ahead of time. We need to run. This vermilion bird might have the power of a level 11 holy beast. It's so powerful. I don't have any regrets if I can see it. Why should we run? The Yen clan will definitely send their Supremes. The 10,000 Beast Alliance is really daring. They are the first to attack Yen City. It's flying lower and lower. I think I see some people on the vermilion bird's back. One of them should be the Holy Lady. The people in Yen City became a little panic-stricken. They were afraid that the vermilion bird would suddenly attack them. How could they resist the attack of a level 11 holy beast? However, the roars of many beasts could be heard coming from the sky. Numerous beast silhouettes that covered the sky rushed over from several directions. The beast roars were earth-shattering and deafening. These were all level 11 holy beasts. Each of them was huge and had a shocking aura. Moreover, all of them were mutated holy beasts. There were even 1 or 2 extinct beasts from the primordial era. There were a total of 12 of these holy beasts. They completely enveloped the Yen clan. Their terrifying bloodthirsty aura spread out, scaring the Yen clan people to the point that their legs turned to jelly. Many of the weaker ones were so scared that they lost control of their bowels and urinated on the spot. The stench filled the air. One by one they started to run. They realized that the 10,000 Beast Alliance had come to deal with them ahead of time. Moreover, they had all sent out level 11 holy beasts. This was too terrifying. The allied forces that had gathered in Yen City were instantly thrown into chaos. Screams could be heard one after another, as if they had been attacked by the holy beasts. Not long after, the allied forces inside and outside the Yen clan had lost a third of their people. These holy beasts had gained the upper hand by showing off their strength. They had already caused the Yen clan's allied forces to be utterly defeated. Who dares to mess around in our Yen clan's territory? A fearful shout came from a direction. Several figures flashed and appeared in the sky above Yen City. They were the supreme incipient god realm experts of the Yen clan, Yen Qianba, Yen Gangxiu, and Yen Xiaolong. There were also some half-incipient god realm experts who had just arrived. When they saw the 11th Order Saint Beasts in the sky, their expressions turned grim. They didn't need to guess to know that the 10,000 Beast Alliance had come to deal with them ahead of time. Yen Qianba, Yen Gangxiu, Yen Xiaolong, and the others were so anxious. Although they wanted to suppress the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, they didn't know that the enemy had suddenly attacked them. It was a big mistake. If the 10,000 Beast Alliance attacked them recklessly, the allied forces would be caught unprepared. Eventually they would be defeated. At that time, the Yen clan's plan to attack the 10,000 Beast Alliance would become the laughingstock of the entire Heaven Sparrow territory. Above the vermilion bird divine beast was a man and 2 women. The man was handsome, confident, and elegant, while the women were beautiful. They were all rare beauties. Weren't they Ling Xiao, Xia Xianxian, and the little vermilion bird? The 12 level 11 holy beasts were surrounding the big vermilion bird as if they were the most precious guards. Under such strict protection, no one could hurt Xia Xianxian and the little vermilion bird. Yan Qianba, Yan Gangxiu, and Yan Xiaolong had never seen Ling Xiao before. They thought that the one with the heavenly lady must be a member of the 10,000 Beast Alliance. They were extremely vigilant. At the same time, they had asked the incipient God Realm experts of their clans to come here. Otherwise, these dozens of holy beasts were enough to crush the Yan clan's army. Ling Xiao's team wanted to gain the upper hand. Of course, they wanted to stop the allied forces of the Yan clan from attacking the 10,000 Beast Alliance. Some of these 11th level sacred beasts had been summoned by the Vermilion Bird Divine Beast from the Nirvana mountain range, while the rest had been forcefully dragged out from other ancient mountain ranges. In the battle between the two super forces, they usually competed with the strongest force. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't summon the level 11 holy beasts to start a war with the Yan clan. He wanted them to suppress the Yan clan so that he could negotiate with them. If the Yan clan didn't agree, they had to break the Yan clan's morale first. Then, if they wanted to attack the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, they would have to think twice. Ling Xiao had reached the incipient God Realm. Although he was just a low-level incipient God Realm expert, his senses weren't weaker than any middle-level supremes. At first glance, he could see the competence of Yan Tianba's team. Ling Xiao said, "I'm Ling Xiao, a guest elder of the Medicine Union. I'm also a member of the Kim people of the Sky Dragon area. I used to meet your noble Yan Yang. This time I'm here to visit my old friend. You don't need to worry." At this moment, Ling Xiao was wearing an alchemist's robe. Firstly, it was to show his identity. Secondly, he didn't want to start a war with the Yan clan unless it was absolutely necessary. As soon as Ling Xiao revealed his identity, the three incipient God Realm experts immediately assessed him. Their eyes were filled with doubt. Of course, they wouldn't be nice to Ling Xiao just because he had revealed his identity. After all, Ling Xiao's actions had shaken their morale. "I don't care who you are. However, you've come to our Yan clan's territory without any scruples. You've even scared the people of our Yan city." "What?" Yan Qianba asked in a low voice. If they had enough people, they might have taken action against Ling Xiao and the group of holy beasts. After all, Ling Xiao's actions were too provocative and arrogant. At this time, Yin Songjun, who was behind Yan Tianba, took a step forward and said, "Sure, Lao Tianba, he's Yan Yang's friend. When we were in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, he helped us." Chapter 1449. Yen Songjun was an experienced half-incipient God Realm expert who had gone to rescue Yan Yang. He had seen Ling Xiao before. However, he didn't understand why Ling Xiao was with the Holy Lady all of a sudden, and why they were attacking the Fire Clan. He had seen Ling Xiao kill everyone, and he even dared to confront the Master of Thousand Beast Alliance, Shen Kunbeo. He had always thought that Ling Xiao could be killed or captured by the Thousand Beast Alliance, but now it seemed that he was wrong. He couldn't help but think, did the Holy Lady take a fancy to this kid, and he became the Thousand Beast Alliance's subordinate? No matter what he thought, his words had already been conveyed to Yan Tianba, and he would be the one to deal with it. The other supremes of the Fire Clan had already heard the news, but they didn't immediately soar into the sky. Instead, they just waited in the surroundings. Once the holy beasts attacked, they would definitely kill them at the first moment, provided that they had the ability to do so. They were now waiting to see what would happen, and they would let Yan Tianba negotiate with the other side first. Perhaps they had come to agree to the conditions of the Fire Clan. When Yan Tianba heard Yan Songjuan's words, he narrowed his eyes and glanced at the vermilion bird as well as Xia Xianxian, who was standing on its back. Only then did he say to Ling Xiao, "Could it be that you're here to be Yan Yang's matchmaker?" Yan Tianba's question was clever. He wanted to force Ling Xiao to state his intentions. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "I don't have the ability to be a matchmaker." He then pointed at Xia Xianxian and said, "You should know that she is the Holy Lady of Thousand Beast Alliance and she is also my sister. This time I am here to negotiate with the Fire Clan, and to act as a mediator. How about we just forget about what happened between your two families?" Yan Tianba and the others' expressions turned cold. They didn't think that Ling Xiao would be so arrogant as to act as a mediator. Their two families were the top forces in the Heaven Sparrow region, and they could be said to be at the same level as the Dragon Gate. They were only slightly weaker than the Medicine Union. But in front of them was a young man around 100 years old. What kind of status did he have to act as a mediator? Only those at the top of the sovereign ranking would have the qualifications to do so. However, Yan Qianba could see that Ling Xiao had the strength of a supreme martial artist at such a young age, which really shocked him. Just as he was about to speak, Yan Gongxiu snorted coldly, "Who do you think you are? You think you're worthy of being a peacemaker? What nonsense!" Yan Xiaolong said from the side, "Leave the holy daughter behind and disperse these 11th-ranked divine beasts. Otherwise all of you can dream of leaving this place." Ling Xiao ignored the two of them. Instead he looked at Yan Qianba and said, "Is this how you treat your guests? No matter what, I was the one who saved Yan Yang. I treat your Yan clan as a friend, and I truly do not wish to be enemies with you." Yan Gongxiu and Yan Xiaolong were enraged that Ling Xiao was ignoring them. They wanted to rush over and attack Ling Xiao, but when they saw the holy beast that covered the sky, they didn't have the courage to do so. "It's true that you saved Yan Yang, but the 10,000 Beasts Alliance killed many of our Divine King Realm elders. This debt has to be settled," Yan Qianba said in a low voice, and then he said, "As long as the 10,000 Beasts Alliance agrees to the two conditions of our Yan clan, we will naturally not be enemies with them. We will not agree to your conditions. If you continue to pester us endlessly, don't blame me for summoning the Holy Beast Army to annihilate your Yan clan." Xia Xianxian finally opened her mouth to reprimand them. "Little girl, how arrogant. Don't think that you can ignore my Yan clan just because you have a divine beast," Yan Gongxiu shouted. Yan Xiaolong also said, "Be obedient and be my Yan clan's daughter-in-law, and we will continue to value and nurture you. We will also be on good terms with your 10,000 Beasts Alliance forever. Otherwise, your 10,000 Beasts Alliance will definitely be annihilated." "Annihilate our 10,000 Beasts Alliance? You are not qualified." Xia Xianxian revealed her anger. Then she looked at a nine-tailed hedgehog at the middle of the 11th level and said, "Uncle Hedgehog, teach them a lesson." As soon as Xia Xuanxuan's words fell, the nine-tailed hedgehog that looked like a giant ball let out a strange cry. Then it immediately rolled towards Yan Xiaolong like a ball of electricity. Boom! Boom! The speed at which it rolled was extremely fast, like a meteorite streaking across the sky. As it rolled, waves of rumbling sounds continuously rang out in the sky. It was as if thousands of soldiers were charging at it. The sound was vast and mighty, and thunder rumbled. The sky was filled with lightning bolts, and a mass of lightning bolts dashed towards Yan Xiaolong. Its power was majestic and powerful. If a supreme incipient god realm expert wanted to attack in the heaven territory, they had to be careful so that they wouldn't destroy the entire territory. However, the holy beasts didn't have such restrictions. As long as they wanted to attack, it didn't matter where they were. Yan Xiaolong was startled. He realized that the nine-tailed hedgehog was too powerful. It was impossible for him to take it head-on. However, how could he run away without fighting in his own territory? As he was about to brace himself to take action, Yan Qianba stood in front of him and shouted in fear, "Don't even think about being violent here." Yan Qianba didn't dare to attack the nine-tailed hedgehog seriously. He was afraid that he would destroy the members of the fire clan down there. Yan Qianba made a hand seal. The chaotic space flow of fire element appeared around him and created many crisscrossing energies. Eventually they formed a sky net that covered the nine-tailed hedgehog. The nine-tailed hedgehog had the lightning attribute. Although it was covered by the fire net, the electric currents on its body still went through the net and attacked Yan Qianba. Yan Qianba wanted to help, but he couldn't. The electric currents were too fast. In just a blink of an eye, they had reached Yan Xiaolong. Yan Xiaolong had Yan Gongxiu and some half-incipient god realm experts. If Yan Xiaolong didn't block this attack, he would harm the others. He took action decisively and Yan Gongxiu helped him. Flaming lights suddenly appeared in the space and collided with the lightning, producing a series of shocking explosions. Arc. The nine-tailed hedgehog was worthy of being a strong existence at level 11. The lightning attribute was the strongest attack in this world. Yan Xiaolong and Yan Gongxiu were blown away by the electric currents. Although the half-incipient god realm experts had retreated, they were still affected. Their bodies were charred and smoking. Especially Yan Xiaolong, he had to bear the most damage. His hands were charred like charcoal. They were about to be destroyed completely. On the other hand, the nine-tailed hedgehog's attack was successful. It immediately escaped from Yan Qianba's fire net and quickly returned behind Xia Xianxian. The thunder energy on its body instantly retracted, and its nine tails continued to sway, as if it was very satisfied with the attack just now. It hadn't used all of its power yet. Otherwise, it would have turned into a sea of lightning and Yan Xiaolong would have been half dead. Yan Qianba thundered indignantly, "All incipient god realm experts and holy beasts are not allowed to fight in the heaven territory. Don't you know the rules? Your Fire Clan and our Thousand Beasts Alliance will not rest until one of us is dead. I will fight your Fire Clan to the death. Even if I have to risk the wrath of the entire Fire Clan, I will destroy all the foundations of your Fire Clan. Xia Xianxian shouted out with a formless fire aura around her body. Xia Xianxian treated Ling Xiao like a little sister. She was innocent and cute. However, it didn't mean that she was a naive girl. The Fire Clan had destroyed the Thousand Beast Alliance. To her, the Fire Clan was her archenemy. She could sacrifice everything for her grandfather and the Thousand Beast Alliance. Even if she had to fight the Fire Clan to the death, she wouldn't regret it. Moreover, she didn't care about the rule that the Supremes couldn't fight in the Heaven territory. This made the Fire Clan members afraid. If she ordered the level 11 holy beasts to attack Yen City wouldn't be able to stop them. It would be destroyed. Yen Tianba was so aggrieved. Looking at the wounded people, he really wanted to ask all the elders of the Fire Clan to kill Xia Xianxian and the holy beasts. However, if he did that, the Heaven Sparrow territory would be finished. This little girl didn't follow the rules. At that time, even if they could win, the foundation of the Fire Clan would be destroyed. Many of the descendants of the Fire Clan would be affected. It wasn't worth it. At this moment, several figures stormed out of the Fire Clan. The Fire Clan had sent 4 more incipient God Realm experts. One of them was at the peak of the middle-level Supreme Being. He was very close to the high-level Supreme Being. His aura was domineering and he didn't hide it at all. They were worthy of being the #1 ancient clan in the Heaven Sparrow territory. However, there was a divine king among these Supreme Beings. This divine king was Yen Yang. How bold of you to actually dare to attack in our Yen city. Do you really think that there is no one in our Yen clan? An old and loud voice suddenly buzzed in this place. The one who spoke was the strongest peak of the middle-level Supreme Being here. He was also the forefather of the Fire Clan Yen Shaokang, a supreme alchemy god. Yen Shaokang looked middle-aged and old. His red hair fluttered in the wind. His eyebrows were slightly arched and his old eyes were shining with divine light. As soon as he arrived, he immediately stared at the vermilion bird. His old eyes were filled with excitement. Others might not know, but Yen Shaokang had always wanted a vermilion bird to guard the Fire Clan. Because the Dragon Gate had the Golden Dragon and the Black Tortoise sect had the Black Tortoise, the Demon Tiger sect didn't have the White Tiger, but the Fire Clan hoped to have a vermilion bird to show the prestige of the ancient Fire Clan. Unfortunately, even though they knew about the existence of the vermilion bird, it was as difficult as climbing up to the sky to find it or subdue it. The vermilion bird was right in front of him. Of course, Yen Shaokang's eyes were burning with desire. Previously, he had asked Yen Yang to propose marriage to the Thousand Beast Alliance. He wanted the vermilion bird to be his wife at all costs because he wanted the vermilion bird to be the master of the Fire Clan. If you think that the Thousand Beast Alliance has no experts, then I will think that the Fire Clan has no experts. Xia Xianxian retorted to Yen Shaokang. The vermilion bird had reached high level 11. Its power was the top existence in the Heaven territory. With its protection, Xia Xianxian was qualified to challenge a supreme incipient God Realm expert. At this time Yin Yang looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Brother Ling Xiao, why are you doing this?" Chapter 1450. Ling Xiao had always considered Yin Yang as his friend and Yin Yang admired Ling Xiao a lot. Back when he was still in the Medicine Alliance, he had thought that he had the ability to take the top spot. However, Ling Xiao had caught the eye of the Medicine Alliance's Hall Master first, and the Hall Master had made an exception and accepted him as a guest elder. After that, he had learned from Yen Dai Jiao that Ling Xiao could condense 3 divine pellets in one furnace at a time. Moreover, Ling Xiao was much younger than him and Yen Dai Jiao. Through the time he had spent with Ling Xiao, he thought that Ling Xiao was a good man. Not only was he a divine alchemist, but he also had the competence of a half-incipient God Realm expert. He was worthy of being the future young master of the Fire Clan. Since Ling Xiao had risked his life to save him from danger, he thought that his decision was wise. However, he had never thought that Ling Xiao would stand with the Thousand Beasts Alliance. He was on the opposite side of the Fire Clan. While he was astounded, he felt sorry for his friend. Today he just wanted to know why Ling Xiao stood on the Thousand Beasts Alliance's side. Ling Xiao looked at Yin Yang and said, "Brother Yin Yang, I have always treated you as a friend, and I have come here today as a friend to advise you to let go of all the grudges between your Yen clan and the Thousand Beasts Alliance. Xian Xian is my long-lost sister, and I have to stand on her side. Furthermore, you have seen for yourself that Xian Xian has already made up her mind to live and die with the Thousand Beasts Alliance. If you insist on attacking the Thousand Beasts mountain range, then today we will stop you from doing anything. He paused for a moment, then continued in a serious tone, to be honest, we have come here today with the determination to die. Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian had used this method to force the Fire Clan to submit. They had 1 divine beast at high level, 4 divine beasts at middle level, and 8 divine beasts at low level. Moreover, Ling Xiao was a low-level incipient God Realm expert. This force was enough to scare the Fire Clan. Most importantly, Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian seemed to be unafraid of death. If they were to fight, they might not be able to kill all the honorable martial artists of the Yan clan, but they would be able to kill more Yan clan members. Therefore, the Yan clan's honorable martial artist had no choice but to reconsider. In the end, even if they won, many of the Yan clan's descendants would definitely die. It would definitely shake the foundation of their Yan clan. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao had asked Xia Xianxian to ask the Vermilion Bird to summon these 11th level sacred beasts. He did not believe that the Yan clan would dare to fight to the death with them. After all, they were in the territory of the Fire Clan. The incipient God Realm experts of the Fire Clan had many things to consider. Yin Yang did not think that Ling Xiao would be so ruthless. He did not understand why the holy daughter of the Thousand Beasts Alliance had become Ling Xiao's sister. However, the war between the Yan clan and the Thousand Beast Alliance was not something he could decide. Yan Xiaokong, who was standing at the side, said, "Brat, I don't care who you are, but how dare you say such things? Do you really think that your scheme will succeed?" "I don't know if it will succeed or not. We are here. If you really want to go to the Thousand Beasts mountain range, we will attack immediately. If you don't believe me, you can try," Ling Xiao said in a low voice. Yan Xiaokong was enraged. He was a famous existence in the Heaven Sparrow territory and now he was threatened by a kid. He glared at Ling Xiao and said, "Kid, do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that?" Ling Xiao sneered and said, "I don't care who you are. If the Yan clan agrees to let it go, everything will be fine. If you don't, we will have a good fight right now." In fact, Ling Xiao already knew Yan Xiaokong's identity. Xia Xianxian had already told him in a low voice. If it was in the past, Ling Xiao might have been more respectful to Yan Xiaokong. After all, he was an existence that was on par with the 3 Hall Masters of the Medicine Alliance. However, now that Ling Xiao had the qualifications to be on equal footing with him, why would he give Yan Xiaokong any face? They were enemies now. "Ancestor, why are you talking nonsense with him? Immediately gather all the founding elders and make them stay," Yan Xiaolong shouted angrily. He took a divine pill and healed the injuries on his hands. However, his clothes were still in a sorry state. He had been injured by lightning in public. He hated Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian to the core. He really wanted to capture them and teach them a lesson. "Looks like the lesson just now wasn't enough for you to remember," Ling Xiao said coldly. His divine soul clone quietly appeared. Slap. Suddenly Yin Xiaolong's face was fiercely slapped by something. His entire body was sent flying far away, and he even spat out a mouthful of blood. The founding elders of the Fire Clan became tense. They didn't know how Yin Xiaolong got hit. Soul concealment was the last secret technique of the God-controlling art. Indeed, most people didn't know what was going on. "Who is it? Who is it? Get the hell out here." Yin Xiaolong steadied himself and looked all around as he shouted. Unfortunately, the people around him were the members of the Fire Clan. Ling Xiao, Xia Xianxian, and the Holy Beast were all at their original spots. They didn't know who had hurt him. "There are some things that you shouldn't say. You should know that a loose tongue can cause trouble." Ling Xiao squinted. The members of the Fire Clan became tense. They suspected that there was a more terrifying expert at incipient God Realm hiding around here. Yan Xiaokong didn't say anything. His soul consciousness flashed back and forth as if he wanted to find the hidden expert. At the same time, many powerful auras appeared nearby. Obviously, they were the members of the Fire Clan and the supreme experts they had summoned. 2 high-level supreme martial artists walked over side by side. Their leisurely stroll made them look extremely carefree. When they came to Yan Xiaokong, they slightly bowed to greet him. High-level supreme experts were the top existences in the Heaven territory. Yan Xiaokong was just a peak middle-level supreme expert, but he could make them bow to him. This was a great honor. Of these 2 high-level supreme martial artists, one was the other pillar of the Yan clan, Yan Yi. He also had the identity of a supreme divine weapon master, but he was Yan Xiaokong's great-grandson, and was a few generations younger than Yan Xiaokong. Therefore, it was normal for him to be so courteous to Yan Xiaokong. The other person was the high-level supreme martial artist, Mao Lidong, who had been invited by Yan Xiaokong to help him. He was once at the peak of the middle-level supreme martial artist realm, just like Yan Xiaokong. Later on he received the supreme god elixir from Yan Xiaokong, which helped him reach the high level. He owed Yan Xiaokong a favor. The number of supreme experts at incipient god realm on the Fire Clan side had increased. The two high-level supreme experts were a great threat. Their gazes immediately landed on the vermilion bird, and astonishment flashed in their eyes. Because they were able to sense that this divine beast vermilion bird had actually attained the advanced stage of the 11th level, and even they were extremely fearful of it. "Great-grandpa, what do you say now?" Yin Yi asked Yan Xiaokong. "What can we say? They want to force us to retreat. They want us to retreat unconditionally. Otherwise they will fight to the death with the Fire Clan here. They will drag all of us down with them." Yan Xiaokong glared at Ling Xiao and said. Just now he had used his extraordinary god soul to scan this place. He seemed to have sensed something. However, he soon lost the feeling. He felt that there must be an unknown expert hiding here. He had to be careful. Yin Ye's face changed. He looked at Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian and said, "You want the Fire Clan to pay the price with just these holy beasts? You're really bold." After saying that, an ancient god artifact appeared in Yin Ye's hand. It was a divine hammer. The divine hammer instantly became as big as a mountain. It emitted a strong elemental energy, causing the space to tremble and ripple. This was a mid-grade ancient god artifact, and it was enough to threaten the many sacred beasts here. Moreover, Yin Yi was a high-level honorable existence. Yin Yi actually moved. He didn't seem to care about anything. The divine hammer in his hand smashed heavily in the direction of Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian. With one move, the space immediately collapsed into pieces. Space turbulence immediately appeared. Dazzling flames shone. The vermilion bird spread its wings and shouted angrily. The only high-rank 11 holy beast behind it, the fire phoenix, rushed out instantly. Its divine feathers turned into rain and shot towards the divine hammer. The phoenix and the vermilion bird were of the same race. As long as the phoenix experienced nirvana 9 times, it would have a chance to become a real vermilion bird. The fire phoenix in front of them seemed to be infinitely close to becoming a vermilion bird. If it completed the last transformation, it would definitely become a vermilion bird. However, the last nirvana was the most difficult. It didn't dare to take it easily. This time, the vermilion bird had invited it to help them. It had already promised to help it transform and become a real vermilion bird. The phoenix's feather attack was extremely dense. It immediately destroyed the power of the divine hammer. At the same time, the phoenix screeched loudly and turned into a flame that rushed towards Yin Yi. Bang bang. In an instant, the sky was dyed with a sea of fire. The fire phoenix and Yin Yi were fighting. Yin Yi didn't expect the fire phoenix to have the strength of an advanced rank 11. If the vermilion bird joined the fight, the Yen clan might not be able to win. Roar roar. The holy beasts that Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian had brought with them all roared at the same time, ready to pounce on them. The vermilion bird also flapped its wings. Its aura was completely released. Streaks of flames shot towards Yen City like a rain of fire. Bastard, quickly stop him. Yan Xiaokong panicked and immediately cried out in alarm. He had no choice but to block the flames that the vermilion bird was brandishing. Otherwise, if these flames landed on the city, Yen City would definitely be destroyed and there would be many casualties. Yan Xiaokong used the power of the spatial crack to send the few flames that the vermilion bird scattered into the void. At this time Ling Xiao shouted, "You guys attacked first. Today we will fight to the death with you. Let's see how terrifying the Yen clan is." Looking at Ling Xiao's aura, it looked like he was really going to fight to the death with the Yen clan. This battle was about to start. Chapter 1451. Stop, Yen Yi, stop. Let's talk about this properly. Yan Xiaokong exclaimed. They definitely couldn't start a war with Ling Xiao and the holy beasts in front of them. If that really happened, the foundation of their Yen clan would be destroyed. After all, their Yen clan's territory was also near Yen City. Although the Jizun seal was isolating them, the Jizun battle would definitely be able to break the seal and harm their clansmen. Yan Xiaokong couldn't help but be anxious. His original intention was to let Yen Yi test whether Ling Xiao would really disregard the rules and fight to the death with them. From the looks of it, Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian weren't joking with them. They were already ignoring the rules and withstanding the pressure of the Yen clan. Yen Yi had no choice but to retreat, but the Fire Phoenix was unwilling to give up and continued to fight with Yen Yi. After all, the vermilion bird had invited it here, and it was time for it to show its loyalty. This was related to whether it could enter the final nirvana transformation. It had no choice but to do its best. Hurry up and stop it from attacking. Yan Shaokong shouted at Ling Xiao. You guys attacked first. At most we'll fight. Who's afraid of who? Ling Xiao asked the vermilion bird to temporarily stop the other holy beasts, but he didn't stop the fire phoenix. He wanted to let the Yan clan see if they really had the guts to fight. Yan Ye's cultivation level was high, but his battle power wasn't at the peak. He could only fight evenly with the fire phoenix. The impact of the battle waves from their battle was extremely great. The nine heavens barrier was constantly being broken, and the astral winds and turbulent currents were rushing down. If this continued, the scope of the battle would increase. The other high-level Jizun Mao Lidong couldn't help but join the battle, planning to force the fire phoenix to retreat with Yan Yi. But at this time, Ling Xiao ordered the vermilion bird to summon the fire phoenix back, causing Mao Lidong to pounce on empty air. Forget about the matter between the Yan clan and the Thousand Beast Alliance. After all, the Yan clan was in the wrong first. You can't blame the Thousand Beast Alliance. Last time you didn't have any sincerity at all. You wanted to use your power to suppress others, which led to this result. You can't blame anyone. Ling Xiao slowed down his tone and said to Yan Shaokong. Could it be that our Yan clan's son died in vain? Yan Shaokong said with dissatisfaction. He didn't expect that he, the most famous supreme medicine god in the Tianke domain, as well as the #1 ancient clan in the Tianke domain, would actually be threatened by two young men. He felt extremely sullen. If you had compensated us back then, why would our Beast Alliance attack your people? Moreover, our Beast Alliance has also lost many holy beasts. Don't tell me they didn't die for nothing? Xia Xianxian retorted. If an animal dies, then so be it. Yan Shaokong shouted disdainfully. Who would have thought that his words would immediately provoke a great deal of trouble? The vermilion bird was the first to cry out in dissatisfaction, followed by the rest of the sacred beasts. You humans aren't any good either. Eat them all. The vermilion bird said. The 12 holy beasts actually moved at the same time, pouncing towards the Yan clan. The supreme experts of the Yan clan incipient god realm soared into the sky one by one. There were 25 of them in total. Their auras sealed this area, trying to lure these holy beasts to the outer space for a great battle. Ling Xiao was secretly frightened. He didn't expect the Yan clan to be so powerful. So many supremes had appeared in just a blink of an eye. He wondered if there were more supremes in the Yan clan's territory. He had to immediately say to Xia Xianxian, Xianxian, tell them not to act rashly. We can basically negotiate with them now. We can't let things get out of hand. Xia Xianxian listened to Ling Xiao's words. She immediately asked the vermilion bird to appease the other holy beasts. She told them to restrain their hostility and not to act rashly for the time being. The vermilion bird still listened to Xia Xianxian. It immediately ordered all the holy beasts not to act rashly. However, all of them looked at Yan Shaokong as if they wanted to swallow him alive. Although Yan Shaokong was protected by Yan Yi and Mao Lidong, he was still so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He regretted provoking these holy beasts. Should I just let it go like this? I don't want to. Yan Shaokong thought to himself. The other members of the Yan clan also had the same thought. This time, they hadn't even finished their apprenticeship, but they were already scared to the point that they didn't dare to act. How could they establish themselves in the Heaven Sparrow area in the future? However, they had to consider the safety of their clansmen. It was true that the other party didn't care about anything else. Moreover, their formation was really powerful. They had to treat them seriously. Needless to say, the plan that Ling Xiao had proposed to Xia Xianxian was effective. This plan of his was really risky. If the Yan clan wanted to fight to the death with them, even though these holy beasts had a lot of lethality, they would still suffer a crushing defeat in the end. After all, in the Yan clan's territory, they would have many strong supporters. The 25 incipient god realm experts in front of them were the best proof. Ling Xiao really didn't want to start a war with the Yan clan. He just wanted to shock the Yan clan and the allied forces that wanted to participate in the war. After this commotion, many members of the allied forces could see the fact that the Yan clan had something to worry about. Many members of the allied forces had started to scatter and retreat. There were more than 10 level 11 holy beasts in front of them. If Dugu Jin, the master of 10,000 beasts, came here personally, there would be more of them. Small shrimps like them weren't qualified to deal with the 10,000 beasts alliance. Actually, they understood that the Yan clan had called them here to pressure the 10,000 beasts alliance. The real highlight was the battle between the incipient god realm experts. Whichever side's incipient god realm expert won would be the winner. Now the enemy had come to their doorstep, but the people of the Yen clan were restrained. Not a single one of them dared to fight. If the Yen clan is willing to give up, I'm sure you won't suffer a loss. It's not hard to get the Fire Genesis Stone. However, Xianxian doesn't have any feelings for brother Yen Yang. Moreover, you guys have caused such a commotion. She won't marry the Yen clan. Think about it. Ling Xiao took a step back and said. He had achieved the effect he wanted. He immediately softened his tone and made his suggestion. He didn't want to push the Yen clan too hard. Otherwise, it wouldn't be his intention to start a war. Ling Xiao's plan of tension and relaxation made the Yen clan worry. They exhaled in relief. Yan Xiaokong also knew that if he didn't give these two young men an explanation today, he was afraid that this stalemate wouldn't work. He also knew that it was impossible to rely on the allied forces to force Dugujin to submit. He had to negotiate with these two young men first. If it didn't work out, he would deal with them first. After they left, he would think of a way to deal with the 10,000 Beasts Alliance. This time they had a bad start. They had even been humiliated in front of their own territory. They had lost the face of the first ancient clan in the Tiankei territory. Alright, as long as you hand over the Genesis Stone and compensate with 100 billion divine crystals and 3,000 stalks of divine grass, we will stop. Yan Xiaokong agreed with Ling Xiao. Yan Xiaokong's words were absolute in the Yen clan. The others didn't dare to object to his words. Looks like we can only fight. Xia Xuanxuan's delicate face was flushed with anger. Yan Xiaokong's request was simply too much. It was hard to accept. If Dugujin was here, he would definitely fight with Yan Xiaokong without a second word. At this time, Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. "Ha, old man, you still don't understand the situation." He paused for a moment, then said, "You might not understand what I mean. If you want the Fire Genesis Stone, you can only get it if you exchange it with another Genesis Stone. Don't mention any other conditions. Your Yen clan and the Thousand Beast Alliance were provoked first. That's why you suffered the consequences. So, the Thousand Beast Alliance doesn't owe your Yen clan anything, and we don't need to compensate you." Ling Xiao's words were powerful and decisive. He didn't give Yan Xiaokong any face. Otherwise, the Yen clan would think that they were the ones who suffered the most. After all, the Yen clan's words in the Thousand Beast Alliance had caused the Thousand Beast Alliance to capture Yen Yang and the others. The people from the Thousand Beast Alliance did not do anything to Yen Yang and the others, but the Yen clan had sent a large number of experts to ask for them, instead of calmly proposing an exchange. In the end, the Yen clan had fought with the Thousand Beast Alliance and lost more than 200 God Kings. Now, they wanted to take revenge on the Thousand Beast Alliance. They felt that they were in the wrong, so they naturally wanted to reap the benefits. However, they still didn't recognize the truth. Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian didn't bring this group of 11th stage holy beasts to surrender to them. Yan Xiaokong was furious. "What do you mean by that? Did our Yen clan's sons die for nothing? Let me tell you, if you didn't agree to my conditions, Yan Xiaokong didn't finish his words. The vermilion bird and the other holy beasts released their auras once again, as if they wanted to fight to the death. Yan Xiaokong was sullen. He had been in the glory heavenly territory for so many years. Now he was threatened in his own territory, but he couldn't do anything. He felt so uncomfortable. Think about it carefully. All of this was started by your Yen clan. If you insist on compensation, then let's fight." Ling Xiao said faintly. Pausing for a while, he continued, "If you are willing to stop fighting, you can trade the Genesis Stone. At the same time, you can gain the friendship of the Medicine Union and the Dragon Gate. It will be a great fortune for your Yen clan. Why do you want to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of your own? It's not worth it." "Humph, your words are better than singing. Do you think you can represent the Medicine Union and the Dragon Gate?" Yan Xiaokong snorted disdainfully. Although he could feel that Ling Xiao was a low-level incipient God Realm expert, he didn't think that it was enough to make the two big forces form a good relationship with the Yen clan. "You're wrong. I can represent the Medicine Union and the Dragon Gate to form a good relationship with your Yen clan," Ling Xiao said affirmatively. Then he released his aura. A golden dragon roared and soared into the sky. At the same time, a flame that looked like a fire dragon appeared in his hand. Then he said, "Brother Yen Yang, you should know that I'm a real divine alchemist. You also know that I'm a member of the Dragon Gate. No, I should say that I'm also a member of the Kim people. Not long ago, I broke through to the incipient God realm and refined supreme divine pellets. With my status as the supreme alchemist, do you think that I can't represent the two big forces to say that to you?" Chapter 1452. Only a few people in the Heaven territory could have the supreme title of Supreme Alchemist. After all, to reach this level, the first condition was that the warrior had to have the power of a supreme incipient God realm expert. Only then would he have enough energy to refine supreme pellets. There were very few warriors who could reach the supreme incipient God realm, and it was even more difficult for an alchemist to reach this level. After all, alchemists spent their entire lives refining pellets. When they wanted to break through to the next level, most of them couldn't help but take pellets to break through. Because of this, they had spent a lot of time refining pellets and taken many pellets to advance to the next level. Their foundation wouldn't be very solid. If they wanted to advance to the next level at the same time while refining pellets and cultivating, they naturally needed to spend more time and effort than usual. Only those who had amazing talent could do it. Ling Xiao said in front of everyone in the hall that he was a supreme alchemist. Perhaps some people believed him. After all, his aura was there. As long as they were stronger than him, they could see it. However, if he said that he was also a supreme alchemist, they wouldn't believe it no matter what. Haha, kid, if you are also a supreme alchemist, then wouldn't all the supreme alchemists in this world be seen on the streets? Yan Shaokong was the first to laugh wildly. Then, the supreme elders of the Yan clan next to him also began to ridicule him. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? He just got lucky to have the power of a supreme alchemist, and now he says that he has the rank of a supreme alchemist. Does he think that he can boast about anything? Maybe he thinks that just because he is a divine alchemist, he is a supreme alchemist. What an ignorant kid. Hurry up and agree to our conditions. Otherwise, no matter what kind of supreme alchemist you are, we will still kill you. Why don't you leave these holy beasts for our Yen clan? Then we can be even. That's a good suggestion. Leaving these holy beasts is indeed enough as compensation. The supreme incipient God realm experts of the Yen clan seemed to think that Ling Xiao was a joke. They didn't believe him at all. However, at this time Yen Yang said, "Ancestor, I don't think Brother Ling Xiao is lying." He paused for a while and then continued, "When I met him in the Medicine Union, Elder Kong told me that Brother Ling Xiao has the power of a half-incipient God realm expert. At that time he could condense 3 divine pellets in one furnace. With this kind of power and methods, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to become a supreme alchemist. Moreover, Brother Ling Xiao is so outstanding that even the 2 hall masters of the Medicine Union have a whole new level of respect for him. They even made an exception and directly appointed him as a guest elder. This is enough to prove that the Medicine Union values Brother Ling Xiao." Yin Yang had reasons to believe in Ling Xiao. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao had broken through to the supreme alchemist realm in just a few years. Moreover, there were signs that proved that Ling Xiao's alchemy skills were far above his own. With power and alchemy 10 bin, he thought that it was reasonable for Ling Xiao to become a supreme alchemist. As soon as he said this, all the supreme alchemists of the Yen clan had their faces stiffened. Yan Shaokong slightly frowned and said, "Little Yang, are you sure you're not talking nonsense? You're not helping an outsider, are you?" If Ling Xiao was really the supreme alchemist, then he had to reconsider his position. Although he was also a supreme alchemist, if he befriended another supreme alchemist, he would be able to establish a relationship with the 2 overlord forces in the heaven domain. This would definitely have a greater influence on the Yen clan's reputation. He had to seriously consider what Ling Xiao had said. "Ancestor, I know that there are some things that I should say and some things that I shouldn't. I don't dare to lie in front of you. I think, why don't we just forget about it? If we really continue to fight, it won't do our Yen clan any good," Yin Yang carefully said. Although Yin Yang also wanted to take revenge for the people of the Yen clan, no matter what, the Yen clan was in the wrong. It could be said that they brought this upon themselves and couldn't blame others. Yan Shaokong's eyes flashed with hesitation. Now the Yen clan was ready to go. If they really let it go, where would their Yen clan's face be? If they still wanted to fight, the group of holy beasts in front of them would give them a headache. If they couldn't eliminate them in an instant, it would be a disaster for the Yen clan. In comparison, many people felt that the best solution was to reconcile. However, to a great family, sometimes face was more important than life. It was a difficult decision to make. On the back of the vermilion bird divine beast, Xia Xianxian was already extremely nervous. This time, it was already very amazing that she had forced herself to come and talk to these supremes of the Yen clan. She hoped that she could get the result she wanted. She didn't want all her efforts to be in vain. Ling Xiao quietly held Xia Xuanxuan's hand, and a trace of gentle energy was transferred to her. Xia Xianxian only felt a sense of security that she had never felt before. She glanced at Ling Xiao and felt that with her big brother here, there wouldn't be any problems. Yan Shaokong pondered for a long time before asking faintly, "Can you really take out the fire primordial stone?" "That depends on whether the Yan clan has other types of primordial stones," Ling Xiao calmly replied. When he heard Yan Shaokong's words, he knew that everything would be much easier to negotiate. "Alright, if you have the primordial stone, we will think of a way to exchange it with you. However, the Thousand Beasts Alliance must compensate us with 50 billion divine gems and more than 1,000 divine grasses. If you don't agree to this condition, even if we start a war now, the Yan clan will not take even half a step back," Yan Shaokong said resolutely. The Yan clan's face could not be lost. The Thousand Beasts Alliance must give them an explanation. Otherwise they would rather fight to the end. This was where the dignity of the Yan clan lay. Yan Shaokong proposed this to save a little face and to give them a way out of this embarrassing situation. If Ling Xiao did not agree to this, then today's negotiation would end here. Ling Xiao also knew that Yan Shaokong had already reached his limit. If he still did not know what was good for him, then he would have gone too far today. "We don't have 50 billion divine gems and 1,000 divine grasses anymore," Ling Xiao said faintly. When he said this, the Yan clan members all released their auras and were ready to attack at any time. However, Ling Xiao continued to say, "I wonder if we can use these things to replace them?" As Ling Xiao spoke, a parasol fruit, a parasol tree branch, a parasol tree leaf, and several fire meteorites appeared in his hands. The divine parasol tree was full of treasures. These three things were definitely supreme divine materials. Although there was a gap between them and Yan Shaokong's proposal, it was enough with those fire meteorites. The eyes of the Yan clan members all turned red because they recognized that these were the supreme treasures of the divine parasol tree. To supreme martial artists like them who cultivated in the fire attribute, this was definitely an incredible divine object. As for Yan Yi, when he saw those huge fire meteorites, his eyes were also filled with desire. These were enough for him to refine many divine artifacts. Even if they were used to refine ancient divine artifacts, it would be more than enough. "Great-grandfather, since this little friend is so tactful, I think we should just do it," Yan Yi said. As a high-level supreme martial artist, he had encountered quite a number of fire meteorites in the outer realms. However, it was rare to see a fire meteorite that had been tempered in the nirvana space without any impurities. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it a fire meteorite essence stone. In addition, the parasol tree branch could also be used to refine an extraordinary ancient divine weapon. At this time Yan Qianba said, "I also agree with Elder Yi. After all, this little friend is a supreme divine alchemist. We have to give him face." Yan Qianba had his eyes on the parasol fruit. It could bring the dead back to life after nirvana and achieve the miraculous effect of breaking and establishing. It would definitely give him a chance to directly break through to the high-level supreme martial artist realm. However, not only did he have his eyes on the parasol fruit, even Yan Shaokong himself had his eyes on it. He had been stuck at the peak of the mid-level supreme martial artist realm for a long time. If he took the risk and went through nirvana, his strength would definitely improve. All the hidden injuries in his body would be improved, and it would not be impossible for him to go to the next level. This time Yan Shaokong was already tempted. Those dead divine kings in his clan could no longer be resurrected, and he could still advance and strengthen the Yan clan. If he did not agree, then he would have missed this opportunity. After all, there was only one of the 9 great divine trees, and there would not be a repeat appearance. In other words, only Ling Xiao could take out these parasol divine objects. It was impossible for others to do so, unless they could find the existence of the parasol divine tree. However, if they could find it, they would have found it long ago. There was no need to wait until now. That was an opportunity that could only be encountered and not forced. Yan Shaokong swallowed his saliva and replied, "Little friend is indeed forthright. I accept your Thousand Beast Alliance's request for peace." With a way out of this embarrassing situation, the Yan clan's reputation would be preserved. Then this matter would end here. Alright, I also believe that the words of the Yan clan members are true to their word. I hope that all the misunderstandings between your race and the Thousand Beast Alliance will be written off. Even if we can't be friends, it's best that we don't become enemies," Ling Xiao said as he sent the divine item in his hand towards Yan Shaokong. He was not worried that the Yan clan would go back on their words. Otherwise, if this matter was spread out, it would be a big blow to the Yan clan's reputation. Moreover, he took out these divine objects not only to solve the Thousand Beast Alliance's problem, but also to build a good relationship with the Yan clan. After all, the Yan clan's power was extraordinary. After all, it was better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Yan Shaokong put away all the divine objects. His stern face turned into a warm smile as he said, "Little friend, you are really brave. Today's matter will be written off. From now on, you are a friend of the Yan clan. I wonder if you have the guts to come to our Yan clan for a talk." The incipient God Realm experts of the Yan clan all looked at Ling Xiao. They all wanted to see if Ling Xiao had the guts to accept. After all, just a moment ago they were clearly enemies. Now they had become friends. However, whether it was true or not, no one knew. This was also the time to test Ling Xiao's guts. Xia Xianxian, who was standing next to Ling Xiao, pulled his hand and shook her head. Her face was full of worry. Ling Xiao didn't care about her expression. He immediately smiled and said, "Why wouldn't I dare?" Chapter 1453. Ling Xiao was bold and skillful. He dared to fight against the Fire Clan, which proved this point. Moreover, he had calculated meticulously. He had led the level 11 holy beasts here and acted as if he didn't care about anything else. He had forced the Fire Clan into a passive situation. There weren't many young men like him who were brave and resourceful. Under the watchful eyes of the Fire Clan's incipient God Realm experts, Ling Xiao talked to Xia Xianxian for a while. Then he flew towards the Fire Clan's supremes alone. "Big brother, take care. I'm going back to tell my grandfather the good news." Xia Xianxian hesitated for a while and said to Ling Xiao. Then she took the vermilion bird and the level 11 holy beasts and left Yan City. Ling Xiao didn't let Xia Xianxian come to the Thousand Beast Alliance as a guest. This was a precaution. However, the Fire Clan Supremes couldn't say anything. After all, it was only Ling Xiao who had agreed to come to their clan as a guest. It wasn't the Thousand Beast Alliance's holy daughter who had agreed. Today the relationship between these two forces had just eased. It was good that they didn't have anything to do with each other. Ling Xiao would be the middleman to resolve this grudge. Of course, on the surface, Ling Xiao was still standing on the side of the Thousand Beasts Alliance. After all, his actions today had indeed caused the Yan clan to lose a great deal of face. Yet, he still dared to walk over to the side of those honorable elders of the Yan clan. The Supremes of the Fire Clan were enraged. They wanted to attack Ling Xiao. However, before Yan Shaokong said anything, they didn't dare to do anything. Just now Ling Xiao offended me. I didn't have a choice. Ling Xiao hereby apologizes to all of you. Ling Xiao clasped his hands and apologized to the Supremes of the Fire Clan. Since the final battle between the two forces had been resolved, Ling Xiao didn't mind losing face. What a promising young man. I originally thought that little Yang, whom I nurtured, was already very outstanding and would have the chance to take over my position in the future. Now, it seems that little friend Ling has taken over the position of us old farts in advance. Yan Shaokong looked at the approaching Ling Xiao and said with infinite emotion. He looked at Ling Xiao's Medicine Alliance's elder robe and the divine apothecary badge hanging on his neck. When he recalled what Yin Yang had said before, perhaps this young man really had the right to be on equal footing with him. Sir Alchemist Yin has been famous for many years, how can juniors like us compare? Ling Xiao respectfully said. Yan Shaokong was quite satisfied with Ling Xiao's attitude. He didn't say much and immediately sent out an invitation. It's my Yan clan's fortune to be able to meet such a hero like little friend. Please come to my Yan clan for a chat. After saying that, Yan Shaokong took the lead and flew in the direction of the Flame Clan's land. The others followed closely behind. Only Yin Yang stayed behind and came to Ling Xiao's side and said, "Brother Ling Xiao, you really scared me to death. I thought you wanted to become enemies with our Yan clan, but I lost a friend like you." Ling Xiao laughed and said, "I don't want to either. If it wasn't for the fact that Xianxian is my sister, I wouldn't have gotten involved in the muddy waters between your two families. Nothing is more important than my own life." Yin Yang nodded and said, "Actually, I don't want my family to become enemies with the Thousand Beast Alliance. This result is already the best." After pausing for a moment he said, "Let's go and stay in my family for a few days. We can exchange pointers on alchemy." "Alright, as long as your family has good wine and good meat, it's not a problem for me not to leave," Ling Xiao joked. "Of course, I'm just afraid that you'll get tired of it." Yin Yang laughed. The Fire Clan's land was covered with the inescapable net of the incipient God Realm experts. Ordinary Supremes who wanted to break their airspace would be attacked by these restrictions. The Fire Clan's land was completely different from the Kim people's land and the Barbarian tribe's land. The latter's land was much more simple and crude. However, the Fire Clan's land was filled with majestic buildings that looked extremely luxurious. It was like another city with people coming and going. It was extremely lively and bustling. At the same time, they had set up many empty spaces for martial practice and also used many of them to grow spirit herbs. Ling Xiao followed Yan Yang to the Fire Clan's guest house first. This was the place where the Fire Clan received their distinguished guests. Obviously, they had temporarily put down their prejudice against Ling Xiao and agreed to Ling Xiao's conditions. They would no longer be enemies with the Thousand Beast Alliance. Since Ling Xiao had the incipient god realm and he had the god of medicine's identity, whether his identity was real or not, the Fire Clan thought that Ling Xiao could stand on the same level as any of the supremes in their clan since he had brought so many level 11 holy beasts with the holy daughter. Moreover, Yan Xiaokang had come here personally to receive Ling Xiao. The other elders didn't dare to be arrogant. They all wanted to come and accompany him. However, Yan Xiaokang only asked Yan Yi, Yan Qianba, Yan Yang and the current master of the Fire Clan, Yan Kongwen, Mao Lidong and a few others to stay. Of course, good wine and good meat were served at the banquet. Although Ling Xiao had offended the Fire Clan, he was good at socializing. He was neither servile nor overbearing to the people here. He talked happily with them. The members of the Fire Clan also started to try to find out Ling Xiao's identity among the Kim people. When Ling Xiao told them the names of the elders in the clan, they believed that Ling Xiao's position in the Kim people wasn't low. The members of the Fire Clan started to believe that if Ling Xiao was really the god of medicine, he was qualified to represent the Kim people to build a good relationship with the Fire Clan alliance. He was also qualified to improve the relationship between the Fire Clan and the Medicine League. After all, when the incipient God Realm experts went to the foreign space battlefield, they would meet them from anywhere. That was the battlefield of the incipient God Realm experts. If they could have a good relationship with the two big forces, it would be good for them. Moreover, the Fire Clan had all kinds of deals with the super forces. The other side had something they wanted and the Fire Clan had something the other side wanted. As long as they had a good relationship, they could trade with each other. It was a good thing for them. Moreover, the Fire Clan understood these things. They didn't care about what Ling Xiao had done today. Moreover, they had made a big fuss to go to the Thousand Beast Alliance to fight for the Genesis Stone. If Ling Xiao could take out the Genesis Stone to trade, they would achieve their goal. They wouldn't have to suffer any losses. It would be the best outcome. At first, they wanted to attack the Thousand Beast Alliance with all of their forces because they couldn't swallow their anger. At the same time, they wanted to show the prestige of the number one ancient clan. However, in front of absolute benefits they could put it aside for now. Anyway, the bargaining chip that Ling Xiao had just taken out was unique. It was enough to move all of them. The only problem now was how to trade with Ling Xiao for the Genesis Stone. After 3 rounds of wine, Yan Xiaokang went straight to the main topic. Little friend Ling Xiao, can you really decide on the Genesis Stone? I'm afraid that old man Dugu won't agree, right? He felt that the Genesis Stone should be with Dugu Jin. He was afraid that Ling Xiao was just bluffing. Lord Alchemist Yan, I dare to say this because I have confidence, Ling Xiao replied. Then what do you want to trade? Yan Xiaokang asked. Then he added, I will give you 3 Supreme God pellets. How about it? Ling Xiao shook his head. Lord Alchemist Yan, Supreme God pellets are not bad. However, I can refine them myself if I have the materials. I don't need them. He paused for a while and said, I only have one request. If you have any other attribute Genesis Stone, I will trade with you. Ling Xiao had more than one Genesis Stone. He had 2. He could use the smaller one to trade for another type of Genesis Stone. Although he was reluctant, for his ancestors' life, for the future of the Shenling continent, he had to bear the pain. The Yan clan people heard Ling Xiao's confident tone and knew that Ling Xiao wasn't lying. Moreover, Ling Xiao was right. The value of the Genesis Stone was too high. Besides the Genesis Stones that could be exchanged, only a few extinct treasures in this world could be as valuable as the Genesis Stone. Therefore, if the Yan clan wanted his Genesis Stone, they had to take out a different attribute Genesis Stone. Yan Yi faintly smiled. Little friend, aren't you afraid that we will rob you? As a high-level Supreme Master, Yan Yi naturally had the right to say such words. Ling Xiao faintly smiled and said, I believe that the Yan clan won't do such a thing to their guest. He paused for a while and said, however, since I dared to come to your Yan clan as a guest, I'm naturally prepared. Some things are better left unsaid. Haha, little friend Ling is indeed extraordinary. This ability to remain calm, this courage is truly not something that anyone can compare with. Come, I offer you 3 cups of wine. Yan Yi said with a bright smile. Then he drank 3 cups of wine in a row to show his gratitude to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao immediately drank 3 cups and didn't take Yan Ye's words to heart. He dared to come here, so he was naturally prepared. Moreover, with his strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to protect himself. Yan Shaokong hesitated for a while and said, "Can I exchange any attribute Genesis stone with you?" Ling Xiao happily looked at Yan Shaokong and said, "That's right, any attribute is fine." "Alright, I have an Earth attribute Genesis stone here. I will exchange with you. Come with me," Yan Shaokong said in a deep voice. After saying that, he stood up and walked out of the house, preparing to bring Ling Xiao to get the Earth attribute Genesis stone. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He immediately stood up and followed behind Yan Shaokong. After a long while, Ling Xiao followed Yan Shaokong to another place. After that, he was temporarily stopped by the members of the Flame Clan and asked to wait here. Ling Xiao didn't mind. As long as Yan Shaokong could get the Earth attribute Genesis stone, it was fine. Not long after, Ling Xiao sensed a boundless power surging in that direction. The power of the Earth attribute spread out in front of him, causing the entire world to tremble. Many people in the surroundings were alarmed by the commotion. The direct descendants of the Yen race were mostly fire elemental martial practitioners, but some of the imperial tribute elders and branch disciples that they had recruited were also Earth elemental. They lived nearby. It would be strange if they weren't surprised that there was a change in the power here. However, after they heard the other elders' orders, they all quieted down. Chapter 1454. Yan Shaokong was the supreme alchemy god and the Fire Clan was the #1 ancient clan in the Heaven Sparrow territory. Naturally, they had some hidden resources. They had gotten this Earth Genesis Source Stone since a long time ago. They had been waiting to see who had the Fire Genesis Source Stone to exchange for it. Unfortunately, even if someone had a Fire Genesis Stone, they wouldn't trade it. Only those Earth Supremes who needed the Earth Genesis Stone would be willing to trade. Since they couldn't trade for this Earth Genesis Stone, they simply left it for the elders and the disciples of the branch families to use for cultivation. However, this Earth Genesis Stone wasn't very useful to their clan. It could even be considered as a chicken rib. Now that Ling Xiao had the Fire Genesis Stone, Yan Shaokong naturally wanted to trade it immediately. The Earth Genesis Stone was much bigger than the Fire Genesis Stone that Ling Xiao had. It didn't look any different from an ordinary rock, but with a closer look, one would find that there were strange markings on this Earth Genesis Stone that seemed to be formed naturally. It constantly absorbed the Earth Genesis Stone with a heavy aura. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He had obtained 2 Genesis Stones in one trip to the Heaven Sparrow territory. This was a great harvest. Previously, he wanted to trade for an Earth Genesis Stone with the barbarian tribe, but they refused. Now he obtained it from the Fire Clan. This was a great turn of events. Yan Shaokong readily took out the Earth Genesis Stone and looked at Ling Xiao. "Take out your Genesis Stone. Don't tell me that you didn't bring it with you." Yan Shaokong was determined to get the Fire Genesis Stone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken out the Earth Genesis Stone right away. "Sir Alchemy God Yan is really straightforward." Ling Xiao replied and took out the small Genesis Stone that he had obtained. Yan Shaokong, Yan Yi, and the others saw this Fire Genesis Stone and their eyes immediately lit up with joy. Although this Genesis Stone was a little smaller than their Earth-class Genesis Stone, it was much bigger than the one they had in their clan. If the 2 Genesis Stones were placed together, it could make the Fire-class power of the Fire Clan even thicker. This was a great treasure to the half-incipient God Realm experts who wanted to break through to the Supreme Realm. However, Yan Shaokong was a cunning old fox. He suppressed his impulse and said to Ling Xiao, "Your Genesis Stone is much smaller than mine. Our Fire Clan is at a disadvantage." Ling Xiao chuckled, "Yeah, I also think that my Genesis Stone is a bit unpresentable. I can't take it out on this Genesis Stone anymore. Clan will exchange it later if I find another Genesis Stone of the same size." Who was Ling Xiao? How could he be controlled by Yan Shaokong? As expected, the moment he said this, Yan Shaokong immediately changed his words and said, forget it. I'll befriend you, little friend Ling. Our Yan clan will suffer a bit in exchange with you." Then he gave the Earth Element Genesis Stone to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled and immediately sent his Fire Genesis Source Stone to Yan Shaokong. The two of them received the Genesis Stone and laughed cheerfully. After that, Ling Xiao temporarily stayed in the Yan clan. Yan Shaokong seemed to have the intention to test whether Ling Xiao was the alchemy god or not. He even specially proposed to spar with Ling Xiao in alchemy. It would have been better if they didn't exchange pointers, but after they did, he realized that Ling Xiao's understanding of alchemy was not inferior to him, the famous supreme alchemy god. Ling Xiao's techniques were even more unfathomable and more perfect than him. This time he was completely convinced that Ling Xiao was the supreme alchemy god. From that moment on, all members of the Yan clan regarded Ling Xiao as their distinguished guest. He also treated Ling Xiao as an equal. To show his sincerity, Yan Xiaokang gave Ling Xiao some supreme materials. He hoped that after Ling Xiao returned to the Kim people and the Medicine Union, he would mention the friendly alliance. Of course Ling Xiao agreed. He believed that the Kim people and the Medicine Union wouldn't mind if he could befriend a force like the Yan clan. Ling Xiao stayed in the Yan clan for half a month and then said goodbye. He had to return to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. Although Yan Xiaokang had asked him to stay, Ling Xiao had made up his mind, so he didn't force him anymore. Ling Xiao left the Yan clan. With his current speed he didn't need the space formation. He could directly shuttle through space. His speed was much faster than the space formation. This was the real power of a supreme incipient God realm expert who had left the mortal body. If a supreme incipient God realm expert wanted to go to another area, even if he didn't use the territory entrance, he could go through the space passage. At this moment Ling Xiao was very happy. When he returned he could ask Dugu Jin for a reward. At that time, it wouldn't be too much to extort some supreme materials from him, right? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little proud. After all, supreme divine materials were too hard to come by for him. These were all things that could only be encountered in the outer realm. After he dealt with all his problems, he might have to wander around the outer realm and experience the true sky universe world. However, as soon as Ling Xiao left the Yan clan's territory, he found that someone was following him. Ling Xiao frowned and said, "Could it be that the Yan clan wants to deal with me after I leave? It shouldn't be." Ling Xiao could feel that the two experts chasing him were at the supreme incipient God realm. However, they were at the same level as him, so they weren't enough to pressure him. Ling Xiao sneered and mumbled, "Harrow that comes to my door. Let me have a good practice." After he had reached the supreme incipient God realm, he had only dealt with 2 level 11 flaming beasts in the Nirvana space. He hadn't fought a supreme incipient God realm expert yet. Today was a good chance. He had to cherish it. Ling Xiao didn't even think about it. He immediately dashed out of the 9 heavens. His current monstrous body was already comparable to a peak low-grade ancient god artifact. Those barriers were nothing to him, and the astral winds and turbulence outside the 9 heavens wouldn't hurt him at all. The two people chasing after Ling Xiao discovered that Ling Xiao had suddenly rushed out of the outer realm, so they also rushed out. After Ling Xiao flew out, he didn't leave but waited for the two experts. Ling Xiao had met them once, but he didn't pay much attention to them because they weren't members of the Yan clan. They were the supreme incipient God realm experts that the Yan clan had invited to help them. One of them was a peak low-grade supreme expert while the other had just entered the supreme realm not long ago. His realm wasn't stable yet. They were called Huyu and Yen Donggao. Huyu had a medium build and average looks, but he had a thick black beard on his face, making him look like a powerful and ferocious man. He used to be a genius from a powerful faction, but he was harmed by some villains and was expelled from his sect. Later on, he obtained a fortuitous encounter, and became one of the 1,000 divine kings that shook the world for a period of time. At that time he returned to his sect and killed all the people who had tried to harm him, and his name began to spread far and wide. Yen Donggao was an older generation figure from a large faction in the Tianke domain, and he had spent all of his foundation to break through to the Great Master stage. It was impossible for him to rely on his own Tianbin pill to break through to the next level, so he had joined the Yan clan's crusade against the Thousand Beast Alliance, in hopes of obtaining the supreme god pellet that Yan Xiaokang had concocted for him, so that his strength could reach the next level. The reason why they had come to find Ling Xiao was because they were supreme experts who cultivated Earth class. Their target was the Earth class Genesis stone that Ling Xiao had obtained. Of course, they had heard this news from the Yan clan's people. Originally, this news couldn't be spread out. However, Yin Xiaolong didn't have a good impression of Ling Xiao. Thus, when Huyu and Yen Donggao asked about it, he told them the news and even instigated them to attack Ling Xiao. "Why are the two of you chasing me?" Ling Xiao crossed his arms in front of his chest and calmly asked the two of them. Huyu smiled faintly and said, "We just want to make friends with you. As long as you give us something, I, Huyu, will treat you as a brother in the future. How about it?" "Oh, what do you need?" "As long as I have it, I will try my best to satisfy your needs." Ling Xiao replied. "Give us the Genesis stone you obtained from the Yan clan. Since you don't cultivate Earth class, it won't be of much use to you. We can give you some supreme divine materials and divine crystals as compensation. How about it?" Yen Donggao smiled from the side. At the same time, he and Hu Yu had separated and surrounded Ling Xiao from two different directions. It seemed that if Ling Xiao didn't agree, they would immediately attack him. Ling Xiao frowned. He didn't expect these two to come for the Earth-class Genesis Stone. When he exchanged the Genesis Stone with the Yen clan, besides a few supreme experts of the Yen clan, no one else was there. Unexpectedly, this news still spread. He was sure that there were people in the Yen clan who didn't want him to take the Genesis Stone away easily. Ling Xiao sneered and said, "If you want my Genesis Stone, sure. You can exchange it with other Genesis Stones. It seems that you still don't understand our intention. Hand over the Genesis Stone and we will let you go. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless." Hu Yu grinned fiendishly. He released the aura of a peak low-level supreme expert and pressed towards Ling Xiao. Yen Donggao also released his aura and locked Ling Xiao. He didn't give Ling Xiao any chance to escape. "Hehe, could it be that you think you can eat me?" Ling Xiao was still calm and unruffled. He wasn't worried at all. These two couldn't pose any threat to him. If he was just a low-level supreme expert at incipient God realm, Hu Yu alone could take him down. After all, he had just entered the Great Master realm. There was still a big gap between him and the peak low-level supreme expert. However, Ling Xiao was the strongest expert in the Heaven territory since the beginning of time. His fighting power wasn't something that Hu Yu and Yen Donggao could imagine. "Seems like you don't want to do it the hard way?" Hu Yu frowned slightly. "Brother Hu, why do you need to talk nonsense with him? Wait for me to take him down." Yen Donggao snorted coldly and took the initiative to attack Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's first battle after he had reached incipient God realm had begun. Chapter 1455. Both Ling Xiao's real body and God soul were at low-level Great Masters. However, his real body was at the initial realm while his God soul was at the peak of low-level Great Masters. One of them was strong while the other was weak. However, he alone was equal to two Great Masters. Moreover, he had the ancient Emperor's divine technique that could increase his fighting competence dozens of times. If someone wanted to attack him, they would have to be at a higher realm than him. Otherwise, they would never be able to stop him. However, Hu Yu and Yen Donggao thought that Ling Xiao was just a beginner venerable master, and he had lost the support of the 11th level Saint Beasts of the Thousand Beast Alliance. Wouldn't the two of them be more than enough to take him down? Yen Donggao didn't have a good temper. He didn't put Ling Xiao, a kid who was still wet behind the ears, in his eyes. He thought that the reason why Ling Xiao could reach the initial realm was that he had received an incredible inheritance. Moreover, he had just reached the initial realm, so his fighting competence shouldn't be that high. Yen Donggao had reached the incipient God realm dozens of years ago. His realm wasn't stable and his aura was much weaker than Ling Xiao's. However, he didn't see this point clearly. Even a half-incipient God realm expert's attack was earth-shaking. It wasn't something a half-incipient God realm expert could compare to. Yen Donggao thrust both of his palms. Immediately, a large number of stone thorns appeared in front of him. Those terrifying stone thorns turned into a rain of thorns that bombarded Ling Xiao. These stone spikes covered an area of tens of thousands of kilometers, or even hundreds of thousands of kilometers. It was enough to destroy dozens of cities. This was just the power of a supreme incipient God realm expert. Ling Xiao's fighting spirit rose. With two opponents at the same realm, it was a good chance for him to test his skills. He just hoped that they wouldn't be defeated that quickly. Ling Xiao didn't increase his fighting competence. He directly wielded the first move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven Extinguishing Secret Art to confront Yen Donggao. The golden dragon roared for millions of miles. Its majestic aura that could swallow mountains and rivers was incomparably domineering. Rumble. Rumble. The towering golden dragon's body directly shattered the many stone spikes. The terrifying dragon roar and the dragon's palm rushed towards Yen Donggao. Yen Donggao was first dizzy from the sound wave, but those golden dragon palm shadows had already arrived in front of him in an instant. They struck his body, causing his divine body to cave in and blood to spurt out. Yen Donggao screamed again and again as his body was sent flying. Hu Yu was immediately alarmed. Without any hesitation, he made his move. An earth-spiked dragon instantly charged towards Ling Xiao's back. The huge dragon mouth swallowed Ling Xiao, intending to kill Ling Xiao in one move. Hu Yu's strength was several times stronger than Rockingham's, so his attacks were naturally more threatening than Rockingham's. A mere earth-spiked dragon dares to flaunt its prowess in front of me? You're overestimating yourself. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. His figure flashed, and another wave of golden dragon palm strikes was sent out. The golden dragon's imposing manner was formidable. When it collided with the earth-spiked dragon, it also caused a terrifying commotion. Fortunately, they were in the outer domain. There was no need to worry about the splashing power destroying any boundary. Ling Xiao's golden dragon's aura was extremely vigorous. It directly broke through Hu Yu's earth-spiked dragon and continued roaring towards Hu Yu. However, Hu Yu didn't stop there. He waved both his fists at the same time, and several more earth-spiked dragons pounced from all directions. Another 2 earth-spiked dragons charged towards Ling Xiao, containing the impact of countless rocks. Ling Xiao's fighting spirit soared as he met the incoming attacks head-on. He killed all of the earth-spiked dragons and destroyed the rocks that were blocking the way. It was true that Ling Xiao didn't increase his competence. Anyway, his body was abnormal, so he could deal with Hu Yu's power at the peak of Great Realm. However, he looked a little helter-skelter under the impact. After all, it was Hu Yu's origin of the universe. The power it contained was extremely domineering. Hu Yu looked at Ling Xiao, who could deal with his attacks, and roared indignantly, "Struggle before death. Prepare to die." He soared up into the sky and hovered above Ling Xiao's head. His bare hands pulled out more than 10 flows of chaotic space energy. Countless rocks poured out from the space slits. The attacks of the incipient God Realm experts were real, and those rocks were real. They weren't just illusions. Their impact was so tremendous that it could destroy a large area and fill the vast sea. Hu Yu was going all out. He was going to kill Ling Xiao with all his might. Rock Dong Gao didn't stay idle either. He attacked from the side and blocked all of Ling Xiao's escape routes. He didn't give Ling Xiao any chance to escape. However, at this moment Ling Xiao changed his attack. The 4th move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying secret art, Burning Sun, Breaking Sun. Giant fists as bright as the sun dashed over. One fist was filled with flames that could burn the sky, while the other fist was filled with torrential fighting will to break the sun. In the void of outer space, a dazzling and domineering energy burst out, destroying all the rocks that were bombarding them. Ling Xiao didn't increase his fighting competence, but his Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying secret art could shake the peak of Low Realm. When he was at the half-incipient God Realm, he had used the Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying secret art to deal with the level 11 holy beasts. He had even fought with the barbarian tribe supremes, and he wasn't defeated easily. It was enough to show the terrifying power of the Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying secret art. Hu Yu and Iwo Dong Gao, whose faces were filled with pain from the force that shot out, were incomparably shocked. "He's so powerful. We can't hold back anymore. Kill him as soon as possible." Hu Yu screamed at Rock Dong Gao and increased his power to attack Ling Xiao. The earth-spiked dragons were incomparably ferocious. Rocks and stones kept crashing around, completely submerging the area where Ling Xiao was. Rock Dong Gao also brought out countless stone thorns. Those sharp thorns could definitely pierce through anything and destroy everything. The 2 low-level Great Masters' energies overlapped. The strong wind in the area was blown away, and the turbulent rocks were forced to fly far away. Good timing. Facing the earth-shattering power, Ling Xiao's warlike blood boiled to the extreme. He roared and punched again with his fiery fists. Boom boom boom. The berserk destructive power continued to clash, and countless turbulent flows of energy collided with each other. The resulting shockwaves grew larger and larger. If this happened in the Earth domain, it would definitely destroy a large area, causing the deaths of tens of thousands of civilians and martial artists. It was also the reason why the incipient God Realm experts couldn't take action in the Heaven territory. Even if they had to fight to the death, they couldn't destroy the habitat of the human clan. It was the same as destroying the future of their descendants. No warrior would tolerate that. More incipient God Realm experts would come to kill the one who broke the rules. The commotion caused by the battle between the 3 of them was extremely great, but in the boundlessly vast universe of the Outer Realm, it seemed to be slightly insignificant. Hu Yu and Rock Dong Gao were more frightened as they fought. They thought that they could defeat Ling Xiao easily. They didn't expect that Ling Xiao's fighting will was so terrifying. Moreover, his elemental powers were too much for them to handle. They regretted chasing after Ling Xiao. However, they had to brace themselves to kill Ling Xiao and take the Genesis Stone. Ling Xiao had more or less figured out the strength of these 2 people. They kept using these kinds of attacks back and forth. They were out of tricks. It was time for Ling Xiao to counterattack. Ling Xiao urged the power of the origin of the universe. He gathered the origin energy of the chaotic space basin around him. Countless green vines and flowers appeared. There was also the Gold Wolf King, the Fire Qilin, the Golden Dragon, the True Dragon, the Hailstorm, the Cold Wind, the Volcanic Crater. All of them were created by his origin energy. They carried the aura of the antiquity time and flew towards Hu Yu and Rock Dong Gao. Swoosh, swoosh, brr, brr. King God Realm experts could use their god power to create things. However, the objects created by incipient God Realm experts were more realistic. It wasn't easy for warriors under the Great Realm to distinguish them. Hu Yu and Rock Dong Gao were shocked when they saw all kinds of objects with different powers. They knew that it was the power of Ling Zhao's origin of the universe, but it was too terrifying. The green vines grew crazily towards them. Countless man-eating flowers appeared out of thin air and tried to swallow them. They quickly counterattacked and smashed the green vines' man-eating flowers. However, they didn't seem to be able to destroy them. Soon they grew again. Moreover, the mutant Wolf King and the two divine beasts attacked them from the side. Their powers could be compared to the level 11 existences. The hailstorm blew with the cold wind and the volcanic crater exploded like a natural disaster. 5 kinds of powers bombarded them. These powers weren't something that Ling Zhao's illusions when he was at the Celestial Master or Emperor Xin could compare to. Hu Yu and Rock Dong Gao had tried their best to defend. As they had the Earth class, they thought that not many warriors at the same realm could break their defense. However, Ling Zhao's powers were terrifyingly strong. The green vines directly pierced their mountain walls. The Wolf King and the two divine beasts directly broke their defense. The other powers followed and continued to ravage their god bodies. They tried their best to resist, but they were still wounded and bleeding. They looked helter-skelter. They were so scared. They knew that Ling Zhao's power was much stronger than theirs. If it continued, they would be the ones to die. It was like going for wool and coming home shorn. They had suffered a big loss. It was unknown if the two of them had a telepathic connection. After blocking Ling Zhao's attack, they separated and ran away immediately. They didn't feel embarrassed to call themselves incipient God Realm experts, but they ran away like that. It was really disappointing. However, how could Ling Zhao let them do as they wished? If you want to attack me, you should stay and be my puppet. Ling Zhao grinned fiendishly. His god soul clones appeared. His real body and his god soul clones separated and chased after them. This time, Ling Zhao didn't reserve his power anymore. His fighting power was dozens of times higher than before. His wind power was urged fully. He chased after them and bombarded them crazily. Emperor Dragon Sky Destruction Technique, 5th move, Tearing Sky Mad Shadow. In this place where astral winds were rampant, the power of this move was amplified by a lot. It directly blasted Hu Yu and Yen Dong Gao into a state of disorientation. Their divine bodies were damaged again and again, and divine blood splashed everywhere. Chapter 1456. Spare our lives. Rock Dong Gao couldn't stand it anymore. He begged Ling Zhao for mercy. Hu Yu couldn't hold it for long. He had to surrender. We admit defeat. Please spare our lives. Hu Yu and Rock Dong Gao regretted it so much. They didn't think that Ling Zhao could be so outstanding at such a young age. Not only had he reached the supreme incipient God realm, but his fighting competence was also abnormal. He had suppressed them at the same realm. It should be noted that Hu Yu was already at the peak of low-level supreme expert. He was just one step away from entering the new realm and becoming a stronger existence. There was a gap between the new and the old supreme experts. However, it didn't show up in front of Ling Zhao. If they knew that Ling Zhao was so abnormal, they wouldn't dare to mess with him even if they had another supreme expert at the same realm. Would Ling Zhao let them go? The answer was definitely no. Although Ling Zhao always thought that he was a good person, he had never shown mercy to his enemies. Hu Yu and Rock Dong Gao were bombarded by Ling Zhao's real body and god soul clones. Their god bodies exploded again and again. At the supreme incipient god realm, their bodies were very strong. Even if they were destroyed, they could recover in a short time. However, it would consume a lot of god power. Ling Zhao had done this to consume their god power and weaken their god soul power. Then he could control them in one fell swoop. They had delivered 2 excellent puppets to him. Of course, Ling Zhao had to accept them. Now that he had reached the supreme incipient god realm, he needed more helpers to help him search for supreme materials and Genesis stones. At the same time, it was also a way for him to build his own team. It would be more secure for him to travel around the heaven territory or even the outer space. Hu Yu and Rock Dong Gao could feel that Ling Zhao wouldn't let them go. However, they couldn't run away. Ling Zhao's speed and power were many times stronger than theirs. In the end, Ling Zhao had bombarded them many times. Finally, they couldn't resist anymore and were dying. They were in despair and had already accepted their fate. However, who you actually wanted to self-detonate to take Ling Xiao down with him. Unfortunately, before he self-destructed, his soul was first forcibly locked by Ling Xiao's soul-locking curse. That rock god was no exception, and was quickly controlled by Ling Xiao. As he had recruited 2 incipient God Realm experts, Ling Xiao was so happy. With 2 incipient God Realm experts he was more confident. After Ling Xiao accepted the 2 of them, he smiled proudly. Looks like it's still the same as before, it's hard to find an opponent in the same realm. After saying that, he flew back to the Thousand Beast Alliance. Far away in the Thousand Beast Alliance, Dugu Jin had already received the news from Xia Xianxian. At the start, he was very angry that Ling Xiao had brought Xia Xianxian to take such a big risk. If the Yen race really wanted to keep them here, they could forget about escaping. Fortunately, Xia Xianxian had returned safely. Dugu Jin was both surprised and happy. After all, the matter had been resolved perfectly, so what else could he say? However, when Ling Xiao returned, Dugu Jin couldn't help but reprimand Ling Xiao, saying that he shouldn't have taken Xia Xianxian with him and warned him not to do anything similar in the future. Ling Xiao didn't take credit for it. Instead, he lowered his stance and didn't mind whatever Dugu Jin said. After all, respecting the old and loving the young had always been his traditional virtue. In the end, Dugu Jin was also tired of scolding and didn't want to scold Ling Xiao anymore. Instead, he gave Ling Xiao a spatial ring. There were many divine materials inside, including some supreme divine materials. It could be seen that Dugu Jin was still very grateful to Ling Xiao for everything he had done for the Thousand Beast Alliance. Old man, do you have any more divine materials? Do you need me to help you refine some pills? Ling Xiao asked with a smile after putting away the spatial ring. Not for now. The 1,000 pills you gave me last time is enough for those brats to squander for some time. Dugu Jin said with a wave of his hand. Old man, have you thought it through? Do I have to return to Tianyuan territory? Ling Xiao emphasized once again. Go you brat. You're too bold. I can't let Xianxian leave with you. Dugu Jin said. Previously he was only willing to let Xia Xianxian leave him for the battle against the Yen race. Now that the crisis had been resolved, he naturally didn't want Ling Xiao to take Xia Xianxian away. And it's better for Xianxian to stay by your side. In any case, it's very easy for me to come and see her now that I'm a sovereign. Ling Xiao replied softly. It doesn't matter whether you come or not. Dugu Jin seemed to want Ling Xiao to leave as soon as possible, as if he was afraid that Ling Xiao would take Xia Xianxian away. Xia Xianxian said tenderly, Grandpa, don't be in such a hurry to chase Big Brother away. You'll have to beg Big Brother later. Dugu Jin said disdainfully, what a joke. This brat is lucky to have become a sovereign incipient god realm, but he has only just advanced. Why would I ask him for anything? Indeed, Dugu Jin was very surprised that Ling Xiao had broken through to the incipient god realm. At the same time, he was very optimistic about Ling Xiao's future, but it didn't mean that he would pull his subordinates to curry favor with Ling Xiao and let Ling Xiao stay in their Thousand Beast Alliance. Xia Xianxian said with a cunning expression, Grandpa, if I tell you that Big Brother is actually a real supreme alchemist, will you ask him to refine pills for our Beast Alliance? What a joke, even if he is a supreme alchemist. Dugu Jin said disapprovingly. However, before he could finish, his face froze. He looked at Ling Xiao and exclaimed, Little girl, you said that he is already a supreme alchemist? Xia Xianxian chuckled. Her beautiful face was raised high as she said, Of course, don't you know who Big Brother is? He has already become a supreme alchemy god back in the Nirvana space. He is on equal footing with that old fart from the Yen clan. Grandfather, tell me, do you still want to beg Big Brother? In her eyes, it was as if all of Ling Xiao's glory was her glory. Her delicate face was filled with pride. Dugu Jin looked at Ling Xiao, and a warm smile appeared on his stiff and thin face. He then looked at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, you are really something. You actually didn't tell Grandpa that you became a supreme alchemist. Do you think that Grandpa is an outsider? To be honest, when I first saw you, I felt that you were talented, handsome, outstanding, and elegant. You are also Xuanxuan's brother and sister, so I have long treated you as my own grandson. Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian had goosebumps when they heard the old man, who had always been strict with himself, praise them. Ling Xiao said in his heart, When it comes to flattery, this consort is like heaven and earth compared to the old man. Xia Xianxian laughed and said, Ha, Grandpa, you are so thick-skinned. Didn't you say that you didn't want Big Brother to be your grandson? Why did you change your mind now? Dugu Jin said with a righteous expression, How could that be? I've never said anything like that. You must have remembered wrongly. A peerless genius like your big brother is the most suitable to be your brother, that is to say, my godson. I am really defeated by you. This is the first time Grandpa has realized that your eloquence is so good. Xia Xianxian said with a mischievous smile. Dugu Jin felt a little embarrassed and hurriedly waved his hand at Xia Xianxian and said, Go play to the side. I have something to say to your big brother. I was right, didn't I? I said that you would definitely beg big brother for help. Xia Xianxian said to Dugu Jin, then smiled at Ling Xiao and skipped away. This child has been spoiled rotten. Dugu Jin watched as Xia Xianxian left and wiped the sweat from his brow. Then he looked at Ling Xiao with a smile as warm as the spring breeze. My good grandson, why didn't you tell me earlier that you were going to become the supreme alchemy god? You're treating your grandfather like an outsider. If something were to happen to you when you go to the Yan clan. The more Dugu Jin spoke, the more engrossed Ling Xiao became. He couldn't help coughing a few times and said, Cough, cough. Old master, let's take a break for now. I plan to return to the Tianyuan region. How can you be like this? Xianxian doesn't want you to leave. Grandpa also can't bear to part with you. Dugu Jin obviously didn't want Ling Xiao to leave now. The supreme alchemy god was the most respected person in the heaven region. They could refine supreme divinity pills and were the most popular people everywhere. Dugu Jin didn't expect that Ling Xiao would become the supreme alchemy god after breaking through to the supreme divinity stage. This was completely unexpected. Otherwise, when Ling Xiao wanted to call him grandpa, he would have agreed immediately. Now, he had no choice but to forcefully recognize Ling Xiao as his grandson. To have a supreme alchemy god as his grandson, what kind of glory was this? Of course, the most important thing was that he hoped that Ling Xiao would temporarily stay and refine some supreme divinity pills for him. Seeing Dugu Jin's change in attitude, Ling Xiao was speechless. He once again said, Old master, before I leave I will refine some pills for you. However, I still need you to provide the materials. I have no way of taking them out. Dugu Jin immediately nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Of course we will provide the materials, we will provide them. You wait here for me, I'll go prepare immediately. With that, Dugu Jin immediately disappeared on the spot. As a mid-level supreme divinity stage expert, he definitely had a lot of treasures. However, he was thinking about the benefits of the others in the alliance. He planned to gather most of the supreme divinity ingredients and let Ling Xiao refine pills for them. After all, if they missed this opportunity, who knew when Ling Xiao would return to the Wanshou alliance? Watching Dugu Jin leave in a hurry, Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and did not say anything. Anyway, for Xia Xuanxuan's sake, he would definitely refine a few supreme divinity pills for old master Dugu Jin. Otherwise he wouldn't have asked. This could be considered as doing something that was beyond his power for the Wanshou alliance before leaving. In the future, the people of the Wanshou alliance would be one of his allies. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. The supreme alchemy god status is indeed shocking. Even this old master lost his composure. Looks like I have to make good use of him in the future. Chapter 1457. When Dugu Jin returned, he gave Ling Xiao another spatial ring. The divine materials inside really surprised Ling Xiao. As expected of a super force that was on par with the Yan clan. They had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and the resources they possessed were quite rich. Moreover, they were beast tamers who could control many holy beasts in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. It was naturally not difficult for them to obtain all kinds of divine herbs. You can squander the materials here. I only ask that you refine at least 5 Supreme God pellets for me. This should be enough, right? Dugu Jin asked. Each Supreme God pellet required countless divine materials. Dugu Jin did not know the specific recipe, so he gave all these treasures to Ling Xiao. He did not care if he was giving more divine materials to Ling Xiao. He only hoped that these could be exchanged for 5 Supreme God pellets. Ling Xiao looked at the messy piles of materials of various attributes inside, and his eyes lit up. Many of these divine materials were needed for the Supreme God pellets, but there were also many that were not needed. But in terms of quantity and value, it was indeed more than 5 Supreme God pellets. Of course, he could make up for some of the missing divine materials from the Obsidian Divine Cauldron. Since the old man trusts me, then leave these 5 Supreme God pellets to me. Ling Xiao patted his chest and said, Good, if you need anything else just say it. I will definitely not refuse. Dugu Jin said happily. Ling Xiao revealed a slightly embarrassed expression and said, Indeed, I still need some rank 11 beast pellets and some rare spring. You also know that I have just broken through to the Great Master Realm not long ago, so I don't have these kinds of treasures. Dugujin hurriedly replied, Yes, I forgot. I have them here, I'll give them to you now. Thus, Dugujin took out many sacred animal pellets and some rare spring water and handed them over to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked as if he had obtained a treasure. His eyes shone brightly, and his heart was already blooming with joy. What he wanted were those fountains. They were the non-elemental origin spring fluid that could only be generated in the perilous areas. Even the incipient God realm experts were jealous of this divine spring. He never thought that old Master Dugujin would actually have such a big pot. He didn't need so much to refine Supreme God pills, so wouldn't the extra belong to him? Thinking up to this point, Ling Xiao was abnormally excited. He secretly sighed in his heart that he was lucky to be an alchemist. This was really popular. Ling Xiao didn't delay any longer and immediately had Dugujin find an excellent place in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. Opening up a new cave dwelling, he entered the state of refining pills. The time needed to refine the Supreme God pellets was much longer than ordinary divine pellets. It would take at least half a month to condense a batch of pellets. Not a single mistake could be allowed during this period of time because the slightest carelessness or mistake in any of the processes would cause the destruction of numerous rare divine materials. In general, refining Supreme God pellets required power, tenbin, patience, and endurance. If any of these were missing, it would be difficult to succeed. Ling Xiao had already successfully refined Supreme God pellets in the Nirvana space. Naturally, he had the confidence to successfully refine Supreme God pellets. He didn't want to waste those divine materials. It would be painful for him. Supreme God pellets were originally nature-defying pellets. They were mixed with several nature-defying divine materials. When they condensed into pellets, the phenomenon condensed above the 10,000 Beast Mountain range was extremely terrifying. All the spiritual beasts in the mountain range were so scared that they fled in a panic. Countless forces from the phenomenon rushed towards the place where Ling Xiao was refining pellets. The destructive power was like a full-force attack from a supreme being. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had asked Dugujin to set up a defensive barrier to isolate the forces from the phenomenon. Otherwise, it would have been a big threat to him. Above the mountain range, two figures hovered in the air. They didn't seem to be afraid of these forces at all. They were the two incipient God realm experts of the 10,000 Beast Alliance, Dugujin and Ma Yanquan. Senior brother, your kid is so monstrous. Why don't you let him stay and work for our 10,000 Beast Alliance? Ma Yanquan asked urgently. If their 10,000 Beast Alliance had another Supreme God alchemist, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. They could definitely surpass the Yen clan. Some things can't be forced. This kid is a real dragon in this world. How can our 10,000 Beast Alliance trap him? Dugujin said quietly with a penetrating gaze. Ma Yanquan didn't notice it. He was still looking at the mountain in the distance. That girl Xian Xian isn't young anymore. It's time for her to get married. Her beauty is unparalleled. She's a good match for that kid. There are some things that you and I can't just take for granted. We have to make them feel that both parties are willing. Xian Xian treats that kid better than I do. She doesn't mind, but the problem is that the kid only treats Xian Xian as his little sister. Dugujin said with some emotion. Then he added, actually it's good that they are like this. In this long journey of life, they don't necessarily need to be cultivation partners to care for each other. Ma Yanquan thought for a while. Then he smiled and said, Senior brother, you're really insightful. In the mountain cave, Ling Xiao's upper body was naked. He was sweating profusely as if he was having a hard time. Refining sovereign divine grade pellets is truly tiring. Ling Xiao sighed as he stored the sovereign divine pellets that he had already refined. Although he could refine these supreme divine pellets, the amount of energy needed to refine the supreme divine grade pellets that were about to become demons and the rank 11 beast pellets that were filled with violent energy was astonishing. It was not something that an ordinary supreme being could endure. It was no wonder that even if there were divine alchemists who became supreme being incipient God realm, it would still be difficult for them to become alchemists. For an ordinary alchemist to reach this step, their strength would need to be at least at the middle stage of the supreme being realm. Only then would they be able to endure the consumption of energy to refine supreme divine grade pellets. Even with Ling Xiao's extraordinary strength, the supreme divine pellets he condensed were not like ordinary divine pellets that could be condensed at once. He could only condense one, and the pellet did not reach the ideal level of perfection that he wanted. It was enough to show that it was not easy to become a supreme being alchemist god. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had the inheritance of the supreme being alchemist god, which allowed him to avoid many detours. Furthermore, his own strength was not something that could be achieved by ordinary people. After Ling Xiao refined one pellet, he did not immediately continue. He had to rest for a day or two to adjust his condition before refining the next pellet. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Ling Xiao had finally refined the 5 supreme divine pellets that Dugu Jin had requested. He also refined another 2 supreme divine pellets for himself in case of emergencies. It was a pity that although there were many leftovers from the divine materials that Dugu Jin had given him, he was still missing a few supreme divine grade pellets. Otherwise, he would have wanted to refine a few more to increase the strength of his puppets. It would also be good for him to rely on. However, although the supreme divine pellets were heaven-defying, if one wanted to use them to advance to the next level, he would have to reach the late or peak of the previous level before he could break through. For example, Huyu, who was a low-level supreme being, would definitely be able to advance to the next level after taking a supreme divine pellet. But for someone like Yen Donggao, who had just entered the supreme being realm, it was almost impossible for him to advance to the next level after taking a supreme divine pellet. At most, he would only be able to reach the low-level supreme being realm. This was not to say that the supreme divine pellets were not effective. It was just that after reaching the supreme being stage, the amount of energy needed to advance to the next level was enormous. One supreme divine pellet would not allow them to easily advance to the next level. Furthermore, each type of advancement pellet could only be taken once. The second time it was taken, it would no longer have any divine effect. Ling Xiao walked out of the cave residence with satisfaction. He could finally return to the Tianyuan domain after completing his mission. He wanted to return to the Medicine Alliance to exchange for the God's Badge first. Because of Xia Xuanxuan's existence in the Thousand Beasts Alliance, Ling Xiao had treated the Thousand Beasts Alliance quite well. Not only did he stop the Yen clan's allied forces from attacking, he even helped them refine the supreme divine pellets. The Thousand Beasts Alliance could not help but remember his kindness. Hence, when Ling Xiao handed the supreme divine pellets to Dugu Jin brought Ling Xiao to the Thousand Beasts Alliance's headquarters and gathered all the Saint Beast Masters and above. He solemnly announced that Ling Xiao would forever be a distinguished guest of the Thousand Beasts Alliance. He also introduced Ma Yanquan, Shen Kunbeo and a few other Supreme Being cultivators to Ling Xiao. Dugu Jin's actions were firstly to rope in Ling Xiao and raise Ling Xiao's reputation. Secondly, it was to ensure that the Thousand Beasts Alliance would respect Ling Xiao the next time they met. Of course, it was also to make Shen Kunbeo let go of his prejudice against Ling Xiao. He was afraid that the alliance leader would still hold a grudge against Ling Xiao for disrespecting him in the past. Now that Shen Kunbeo knew that Ling Xiao was the supreme alchemist god, how could he dare to hold a grudge against him? He was not worried that Ling Xiao would speak ill of him in front of the old alliance leader. In other words, Ling Xiao had already become an existence that he looked up to. He was someone who could stand on equal footing with the old alliance leader. Naturally, he did not dare to have any dissatisfaction. Furthermore, one of the supreme divine pellets that Ling Xiao had refined for them belonged to him. He was extremely grateful to Ling Xiao. Alliance leader Shen, I have offended you in the past. Please forgive me. Ling Xiao raised his wine cup and said sincerely to Shen Kunbeo. Although he was the supreme alchemist god, he would not put on airs. After all, Xia Xianxian would still be living here in the future. It would be a good thing to have someone to take care of her. Shen Kunbeo revealed a panicked expression and said, Lord Ling is too serious. Kunbeo no longer remembers what happened in the past. I still have to thank Lord Ling for helping our Thousand Beast Alliance. After Ling Xiao and Shen Kunbeo toasted each other, it could be considered that they had put an end to their enmity. There were no more grudges between them. And because of Ling Xiao, Xia Xuanxuan's position in the Thousand Beast Alliance had become even more secure. Shen Kunbeo would not dare to have any dissatisfaction with her anymore. During Ling Xiao's trip to the Heavenly Sparrow domain, he first helped Xinyu Yi and the Xinyu tribe. Then he went to the Thousand Beast Alliance to save Yen Yang, met Xia Xianxian, entered the Nirvana space, became the Supreme Alchemist God, collected the Genesis Stone, and resolved the battle between the Yen clan and the Thousand Beast Alliance. Ling Xiao felt that this trip could be considered a fruitful one. And a new journey was about to begin. Chapter 1458. Under Xia Xuanxuan's reluctant gaze, Ling Xiao still left the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. But when he left, Ling Xiao brought the big vermilion bird along with him, while the little vermilion bird stayed with Xia Xianxian. The big vermilion bird mainly wanted to meet the fire Qilin that Ling Xiao mentioned to discuss the extermination of the Golden Crow clan. The reason why Ling Xiao didn't bring Xia Xianxian was because he didn't have time for romance. He had to return to the clan as soon as possible and hand over the Genesis Stone he had obtained to see if the clan had gathered the other kinds of Genesis Stones. If they hadn't gathered all of them with his current strength and status, he would be able to help. Of course, the most urgent thing for him now was to return to the Medicine Alliance and change the Divine Apothecary badge. Only the Divine Apothecary who was recognized by the Medicine Alliance would have more appeal. But when he thought of going back to see Ndigao again, Ling Xiao didn't know what to do. Her beauty, her gentleness, and every glance she gave him had already entered deep into his heart. In his mind, she was his confidant, the kind that he could talk to about anything in his heart. If he really wanted to take another step forward, it would be impossible unless he stayed in the Medicine Guild. The three Hall Masters treated her as their successor. How could they let her leave the Medicine Alliance? Ling Xiao threw these thoughts to the back of his mind. Saving the old ancestor was his first priority. With his supreme being strength, he could directly fly back to the Tianyuan district from the outer domain. But there were many dangers in the outer domain, and he didn't want to be too ostentatious for the time being. He would wait for a period of time until he completely stabilized his supreme being realm. From the 10,000 Beast Alliance to the domain gate of the Tianyuan district, Ling Xiao only took about a month's time. This speed was much faster than the time he used the spatial formation. Of course, this was mainly because the vermilion bird's speed was too fast. It wasn't his credit. On the way, Ling Xiao also sent Xinyu Xiangma back to the barbarian tribe's territory. Towards Xinyu Xiangma, Ling Xiao had a strong possessiveness towards her. He would never forget this sexy woman who made him unable to sleep. He promised Xinyu Xiangma that he would come back to see her after he finished what he had to do. Before Ling Xiao left, Xinyu Xiangma once again took the initiative to make love to Ling Xiao. She wanted to have a good time with Ling Xiao before she would stop. Looking at Ling Xiao's receding figure, she clutched her chest and murmured sadly, "My dear warrior, you must come back to see me. I will wait for you for the rest of my life." Ling Xiao naturally could not see Xinyu Xiangma's true feelings for him. After he passed through the domain gate, he hurried back to the Medicine Alliance without stopping. This time, when he reached the 9 heavens of Tianyuan City, several powerful auras rushed out from the surroundings. The 4 incipient God Realm experts were the guardians of Heaven Origin City and Palace City. Normally they would not appear and would hide in the city. Ordinary people would not be able to detect them. Now that Ling Xiao had brought the vermilion bird with him, they were the first to notice and immediately rushed out to stop him. Ling Xiao had been too hasty and had forgotten to let the vermilion bird return to its human form. When he reached the city, he felt that he had been too rude. "Who dares to invade my Tianyuan city?" An elderly voice faintly echoed in the sky. The 4 old men surrounded Ling Xiao from several directions. When they saw that Ling Xiao's mount was a mighty vermilion bird, their faces became incomparably shocked. At the same time, their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. No matter what kind of divine beast it was the number one and only. Whoever could have one represented the supreme glory. They did not expect that this young man could obtain the vermilion bird's approval. They thought to themselves, who is this young man after all? Could he be someone from the Heaven Sparrow territory? After all, it was common knowledge that the vermilion bird had only appeared in the Heaven Sparrow territory's nirvana space. It had not been discovered anywhere else. Ling Xiao looked at the 4 people in front of him and discovered that the energy fluctuations coming from them were all different. They were earth, wind, fire, and water. Among them, the old man who had just spoken was a mid-level supreme being, while the other 3 were low-level supreme beings. Ordering them to secretly guard Heavenly Origin City and Palace City was indeed a sign of great importance. It was likely that nothing in Heavenly Origin City could escape their eyes and ears. Ling Xiao was already wearing the Medicine Union's elder robe with the divine badge hanging in front of his chest. He cupped his hands towards the 4 and said, "For lords, I am Ling Xiao. I was careless and rushed into the city. Please forgive me, elders." "You are the guest elder Ling Xiao?" the leader of the mid-level supreme beings asked in a low voice. His gaze swept over Ling Xiao and his eyes flickered with astonishment. Ling Xiao was their Medicine Union's guest elder. Of course they knew that. However, they only knew that Ling Xiao was a divine alchemist and a newly advanced half-incipient God Realm expert. However, they did not expect him to become a supreme being in just 10 years. Moreover, he had brought the vermilion bird back with him. This surprised and puzzled them at the same time. After all, Ling Xiao was one of the Kim people's men. They could understand if he had a true dragon, but how could he obtain the vermilion bird's approval? Since they did not understand, Ling Xiao naturally would not explain it to them. Ling Xiao showed his elder's token to prove his identity. The four supreme beings did not continue to make things difficult for Ling Xiao. Instead, they warmly conversed with him. After all, Ling Xiao had become a supreme incipient god realm expert at such a young age. Moreover, he was a divine alchemist. This time, he might have come to ask the three hall masters for advice on alchemy and become a divine alchemist. If he really succeeded, Ling Xiao's status would definitely rise. Therefore, it would definitely be beneficial for them to establish a good relationship with Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao chatted with them for a while, he asked the vermilion bird to transform into its human form. It was ready to follow him to the Medicine Union's headquarters, Palace City. However, the mid-level supreme being called Wu Xianlai took the initiative to accompany Ling Xiao into Palace City. This made Ling Xiao feel a little overwhelmed. After all, he was not a direct descendant of the Medicine Union. Even if he had become a supreme expert, he was still at a low realm. How could he receive the attention of a supreme expert who was at a higher realm than him? Of course, Ling Xiao did not know that when he had broken through to the peak of half-incipient god realm, Second Hall Master Lian Hao had already informed him that Ling Xiao was the most important person. This was because Lian Hao and Zhuo Xinghong had already known that Ling Xiao had the qualifications to become a divine alchemist. If Ling Xiao had not been loyal to Kim people, they would have agreed to marry Yan Dai to him and let him stay in the Medicine Union forever. Wu Xianlai had already learned everything about Ling Xiao from the two hall masters. That was why he had paid so much attention to Ling Xiao. With Wu Xuanlai's accompaniment, Ling Xiao attracted everyone's attention as soon as he entered Palace City. I wonder why Elder Ling has come to the Medicine Union this time? I want to see if Old Wu can help. After Wu Xianlai chatted with Ling Xiao for a while, he became more casual. After all, Ling Xiao was not a direct descendant of the Medicine Union. Usually he did not need to stay here. Now that he suddenly came back, there must be something. Of course, Wu Xianlai was just asking casually. There were some things that he could decide, but there were also some things that he did not have the right to casually say. Haha, it's really nothing important. I just want to see the three hall masters to see if I can exchange my divine alchemist badge. Ling Xiao replied with a faint smile. You want to exchange for the divine alchemist badge? Wu Xianlai was stunned before he could finish his words. He stopped and looked at Ling Xiao, asking seriously, Elder Ling, what divine alchemist badge do you want to exchange for? How can I exchange it? This is the glory of a lifetime. Wu Xianlai looked at Ling Xiao's eager eyes as if he had thought of something, but he was not sure. Ling Xiao laughed and said, This is outdated, so I want to exchange it. Otherwise, I won't be able to show my identity. Ling Xiao's words were reserved, but his intentions were clear. Wu Xuanlai's eyes narrowed for a moment, then burst out with a bright divine light. Amo? Could it be that Elder Ling you are already a divine alchemist? Hee, this can only be done with the approval of the three hall masters. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. How could Wu Xianlai not understand the meaning behind Ling Xiao's words? His old eyes were filled with excitement and admiration. If he had treated Ling Xiao as a promising young man just now, then he now treated Ling Xiao as someone like him. No, it should be an even more honorable existence than him. Wu Xianlai never thought that when he put down his status to accompany Ling Xiao, he would accidentally get to know a newly advanced sovereign alchemist god. To him this was also a glorious thing. I will go report this matter to the three hall masters. I'm sure they will be very happy after hearing this. Wu Xianlai said and rushed towards the main hall. After all, with Ling Xiao's identity, he couldn't directly enter the main hall to meet the hall masters without a report. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and returned to his residence in Palace City. At the same time, the news of Ling Xiao's return reached Yan Dai Jiao's ears. The veil on Yan Dai Jiao's face had already been removed 10 years ago, and she didn't wear it again. Her perfect face could make any woman feel ashamed of themselves. She was still wearing a loose alchemist robe, but this robe still couldn't hide her curvaceous, sexy and beautiful figure. At the same time, it set off a different kind of temperament, easily causing people to have the urge to salivate. 10 years ago she revealed her feelings to Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao ruthlessly tore apart her sincerity, causing her heart to ache. She hated Ling Xiao to the extreme. 10 years had passed, but she still couldn't forget about Ling Xiao, because he was the first outstanding man that she had taken a fancy to. The hatred in her heart towards Ling Xiao had long since turned into endless longing. She knew that the reason why Ling Xiao rejected her was because Ling Xiao's ambition wasn't here. He didn't want to be greedy for everything in the Alchemy Guild. She originally thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't return to the Alchemy Guild. Now that she heard the news of his return, a thick smile appeared on her delicate face, and at the same time, a few drops of tears fell. Chapter 1459. Tears of Joy. This was undoubtedly the best way to describe Jianghu at this moment. She felt that Ling Xiao had definitely come back to see her. Otherwise, she couldn't think of any reason why he would come back to the Medicine Guild. However, after waiting for a long time, she still didn't see Ling Xiao. She began to feel angry in her heart. However, she also felt that without her permission, outsiders weren't allowed to enter her residence. Perhaps Ling Xiao had some misgivings about this. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, she still took the initiative to go find Ling Xiao. She had come to Ling Xiao's residence countless times, so she was naturally very familiar with it. As long as Ling Xiao didn't leave the Medicine Guild and didn't die, this residence would belong to him. Before Jianghu even got close to the residence, Ling Xiao had already sensed her familiar aura and had already come to welcome her. Ling Xiao felt very complicated towards Jianghu. On one hand, his feelings for her were very good, but on the other hand he couldn't give up on his family for her. If he had to choose between the two, Ling Xiao could only choose the latter. Looking at that perfect face, Ling Xiao's heart still pounded. It couldn't be denied that Jianghu's beauty was comparable to Yun Mingqi's, but their temperaments were completely different. After seeing many beautiful women dressed in silk, Jianghu wearing an alchemist's robe gave off a different feeling. Senior sister, long time no see. Ling Xiao calmly looked at Jianghu, who had a hidden bitterness on her face. Jianghu looked at Ling Xiao, who was suppressing her excitement, and replied with a faint smile, "Yes, long time no see." After the two of them said this, there was suddenly an awkward silence as if they didn't know what to say. After a moment of silence, the two of them asked in unison, "Are you still well?" The two of them were stunned for a moment, then they looked at each other and laughed together. All the barriers between the two of them seemed to disappear with this laugh. I'm not well at all. Didn't you think about me after all these years? You only came to see me now." Jianghu immediately lost control and threw herself into Ling Xiao's embrace. She pounded Ling Xiao with her fists and cried. She seemed to want to vent all of her dissatisfaction towards Ling Xiao in one go. When the people around them heard this, they sneaked a peek and shrank their necks, immediately disappearing and hiding, not daring to sneak another peek. Ling Xiao's clothes were torn by the tears, and the softest part of his heart was touched. He finally reached out and slowly embraced the woman in his arms. But when his hand landed on her waist, she pushed it away. "You want to take me, Pingyi? No way. You're such a jerk. You only know how to bully me." Dai's delicate face was flushed red. After saying that, she turned around and left as if she was running away from this place. Only a baffled Ling Xiao was left. He laughed involuntarily and said, "Is this my punishment?" No matter what, he was now a supreme, and the time he needed to travel between the Earth regions had been greatly reduced. If Jianghu was willing to be with him, then he would let nature take its course. Just like how he treated Xinyu Xiangma, he could visit her often. He believed that she would be satisfied. After he became a supreme and incipient God realm expert, his attitude had changed. He didn't need to put women into his harem like he used to. In fact, it wasn't easy for a restless person like him to stay in one place forever. After he brought his women to the heaven domain, he basically didn't have time to take care of them. This made him feel really guilty. Therefore, if Jianghu really wanted to be with him, then she would have to endure the feeling of parting at any time. Unless she also became a supreme one day, then it would be much easier for them to communicate. They could take the initiative to meet each other to resolve their lovesickness. But then again, martial cultivators were the best at enduring loneliness. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for them to quickly increase their strength if they were too attached to the mortal world. After Wu Xianlai returned to report that Ling Xiao had requested an audience, Zhuo Xinghong immediately asked Wu Xianlai to invite Ling Xiao to the palace. However, when Wu Xianlai came to find Ling Xiao, he saw the scene of Jianghu throwing herself into Ling Xiao's arms. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He didn't think that their Medicine Alliance's goddess would be completely captured by Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao got together with their goddess after his identity was recognized, then Ling Xiao's position in the Medicine Alliance would definitely skyrocket. Although he was a mid-level supreme and had a lot of authority in the Medicine Alliance, he wasn't an alchemist. his disciples and grand-disciples didn't have high positions in the Medicine Alliance. If he could befriend Ling Xiao this time, his branch might be valued in the Medicine Alliance. After Yan Dijiao left, Wu Xianlai appeared in front of Ling Xiao. He pretended not to see what had just happened and said with a warm smile, "Elder Ling, the Hall Master and Second Hall Master aren't here. Only the Third Hall Master is here. When he heard that you requested an audience, he immediately let you go. Come with me." Ling Xiao said politely to Wu Xianlai, "Then I'll have to trouble Elder Wu." "There's no trouble. We're both members of the Medicine Alliance. You can just call me Old Wu from now on. Don't be so distant," Wu Xianlai said with a smile. "Elder Wu, you're too polite. How could this junior dare to be rude?" Ling Xiao replied. "Then it's settled. If you look down on this old man, then this old man naturally won't try to curry favor with you," Wu Xianlai said. Since Wu Xianlai had said it like this, Ling Xiao was too embarrassed to be spoiled. He immediately said, "All right, then I'll call you Old Wu. You can just call me by my name, Ling Xiao." "Ah, good, that's more like it. No matter what, we're all members of the Medicine Alliance. Don't treat me like an outsider." Wu Xianlai laughed happily. Following that, Ling Xiao followed Wu Xianlai to the Medicine Alliance's main hall. Ling Xiao once again saw Zhuo Xinghong. He discovered that this time, Zhuo Xinghong didn't descend with his divine soul avatar, but with his real body. When he saw Ling Xiao and Wu Xianlai, he actually stood up from his seat and greeted them with a smile on his face. "Greetings, Third Hall Master." Ling Xiao and Wu Xianlai still bowed respectfully and greeted him. After all, Zhuo Xinghong was a supreme medicine god who had been famous for a long time. He was also a late-stage middle-stage supreme being, so he deserved their greetings. "No need, Ling Xiao hasn't heard from you for a few years. It seems like you haven't returned to the Sky Dragon region. A few years ago there were even people from the Sky Dragon region who came to find you," Zhuo Xinghong said very politely. Just now, when he heard Wu Xianlai report that Ling Xiao was here to verify the position of the medicine god, he was truly shocked. Although back then both he and his second senior brother felt that Ling Xiao would definitely be able to reach this step, they also felt that it would be at least a few hundred or 1,000 years later. But how long had it been? Ling Xiao had already reached the realm and glory that they had spent more than 10,000 years to reach. This truly made him sigh with emotion. Right now, he couldn't help but admire his second senior brother's decisiveness back then. He had already given Ling Xiao a guest elder, and Ling Xiao could be considered a member of their Medicine Alliance. When Ling Xiao's identity as the Supreme Medicine God was announced, their Medicine Alliance guild would have an additional medicine god, and their influence would rise once again. At that time, even more alchemists would come to join them, and even more experts would come to join them. Their Medicine Alliance guild's position would become even more unbreakable. Ling Xiao really didn't expect that the people from Dragon Gate would come to find him. It was probably because someone wanted to confirm whether or not he was unwilling to return to Dragon Gate. "Looks like I have to go back as soon as possible after verifying my identity." Ling Xiao made up his mind. Following that, he explained the reason for his return to the guild to Zhuo Xinghong. "When the elder came to report just now, I was still suspicious. Now that I see that you have reached this step, it seems like you are already full of confidence. However, I still want to say that if you are not a middle-stage sovereign, it will not be easy to become a medicine god." Zhuo Xinghong still reminded Ling Xiao in a very kind manner. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "Third Hall Master, you are right, but I accidentally refined a sovereign-grade pill in advance, so I boldly came to verify my identity." Ling Xiao's performance was rather confident, which shocked both Zhuo Xinghong and Wu Xianlai. They had originally thought that Ling Xiao was only here to give it a try, but they never thought that Ling Xiao would actually be able to refine a sovereign-grade pill. Zhuo Xinghong saw the firm confidence in Ling Xiao's eyes, and immediately followed Ling Xiao's wishes, allowing Ling Xiao to refine a sovereign-grade pill in front of him and the many divine alchemists in the guild. Only by obtaining their approval would Ling Xiao's title as the Supreme Medicine God be well-deserved, and only by obtaining the approval of everyone in the heavenly region would he be even more convincing. Otherwise, even if he let others announce that he was the Supreme Medicine God, not many would believe him. However, with the verification of the Medicine Alliance, it was different. After all, the Medicine Alliance was the #1 power in the heavenly region, and they treated all the alchemists fairly and seriously. Zhuo Xinghong arranged a place for Ling Xiao to refine pills, and at the same time had people gather all the divine alchemists and a few disciples who were valued highly to attend the ceremony. Yan Dai Jiao would naturally come to watch the ceremony as well. She looked at the majestic Ling Xiao on the pill refining platform, and her face inexplicably flushed red. It was obvious that she was still feeling shy about the matter of hugging Ling Xiao before. However, when she found out that Ling Xiao wanted to verify the identity of the supreme medicine god, her heart was filled with indescribable joy and admiration. Back then, she was said by her three masters to have the highest chance of becoming the supreme medicine god the fastest. However, when compared to Ling Xiao, she seemed to have lost all of her halo. However, Ling Xiao was not someone else, but the man she had taken a fancy to, so her heart was filled with pride. At the same time, she also made up her mind to catch up to Ling Xiao's footsteps as soon as possible. At that time, she and Ling Xiao would become the supreme medicine god, and they would become a pair of enviable immortal companions. Wouldn't that be a beautiful story? Thinking of this, she inexplicably felt happy and sweet. At this time, the people who should be gathered had all arrived, and Ling Xiao had also begun to verify the glorious title of the supreme medicine god. Chapter 1460. Ling Xiao was handsome and had a dignified appearance. His movements in alchemy were skillful and elegant, and his whole person exuded the imposing manner of a grandmaster. The dozens of people watching from all sides held their breath as they watched Ling Xiao concentrate on alchemy. Their eyes did not blink as if they did not want to miss a single movement. In the past 10,000 years, there were only 3 people who had verified the position of the supreme alchemy god, apart from Ling Xiao. One of them had failed, and the other 2 had refined several times before barely managing to refine a sovereign divine grade pill. One of them was an old ancestor of an alchemy family in the Tianyuan domain, and the other was a supreme alchemy god from the heavenly tiger domain. Both of them were from the older generation, and they had only managed to take that step through difficult struggles. Compared to Ling Xiao, who had reached this realm at such a young age, it was simply incomparable. If Ling Xiao succeeded in his verification this time, he would be able to suppress all the supreme alchemy gods in terms of age alone, becoming the first person in history, and be recorded in the annals of history. Many of the people present knew of Ling Xiao, but not many were familiar with Ling Xiao. They only knew that Ling Xiao was a member of the Dragon Gate of the Heavenly Dragon Domain. However, they all knew that 30 years ago, Ling Xiao was only a peak divine king. Unexpectedly, after 30 years, he had already thrown them to the back of his mind and directly became a supreme being. Moreover, he still had to verify the position of the alchemy god. Apart from deep envy and jealousy, they really did not know what to think. And divine alchemist Wuxia, who had long been familiar with Ling Xiao, was secretly pleasantly surprised in his heart. Back then, it was he who arranged Ling Xiao's residence, and he was also the one who bestowed Ling Xiao the title of guest elder as a reward. Now that Ling Xiao was really going to become the supreme alchemy god, with his relationship with Ling Xiao, it was definitely a great fortune for him to receive guidance from Ling Xiao in the art of alchemy. It took a long time to refine a batch of supreme alchemy pills, but none of them felt impatient. They watched Ling Xiao perform every refining process in an orderly manner, which made them secretly praise him. And when they saw Ling Xiao display some alchemy palm techniques that they had never seen before, they almost cried out in surprise. They could not understand which clan Ling Xiao's alchemy technique came from. It did not seem complicated, but it was very practical and could speed up the refining of divine herbs and beast cores. Of course, this was on the premise that they still had more exquisite fire control skills. A slight carelessness could cause them to fail on the verge of success. Could this be an alchemy method created by Divine Master Ling herself? They all had a heavy question mark in their hearts. Divine Yin Dai Jiao was a divine alchemy master. Zhuoxiao Luofan could not be compared to divine alchemy Xiao. Their descendant, Yin Dai Jiao, was also one of the inheritors of the ancient god cauldron cleansing Luofan, but it was still difficult for her to compare with Ling Xiao. Truly an unimaginable brat. Zhuo Xinghong secretly sighed in his heart. For this alchemy, Ling Xiao's mental strength was unprecedentedly focused. This was the verification of his lifetime's glory. He wanted to pass on his first try and didn't want to repeatedly refine pills in front of everyone. That would ruin his reputation as the #1 alchemy god's inheritance. Generally, it would take a supreme alchemy deity half a month to refine a divine formation pill. However, with the help of his soul force, Ling Xiao was able to shorten the time by 1/3. It only took him 10 days to enter the final process of condensing the pill. At this moment, Ling Xiao's divine power had been greatly consumed. After all, he had to refine those supreme divine grasses, which were almost demon-like divine grasses with a certain level of intelligence. To refine them, he had to consume a lot of energy. Moreover, he had to be careful and cautious. Needless to say, there was no need to mention the power contained in the rank 11 beast core. Even if the Heaven Fire's power had increased a lot, it still took a lot of divine power and soul force to refine it. Condense. After Ling Xiao poured some of the spring water into the medicinal cauldron, he raised his palms and sucked in the rich origin power and origin power. When the huge amount of power gathered, he roared and forcefully pushed the power into the medicinal cauldron. Ping-pong. A powerful force was squeezed into the medicinal cauldron, instantly causing a series of muffled explosions. It was like a sudden clap of thunder on the flat ground, shocking everyone. At the same time, a strange phenomenon appeared on the top of the ninth heaven. A terrifying heaven's power was approaching. However, in this alchemy place, several supremes of the medicine guild had set up a barrier to prevent the strange phenomenon, which prevented them from posing any threat. Swoosh, swoosh. When Ling Xiao moved his hands away from the mouth of the medicinal cauldron, beams of divine light emerged from the divine cauldron. At the same time, an intoxicating medicinal fragrance spread everywhere. Then, a pellet floated up from the medicinal cauldron as if it had its own intelligence. It was a real supreme divine pellet. It was full of dazzling light and thick origin aura. People couldn't help but want to rush over and eat it. Apart from Zhuo Xinghong, who revealed a look of astonishment, everyone else's gazes became scorching hot. A supreme divine pellet was a divine item that many half-incipient god realm or supremes wanted to snatch. Today it was displayed in front of them. They were so eager to refine a supreme divine pellet. If they could one day refine such a grade of pellet, their lives wouldn't be in vain. However, they also knew that when they reached that step, it would be the greatest glory of their lives. It was a pity that there were many alchemists in the heavenly region, but there were only a few who could reach that step. They didn't know how long it would take for them to reach that step. Maybe it would be difficult for them to reach it in their entire lives. Ling Xiao put away the supreme divine pellet and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He exhaled and sighed inwardly. Fortunately, I condensed it in one go. This supreme divine pellet is really not easy to refine. Ling Xiao packed everything up and handed the supreme divine pellet to Zhuo Xinghong. Third Hall Master, please check and accept it. Zhuo Xinghong took Ling Xiao's supreme divine pellet. With one glance, he could tell that Ling Xiao's supreme divine pellet had been successfully condensed. The title of Supreme Alchemy God was well deserved. The color of the pellet is thick and the medicinal fragrance is pure. It's definitely a good divine pellet. The only flaw is that the pellet's shape isn't round enough. However, it's already very good. In the future you will definitely surpass us old guys. You are indeed worthy of the title of Supreme Alchemy God, Zhuo Xinghong said with certainty. In his heart, he compared himself to Ling Xiao when he became the Supreme Alchemy God. The Supreme Divine Pellet he condensed was just a half-finished product. How could he be like Ling Xiao, who condensed a complete pellet in one go? From this, it could be seen that his level at that time was much lower than Ling Xiao's. The only flaw was that Ling Xiao's pellet shape was a little rough. The condensation was not smooth and round enough. This was also related to the fact that Ling Xiao had not become the Supreme Alchemy God for a long time and his control was not perfect enough. However, it did not prevent him from achieving success today. Immediately after, Zhuo Xinghong distributed the Supreme Divine Pellets in his hands to the divine alchemists present. Although these divine alchemists were unable to condense a Supreme Divine Pellet, as one of the examiners, they could also appreciate the Supreme Divine Pellet. This was definitely very exciting for them and had a great effect on them. Zhuo Xinghong had already made a conclusion, so the others naturally did not have any objections. They all nodded to congratulate Ling Xiao. Lord Alchemy God Ling was able to condense a Supreme Divine Pellet in one go. He is indeed a role model for our generation. I have no objections to the Third Hall Master's evaluation. This pellet's condensation is indeed very good. The slight fatigue is completely harmless and did not affect the medicinal efficacy. Divine Alchemist Ling Xiao should also be called Lord Ling Xiao from now on. Yes, I agree with the conclusion of the Third Hall Master and the other Divine Alchemists. Congratulations, Lord Ling Xiao. I also agree with everyone's evaluation. Lord Ling Xiao is truly a Tenbin talent. He is truly worthy of our generation's reliance. Many Divine Alchemists said respectful words. In the end, they all bowed slightly towards Ling Xiao, acknowledging Ling Xiao's supreme and glorious identity as the Supreme Alchemy God. Zhuo Xinghong returned the supreme divine pellet to Ling Xiao and solemnly said, "From today onwards you Ling Xiao will be known to the world as the supreme alchemy god. You Ling Xiao will be famous in the heaven domain. As an elder, I hope you can continue to work hard and make the art of alchemy perfect and carry it forward." Ling Xiao replied seriously, "Yes, Third Hall Master. Ling Xiao will definitely continue to work hard." Zhuo Xinghong patted Ling Xiao's shoulder in satisfaction and said, "Although you are a member of Dragon Gate, you are also an elder of our guild. In 3 days we will hold a grand conferring ceremony for you. At that time, we will bestow you with the Alchemy God badge and make you an honorary deputy hall master of our guild. What do you think?" When Zhuo Xinghong said this, everyone present was completely stunned. Even Ling Xiao didn't know what to do. To be conferred the title of Alchemy God was a matter of course, but to suddenly be conferred the position of honorary deputy hall master of the Alchemy Alliance was truly shocking. One had to know that in the Alchemy Alliance, other than the 3 hall masters, no one had ever heard of a deputy hall master position. However, Zhuo Xinghong made such a decision. It was truly shocking. Ling Xiao hurriedly revealed a terrified expression and said, "Third hall master, how can this be? It's true that Ling Xiao is a member of the guild, but he doesn't have the qualifications to take this position." Ling Xiao's meaning was very clear. He was only a member of the Alchemy Alliance, but he didn't make any contributions to the Alchemy Alliance. How could he take up such a great responsibility? Let's not talk about whether he was willing to take up the position. The others in the guild would also be dissatisfied with him. You have to listen carefully. It's an honorary deputy hall master, not a real deputy hall master, Zhuo Xinghong said with a smile. He paused for a moment and explained, "This is similar to your position as a foreign retainer. It's just borrowing your name Ling Xiao to spread the name of our guild. You can also enjoy the various privileges of our guild. Of course, you have to make some contributions to the guild sometimes. If there comes a day when your heart is no longer with our guild, this title will naturally be useless." Chapter 1461. Ling Xiao nodded. He knew that Dijiao's words were correct. He decided to quickly find the temple master and ask for an explanation. Ever since the day Ling Xiao had returned and been hugged by Dijiao, he had begun to see his feelings for Dijiao. He had also begun to have his own thoughts. However, he knew that this would only happen once in his life. He didn't want to be stared at by others like this all the time. Those gazes made his hair stand on end. Dijiao wrinkled her nose and replied, "There should be, but I can't make the decision. I have to ask my senior brother." She paused for a moment before continuing, "Now that you're the deputy temple master, you can go to the temple and ask your master directly. However, the Genesis Stone is a rare divine item. I'm sure there won't be many of them, so don't have too much hope." Moreover, Ling Xiao was already so outstanding at such a young age. In the future, he might even surpass him and reach the level of his senior brother's unfathomable alchemy skills. However, he would be able to enjoy the various benefits of the guild, and of course he would also have some limited privileges. Everyone wanted to admire the appearance of this new supreme alchemy god. What kind of monstrous existence was he? He felt like he was floating in the air, enjoying this wonderful feeling. Ling Xiao earnestly said, "You should obediently stay here for now. When I have time I'll come and see you. It's good for us to stay like this. Otherwise, when you become the supreme alchemy god, I'm sure your 3 masters won't be able to restrain you and won't care about you anymore. Once you reach that realm, the distance between the 2 regions won't be that far. 2 months will be enough for us to meet again." He paused for a moment and couldn't help but sigh. If 2 people love each other for a long time, why would they stay together day and night? What do you think? Their expressions were filled with admiration and admiration. There weren't many people who could be granted a position by the temple master, and there was no one who could reach such a high position in such a short period of time. Good. Our guild finally has a 4th supreme alchemy god. This is truly worthy of celebration. Zhuo Xinghong happily laughed. However, Ling Xiao did it. How could they not be envious? Generally speaking, the honorary vice temple master was revered by everyone in the guild. Aside from refining supreme-grade divine pills for the guild occasionally, the honorary vice temple master didn't have to do much. Dijiao was very dissatisfied with Ling Xiao's avoidance of the question, but she also knew that although their relationship had taken a big step forward, there was still a barrier that hadn't been broken. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to stay for her. With Ling Xiao's status, he should have been able to move to a better place to live. Since the third palace master thinks so highly of me, then I'll seem arrogant if I continue to refuse. Ling Xiao will definitely contribute to the guild. Ling Xiao replied to Zhuo Xinghong. Right now, everyone in the courtyard was relying on Ling Xiao to become a paragon alchemy god, and his status had already risen. From then on, Ling Xiao became the guild's honorary vice-temple master and received the respect of everyone in the guild. What path? Indigiao asked with a hint of anticipation. The so-called honorary vice-temple master was only a title in the alchemy guild like a guest elder. In reality he didn't have much power. His appearance had already been recorded by many people using recording crystal beads. In the future, no matter where he went, anyone with a bit of knowledge would recognize him as the paragon alchemy god, Ling Xiao. That's right, Digiao, I want to search for the Genesis Stone. Can I ask the palace master if the guild has it? Ling Xiao asked. A kiss to seal their love. Am I not considered a subordinate of the guild? Ling Xiao asked with a mischievous smile as he rubbed his nose. Indigiao's heart trembled slightly when she heard Ling Xiao's final sigh. She tightly hugged Ling Xiao and said, You are right. If two people love each other for a long time, why would they stay together day and night? However, I'm afraid that I won't be able to stop thinking about you. I must work hard to become the paragon alchemy god as soon as possible. At that time, I will find a successor for the three masters. Then they won't keep staring at me. Their gazes toward Ling Xiao became incomparably respectful. Indigiao was unbuttoning Ling Xiao's shirt when she suddenly heard Ling Xiao's words. Her face immediately turned red as she met Ling Xiao's gaze and tenderly said, As long as you want to be, you can do it anytime. I'm just afraid that you don't have the guts. It's good that you know. You are now the honorary vice-temple master. From now on, your words and actions will represent the honor of the guild. You have to pay more attention. Indigiao softly advised. Ling Xiao didn't refuse Indigiao's service and responded with a smile. It's all right. It's mainly because the people in the city are too enthusiastic. I'm a bit overwhelmed by the favor. At the end of the day, Ling Xiao undressed and returned to Palace Hall City. After news of this spread, even more people came to Heavenly Origin City. The Dragon Gate in the distant Heavenly Dragon region also encountered the same thing. Countless people from the various superpowers came to visit, and many of them came bearing valuable gifts just to see Ling Xiao. Indigiao nodded repeatedly and said, The three masters have treated me with great kindness. I naturally can't leave them, or else I'll become a disloyal and unfilial person. She then sighed and said, It would be great if I were a girl from an ordinary family. That way, I would be able to follow you regardless of everything. As his relationship with Indigiao improved, Ling Xiao also changed the way he addressed her. After staring at Indigiao for a while, Ling Xiao immediately retreated in defeat and said, Speaking of which, I've never seen the first temple master before. By the time Ling Xiao returned to the palace, Indigiao was already waiting for him. 3 days later, Zhuo Xinghong personally presided over Ling Xiao's reward ceremony in Palace Hall City. On this day, Ling Xiao's glorious title of alchemy god began to spread throughout the heaven region. That won't do. Now that you have a successor, you have to properly show filial respect to the three temple masters. Otherwise they'll skin me alive. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He was so afraid that they would all swarm over him and swallow him alive. What would he do then? Zhuo Xinghong had made such a decision because he wanted to tie Ling Xiao to their guild. However, Ling Xiao considered that he wouldn't have much time in the Alchemy Alliance in the future, so he withdrew from the reward and continued to live in his own remote and exquisite courtyard. When everyone saw Ling Xiao's youthful and handsome face, they were all shocked. Many young girls even screamed crazily. If he could obtain 1 or 2 more Genesis stones of different attributes from the Alchemy Alliance, it would definitely be a great harvest for him. It would be worth it even if he had to refine a few more Supreme Divine Grade pills for the Alchemy Alliance. They were the first batch of people to follow Ling Xiao here, and they would also be the first batch to receive his favor. They were incomparably happy. Congratulations, Ling Xiao, Lord Alchemy God has been awarded the position of Vice Temple Master. Everyone present congratulated Ling Xiao in unison. However, before this, Indigiao wanted Ling Xiao to resolve the relationship between him and her. As the #1 faction in the Heaven region, the Alchemy Alliance would definitely have Genesis stones. They felt that they would be willing to become Ling Xiao's personal maidservants. Then she hooked her arm around Ling Xiao's neck, stood on her tiptoes, and pressed her jade lips against Ling Xiao's thick lips. Zhuo Xinghong had already said this, so Ling Xiao had no reason to refuse. She snuggled into Ling Xiao's embrace and affectionately said, You already know my heart. I'm afraid I'll only love you in this lifetime. What do you think I should do?" The news of a supreme alchemy god who was over 100 years old and had obtained the approval of the Alchemy Alliance's temple master immediately swept through the heaven region. Indijao didn't understand what Ling Xiao wanted to say, so she asked, "Then what else do you want?" Ling Xiao gently hugged her shoulder and said, "Yin Jiao, you're the Alchemy Alliance's goddess, so you're destined to be a member of the Alchemy Alliance for the rest of your life. You can't leave the Alchemy Alliance. Otherwise you'll be letting down the 3 temple masters' nurturing, right?" She was like a young wife waiting for her husband at home. When she saw Ling Xiao, she immediately welcomed him with a satisfied smile. She took off the luxurious cloak from Ling Xiao's body and said, "How is it? Does it feel good to be the center of attention?" "The great master has already left the Alchemy Alliance for many years. I don't know when he'll return," Indijao replied. He really wanted to see the face of the Heaven region's chief alchemy god. His alchemy skills could be said to be the best in the Heaven region, and no other alchemy god could compare to him. Perhaps only the Alchemy Alliance's goddess, Divine Alchemy God, was worthy of such a handsome young man. It was also because of his existence that the Alchemy Alliance had developed to its current scale and had never fallen. Instead, it had become more and more prosperous. Aside from feeling a bit of pity, Ling Xiao didn't know what else to say. However, they also knew that this was only a beautiful dream. How could they even enter the alchemy god's eyes? Ling Xiao looked at Indijao, who was right in front of him, and smelled the intoxicating fragrance on her body. He said, "Only an honorary vice hall master?" Unless her 3 masters were willing to let her follow Ling Xiao, they would have no choice but to treat each other politely. "Ling Xiao, you're the best. If the 3 masters hear this, they will definitely be very happy." Indijao looked at Ling Xiao as she emotionally said. Ling Xiao had never thought that he would one day be able to act like a high and mighty emperor, enjoying the admiration of the world. He couldn't help but feel a bit of vanity in his heart. After all, just by standing in the city he could already sense all kinds of rich Genesis energy. This wasn't something that could be gathered by the 5-colored divine heaven stone in the origin tower alone. He believed that the Genesis stone was the only way to have such an effect. This was the chain reaction caused by a supreme alchemy god, and it wasn't something that others could compare to. "Haha, if you were a girl from an ordinary family, you probably wouldn't have met me." Ling Xiao faintly smiled. Then he continued, "Actually, we have no other choice. There's only one path we can take." Chapter 1462. Ling Xiao and Indijao were in love with each other, but Ling Xiao didn't take advantage of this opportunity to devour her. After all, they hadn't reached the stage yet, so he had to let the 3 hall masters know first. If he were to sever the relationship first, and if the 3 hall masters found out and didn't want Indijao to be with him, wouldn't he be forced to stay here by the 3 alchemy gods? Of course, this wasn't what he cared about the most. What he truly cared about was this relationship. The relationship between him and Indijao was very pure, and there was no deliberate possessiveness. Just like a confidant, he was satisfied to have someone to talk to at any time and didn't need to care about anything else for the time being. Indijao also had no distracting thoughts. As long as she could spend more time with Ling Xiao, chat more, and occasionally exchange pill refinement insights, she would feel very fulfilled and satisfied. After Ling Xiao and Indijao spent some time together, he received the divine alchemists, founding elders and high-ranking elders who had come to congratulate him. Ling Xiao was very amiable towards them and didn't put on any airs as the alchemy god. He also exchanged some pill refinement insights with the chief divine alchemist, Tenguji and Guanxia, whom he had known for a long time. The 2 of them were naturally filled with joy and gratitude towards Ling Xiao. This was equivalent to Ling Xiao personally giving them pointers, increasing their confidence in becoming a divine alchemy god in the future. As Ling Xiao met with the majority of the visiting elders in an amiable manner, his reputation within the guild began to solidify, and he was recognized and respected by the entire guild. At the same time, they saw goddess Indijao treat them like the hostess of Ling Xiao's courtyard, shocking them even more. They all guessed that alchemy god Ling and the goddess were going to get together? If that was the case, then their alchemy guild would undergo a new phase, and their reputation would definitely shake the heaven region. The reason why Indijao didn't want to avoid arousing suspicion was because she wanted to borrow someone else's mouth to convey her feelings for Ling Xiao to her master. She wanted to see their reaction first. In the following days, Ling Xiao didn't return to the Sky Dragon area immediately. He proactively found Third Hall Master Zhuo Xinghong to ask about the Genesis Source Stone. In the great hall that resembled the sky, Ling Xiao could already sit down and talk to Zhuo Xinghong. You want to find the Genesis Source Stone? Zhuo Xinghong looked at Ling Xiao with surprise after Ling Xiao told him his purpose. It was true that the Genesis Stone was the top divine material that every incipient God Realm expert wanted to have. However, it was extremely rare and it was really hard to get it. Many superpowers didn't even have one, yet Ling Xiao had asked him directly. This made him think that Ling Xiao was a little naive. Even if the guild had it, they wouldn't take it out easily. Ling Xiao nodded and said seriously, "That's right. I need it urgently. It's very important to me. If you had the half-incipient God Realm, I could understand that you need the Genesis Source Stone to break through. However, you need the Genesis Source Stone now. You can only use its power to accumulate energy faster. It can't help you break through. Moreover, you know how rare the Genesis Source Stone is. Even if the guild has it, they won't let you use it easily. Even if you're a deputy hall master, it's no exception. Anyway, many of our elders need it to accumulate energy or break through to the next realm," Zhuo Xinghong explained. If it were someone else who came to ask him, he would have directly sent them away. Why would he explain it to them so patiently? He knew that Djao had fallen in love with Ling Xiao and was struggling with how to deal with their relationship. If Ling Xiao could stay in the medicine union and inherit their position, it wouldn't be a bad idea. I know your difficulties, Hall Master. However, I really need it. That's why I took the liberty to ask you. If the guild has extra Genesis Source Stones or ones that aren't that useful, you can exchange them with me or our Kim people. If you can't, then forget it, Ling Xiao said. The medicine union was the #1 force in the Heaven territory. With his status as the supreme alchemist and the deputy hall master, it wasn't enough for them to take out the Genesis Source Stone. However, the Kim people behind him might have the ability to do so. Zhuo Xinghong hadn't thought that Ling Xiao would be so persistent. However, he wouldn't be easily moved by Ling Xiao. Instead, he changed the topic and asked about Ling Xiao's background. Ling Xiao didn't understand why Zhuo Xinghong cared about him. However, he didn't want to offend Zhuo Xinghong, so he answered all the questions and didn't try to hide anything. After Zhuo Xinghong had a rough understanding of Ling Xiao's situation, he changed the topic. Right now, Djao is living in the same courtyard as you. Although you guys aren't sharing a room to outsiders, you've already become my guild subordinate. What do you think we should do? The news of Djao living in Ling Xiao's courtyard had already spread like wildfire. Back then, Ling Xiao had advised Djao not to be impulsive and not to let her emotions affect her decisions. However, she ignored her reputation and stubbornly stayed in Ling Xiao's courtyard. Although they hadn't slept together, those who were observant could guess what their relationship was. Ling Xiao always thought that a gentleman should be magnanimous, but now that Zhuo Xinghong was questioning him like this, he felt a little guilty. Senior Sister Jiao and I are just comparing alchemy skills. Ling Xiao replied after hesitating for a moment. Is there a need to stay at your place normally just to compare alchemy skills? Do you think I'm easy to fool? Zhuo Xinghong sneered. The three of them were disciples nurtured by the three supreme medicine gods in the heaven domain, but they actually put on an appearance that they wouldn't marry anyone other than Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao actually dared to play it off half-heartedly, so he was naturally angry. Of course, this was also to let Ling Xiao know how much they valued Djao. They wouldn't allow Ling Xiao to abduct her easily, and they had to get a clear explanation from Ling Xiao. Otherwise, where would they put their old faces? Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and laughed dryly. Actually, Djao and I get along quite well, and we consider each other to be bosom friends for life. We didn't do anything impolite. He paused for a moment before continuing. Third Hall Master, you definitely don't want Djao to leave you in the guild, but I can't stay here forever, so the situation is like this. What else could he say? Sooner or later, he knew that there would be a day where he would be questioned, so he might as well lay it out and talk. He was already prepared to accept Zhuo Xinghong's torrential accusations. However, Zhuo Xinghong only smiled bitterly. You're honest enough. Djao has been stubborn since she was young and has her own opinions. We old guys are not inflexible people and can understand your difficulties. Otherwise, I would have ordered you to get out of Palace City long ago. He paused for a moment before continuing. I've been thinking of a way to satisfy both sides. Now that you two have reached an agreement, I'll be straightforward. If you marry Djao, I'll give you a Genesis Stone. How about it? Zhuo Xinghong's words were straightforward and domineering, as if he wouldn't allow Ling Xiao to refute. Ling Xiao was suddenly in a dilemma. He could marry Djao, but he couldn't stay in the alchemy guild. He had already made it very clear just now. Did Zhuo Xinghong not understand what he meant? Just as Ling Xiao was about to answer, Zhuo Xinghong interrupted, "Don't be in a hurry to answer, let me finish." After a pause he continued, "You marrying Dai Jiao will only make her feel more at ease so that she can focus on cultivating and improving her strength. She won't be like she is now, so she won't be able to watch over you and forget that she's the successor of our guild. At the same time, I won't force you to stay in the guild. You can come and go as you please, and you can even bring Dai Jiao back to the Kim people to stay for a few days, but Dai Jiao must take over our position in the future, and you can support her from the side. After all, when Dai Jiao is also the supreme medicine god, the two of you will be enough to make the guild stronger." Of course, everything must be done in the interests of the guild, and we can't abolish all the rules of the guild. We must let the legacy of the guild continue. These conditions are already very lenient for you. If you don't agree, then you will no longer be a member of the guild, and you will not be allowed to step into the Tianyuan region. Zhuo Xinghong's tone was full of certainty and threat. He wanted to completely resolve the relationship between Ling Xiao and Yin Djiao. After hearing this, Ling Xiao's heart was moved. Zhuo Xinghong's conditions were indeed generous and considerate of his feelings. If he still didn't agree, then he would seem very insensible. Since the third hall master has said so, if Ling Xiao still refuses, then he isn't a man. "I will marry Dai Jiao." Ling Xiao agreed. He thought to himself, "I have to sacrifice my body for the Genesis stone. Why am I so bitter?" If Zhuo Xinghong heard Ling Xiao's inner grievances, he would definitely slap this brat away. Their dignified medicine guild's #1 forces goddess had already been wronged into marrying him, yet he still dared to complain. This was something that others couldn't even beg for. Following this, Zhuo Xinghong continued to talk about some related matters. That was, Ling Xiao and Yin Djiao's marriage could only be known by a limited number of the guild's upper echelons. It wouldn't be announced to the public. The purpose of doing this was to allow Yin Djiao to maintain her image as a goddess and not let the other members of the guild fantasize about her. At the same time, it also allowed Ling Xiao to hide behind the scenes. If the guild underwent any major changes in the future, then Ling Xiao could stand up and support Yin Djiao. That way there would be unexpected results. This was just to prepare for a rainy day. After the two of them came to an agreement, they sent Yin Djiao up to the palace to seek her opinion. When she heard that Ling Xiao was willing to marry her, her face flushed red. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Zhuo Xinghong and Ling Xiao. This was equivalent to tacitly agreeing to Zhuo Xinghong's arrangement. She was actually very happy. She had finally waited for the moon to finally see the clouds. Thus, Ling Xiao and Yin Djiao's marriage was quietly held within the palace city. The people of the Tianyuan region didn't know that their #1 goddess of the Tianyuan region was going to marry someone. Chapter 1463. Ling Xiao and Yin Djiao's wedding was simple and low-key. Apart from second hall master Lian Hao who had rushed back, there were only a few influential founding elders and a few miracle apothecaries who had come to bear witness. No one else knew that Yin Djiao was married to Ling Xiao. Of course, everyone in the guild already knew that only a hero like Ling Xiao was worthy of their goddess. Moreover, Yin Djiao had already moved into Ling Xiao's courtyard. Their relationship was self-evident. After all, there were many cultivation companions in the heavenly realm who did not need to hold any wedding ceremonies. As long as the rice was cooked and both sides did not have any objections, they could be considered to be cultivation companions. No one would say anything about it. Of course, if it weren't for Ling Xiao's outstanding performance, their goddess moving into Ling Xiao's courtyard would definitely become a topic of gossip. The other members of the guild would be dissatisfied. Now Ling Xiao was their honorary vice hall master. His position was high and his power wasn't small. Moreover, his background matched their goddesses. They had nothing to say. Of course, in their eyes, if Ling Xiao could stay in their guild forever, that would be the best result. Under the supervision of the two hall masters, Ling Xiao and Yin Djiao quietly got married and entered the bridal chamber. A beautiful bridal chamber was always something people looked forward to the most. Ling Xiao was no exception. However, this guy seemed to have a lot of experience in the bridal chamber, right? All the guards and maids in Ling Xiao's courtyard had been removed. Without their orders, no one dared to take half a step inside. In the master's room, Yin Djiao was wearing a bright red dress and a red headscarf like an ordinary person. She looked like a shy bride as she sat on the edge of the bed. Ling Xiao quietly walked to her side with a satisfied and happy expression on his face. To be honest, he already had a lot of women. He didn't want to break through this layer of relationship with Indijao, but some things couldn't be helped. For the Genesis Stone, he had decided to risk his entire life's happiness. Ling Xiao removed Indijao's red veil. As he looked at the flawless, rosy face before him, he was completely captivated. To be able to marry such a beautiful and fairy-like woman as his wife, it was indeed a great fortune. Dai Jiao, you're so beautiful. Ling Xiao caressed Dai Jiao's tender face and praised. Jiao grabbed Ling Xiao's hand and softly said, "If you think I'm beautiful, then you shouldn't have made me wait for so long." After a pause, she added, "But this is good, otherwise I'm not sure if I've really fallen in love with you." "Yes, it is my Ling Xiao's good fortune to have you follow me." As Ling Xiao spoke, he lightly pinched Jiao's sharp chin and moved his handsome face closer. Jiao was clearly a little nervous, her curled eyelashes trembling slightly. "I'm a little scared." Jiao turned her face away shyly. "What are you afraid of? Don't worry, I'll be very gentle," Ling Xiao said as he caressed Jiao's beautiful hair. "And come?" Jiao lightly nodded and actually closed her eyes. She lightly clenched her fists, looking as if she was at his mercy and not at his mercy. Ling Xiao bitterly smiled and said, "Relax, how about we have a chat first? Otherwise, you won't be able to experience the wonderful feeling of a spring night that is worth 1,000 gold." Looking at Jiao's current appearance, it was as if he was a big pervert who wanted to devour a little lamb that couldn't escape. Why did he feel that it was very evil? Jiao's interest was piqued when she heard Ling Xiao's words. She pulled Ling Xiao's hand and said, Good. Tell me, who is the prettiest among your wives? Who listens to you the most?" Ling Xiao was instantly speechless. He didn't expect Jiao to have such a mischievous side. She actually asked him such a boring question. That's not easy to say." Ling Xiao revealed a somewhat awkward expression. "Humph, I just want to understand the situation of my sisters. Are you planning on not letting me see them for the rest of my life?" Jiao pouted. "Alright, let me think about how to answer first," Ling Xiao helplessly replied. In terms of looks, Yun Mingqi was the most beautiful out of all the women, and the most obedient one was naturally Bayushi, who had always treated him like a young master. However, the other women were also extremely beautiful, and they were all obedient to him. He had no choice but to carefully consider before answering Jiao's question. Otherwise, when they met in the future, she would reveal his true identity. That would be a great offense. Under Jiao's coaxing and pestering, Ling Xiao could only slowly answer her question. Thus, the night of the bridal chamber became a matter of chatting and laughing. From time to time, sounds of laughter could be heard from the bridal chamber, as if there wasn't the slightest hint of love. The night gradually deepened, and the moon quietly disappeared into the clouds. The two chatted for most of the night. Finally, their clothes gradually loosened, and the candle extinguished. Immediately after, in the darkness of the night, a sound of friction could be heard from the master's room. "Don't be nervous, open your legs a little, I'm going in. Husband, you have to take good care of me. And don't worry, I'll be gentle and I'll love you properly. It hurts." The soft chirping of an oriole continued to ring out, echoing endlessly in the room. Night fell and the sun rose. The east was already bright and the sun was setting in the west. 3 days and 3 nights passed, but the newlyweds in the room didn't even take half a step out of the room. Inside the room, they were only wearing undergarments, leaning against each other and whispering to each other. Their faces rippled with indescribable happiness. After the spring rain, the man's heroic appearance was flourishing, and his casual clothes made him seem unrestrained and unrestrained. The woman, on the other hand, had become even more beautiful after being moisturized, causing people to drool at first glance. She was only wearing undergarments, revealing her sparkling and translucent jade-like skin. Her rosy white skin made people want to pounce and take a few bites. Her bloated bosom gradually revealed its fair and tender skin, making it even more dazzling and alluring. It was just that the sight of a perverted pig touching such a full bosom was so glaring and annoying. "Husband, don't mess around, it's so itchy." Jiao revealed a bashful expression. "Take advantage of the time you have to touch it to your heart's content. Otherwise, who knows when you'll be able to touch it again," Ling Xiao said with a smile. So annoying, you've already touched it for 3 days and 3 nights. If you don't leave now, master and the others will laugh at you. Ndgao pouted. We're newlyweds so they can understand. Ling Xiao said lazily. He felt a little intoxicated by Ndgao's gentleness. In terms of skills in bed, Ndgao naturally couldn't compare to Xinyu Xiangma, but her joyful cries were like the cries of an oriole, causing one to feel a natural impulse. It was like a poison that would take one's life. So much so that he didn't want to leave the room for 3 days and 3 nights. He only wanted to familiarize himself with these heavenly notes. Fortunately, their strength was extraordinary and they were also alchemists. After Ndgao's first night, the slight pain from losing her virginity was resolved with a few pills. Otherwise, how could she have endured his torment? Are you planning to return to the Dragon Gate? Ndgao tightly snuggled up to Ling Xiao and asked with a hint of reluctance. Ling Xiao replied, not so soon. At the very least, I have to refine some pills for the guild before I can leave. Really? Then stay a little longer. I can't bear to part with you. Ndgao exclaimed with joy. Ling Xiao lightly scratched Ndgao's nose and said, silly girl, if you can't bear to part with me, then accompany me to the Dragon Gate. In any case, the third hall master said that you only need to remember to return to the guild. It's not like he wants you to stay here for the rest of your life. Ndgao's beautiful eyes brightened at first, but then dimmed. She said, I know you have important things to do, so I won't pester you for now. I should speed up my cultivation and become the alchemy god as soon as possible. Only then will I feel that the distance between us has shortened. She paused for a moment before continuing, if you forget about me after you return to the Dragon Gate, I'll summon the entire guild to destroy your Dragon Gate. Ling Xiao's heart chilled. He looked at Ndgao's ferocious aura and knew that she was capable of doing such a thing. What nonsense are you saying? I'll come and see you when I have time. Ling Xiao said as he kissed her. Then he said, it's time to get up. I'm going to take some alchemy missions and refine a few more sovereign divine grade pills. I have to return to the Dragon Gate as soon as possible. Otherwise, they'll think that I'm having too much fun and forgetting home. Ling Xiao got up as soon as he said this. He didn't continue to stay in bed. On the contrary, Ndgao didn't really want to get up. Every time she thought about how Ling Xiao would soon leave, she felt especially sad. After all, he was just a newlywed, yet he was about to be separated. How could she not be sad? However, she knew that Ling Xiao had more important things to do, so she couldn't say anything more. She should be more considerate of him and share his burden. Ling Xiao left the courtyard and immediately applied for a mission from the 2 hall masters. He was going to refine 10 sovereign divine grade pills for the medicine union. 10 sovereign divine grade pills didn't sound like a lot, but it should be known that it wasn't easy to find a supreme divine material. Even if the medicine union had a lot of resources, they would only provide a few sovereign divine grade pills for auction every few years. From this, it could be seen that it wasn't easy even for a supreme being or incipient god realm expert to gather a portion of sovereign divine grade pills. The 2 hall masters knew that this was the first time Ling Xiao was making a contribution to the medicine union. After he handed over the 10 sovereign divine grade pills, it would be time for him to leave and return to the Dragon Gate. They had no reason to refuse. After all, they had already settled the matter of Ndgao and tied Ling Xiao to the medicine union. After Ling Xiao obtained the divine materials from the 2 hall masters, he entered into a state of alchemy in the secluded area that the Alchemy Association had opened up for him, striving to refine these 10 supreme divine grade pills as soon as possible. Just when Ling Xiao wanted to return to the Dragon Gate as soon as possible, something big happened in the Kim people. When Ling Xiao returned, a raging wave of anger erupted. Chapter 1464. Ling Xiao stayed in the medicine union for about half a year. Aside from alchemy, he also spent as much time as possible with Ndgao. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see this gentle woman again after returning to the Sky Dragon territory. During this time, Ling Xiao had already handed over the 10 Supreme Divinity grade pills to the guild. At the same time, he had also received a considerable reward from the guild. Besides, Zhuo Xinghong had fulfilled his promise. He gave him a Genesis Stone of Water class. Although this water attribute Genesis Stone was a little small, it was complete and had no flaws. It could be used to form a Genesis formation. Now he had 3 Genesis Stones. Adding the metal attribute Genesis Stone that the Kim people had, they had a total of 4. The Kim people had been searching for more than 30 years for Genesis stones, so they should have found something. They were very close to collecting all 9 Genesis stones. Ling Xiao had been having sex with Ndgao for several days. His legs were a little weak. On this day he finally steeled his heart and prepared to return to the Sky Dragon territory. He had been gone for too long. He had to go back and give an explanation to his clansmen. He had to go back and see if his relatives had adapted to life in the heaven domain. He also had to see how the descendants of the soul race were doing. These were all things he was worried about at all times. Dgao, I have to go back. You have to focus on cultivation. As long as your strength increases, alchemy will be easy. Don't rely on elixirs to increase your strength. Ling Xiao said to Ndgao. Ndgao nodded reluctantly and replied, I know what to do. Don't worry and go back. Remember to come back to see me. If you really have too many things to do, please send someone to send me a letter. Otherwise, I won't be able to resist looking for you. Ling Xiao nodded and said, I'll miss you. When I'm done with my business, I'll accompany you to travel around. That should be fine, right? You said it. I will always remember your promise and wait for you to fulfill it. Ndgao said very seriously. Ling Xiao hugged her and kissed her on the forehead. Then he was about to leave. Ndgao finally couldn't help but sob lightly. Her appearance was truly moving and pitiful. When Ling Xiao heard her crying, he almost didn't want to leave. Fortunately, he knew that now wasn't the time to be sentimental. He gritted his teeth and immediately left the city, heading back to the Sky Dragon domain. After leaving Tianyuan City, Ling Xiao immediately summoned the Vermilion Bird and rushed toward the domain gate at full speed. The Vermilion Bird's speed was as fast as lightning. It was so fast that it dispersed the clouds in the sky. About a month later, he arrived at the domain gate that led back to the Sky Dragon territory. Ling Xiao did not stop and immediately used the domain gate to travel back. In the past, Ling Xiao had followed Ling Fei to the Tianyuan city for the sake of the Divine Alchemist competition. Unexpectedly, after arriving at the Tianyuan city, he had stayed here for several decades. Presumably, the people of the Dragon Gate and the clan thought that he had been tempted by the Medicine Union's offer and didn't want to return. Regardless of whether the people of the Dragon Gate or the clan misunderstood, Ling Xiao felt that he had a clear conscience. After returning to the Sky Dragon domain, Ling Xiao felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. Perhaps he had already regarded this place as his second home. Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. The Vermilion Bird's strength was also incomparably vigorous. It would not be a problem for it to fly for a year and a half without rest. When Ling Xiao passed by the blazing flame merchants, he very much wanted to see Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing. However, he suppressed his impulse and did not go see them for the time being. He was already carrying a lot of love debts. It was better to take care of the clan's affairs first before thinking about other matters in the future. After rushing continuously for 2 months, the Dragon Gate's territory was finally in sight. This time, Ling Xiao wouldn't be as rash as when he had rushed to Tianyuan City. He hurriedly asked the Vermilion Bird to stop and let it transform into its human form before entering the city through the gate. There was no need to alarm the elder guarding the city. The Vermilion Bird, who had rarely spoken, stared at the dragon-gazing mountain range and said faintly, "What a rich dragon aura! What a good dragon vein terrain! No wonder the golden dragon could live here." There was some inexplicable connection between divine beasts. It was normal for it to be able to sense the existence of dragon aura. The golden dragon lives here. I also brought my brother Qilin here. Don't be too disappointed when you see him. Ling Xiao replied. Back then, the prodigal only had the strength of a peak intermediate 10th level. After leaving for a few decades, it would be good if he could advance even 1 level. Compared to the Vermilion Bird's strength, he was still too far away. Ling Xiao originally wanted to temporarily put the Vermilion Bird into the medicine cauldron, but it refused to go in again no matter what. Ling Xiao had no choice but to let it stay close to him. The Vermilion Bird's female form was too perfect. It was like a mature and charming woman. That devilish figure with the golden ratio was too tempting. Her exposed jade-like skin displayed an infinite charm, making one's imagination run wild. It was too dazzling as it followed behind him. As soon as it entered Heavenly Dragon City, it immediately attracted 200% of the people's attention. The surrounding men all cast lustful gazes at it. They really wanted to immediately pounce on it and pamper it. However, the aura that Ling Xiao faintly overflowed made them all feel a heavy pressure. No one dared to take liberties with the transformed Vermilion Bird. However, because of this, people finally began to notice Ling Xiao's existence. They all suspected that he was the newly promoted alchemy god Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao had revealed his face to the public in Heavenly Origin City's main hall. The guild's members had long since recorded his appearance with a record crystal pearl and publicized it in the various regions. Dragon Gate was a famous city in the Heaven Domain, and it was a city directly under the jurisdiction of the force that Ling Xiao was in. Naturally, it had long received news about Ling Xiao becoming the alchemy god. Now, his legendary deeds had spread all over the streets and alleys of this place. It was just that Ling Xiao himself didn't know about it. However, Ling Xiao's eyes and ears were extraordinary. He only needed to listen casually to know what the people around him were talking about. "Brother, did you notice that that young man seems to be the newly promoted alchemy god, Lord Ling Xiao? It's very similar. Isn't he still in the Medicine Alliance? Could it be that he's going back to Dragon Gate? I don't think he looks like Lord Ling Xiao. Look at him, he's not wearing an alchemist robe. Which alchemist doesn't wear that kind of robe all day to show their identity? Maybe it's just a coincidence." That's hard to say. Several decades ago, Lord Ling Xiao was one of the Senjin of Goguryeo, the youngest Senjin of Goguryeo in history. It's not strange for him to wear a martial robe. I really want to go pay my respects to him. It would be great if he's willing to let me follow him. Why don't we go and ask? In any case, there's nothing to lose. However, the woman beside him is really beautiful and sexy. It's just that her eyes are too cold. It's really unbearable. Just when some people wanted to confirm whether this young man before them was really the legendary alchemy god, Ling Xiao, they suddenly lost sight of Ling Xiao and the vermilion bird. Ling Xiao didn't want to be surrounded by them, and he temporarily didn't have the mood to deal with them one by one. Ling Xiao brought the vermilion bird directly to the city lord's mansion. The heavenly dragon city lord naturally knew what kind of person Ling Xiao was. When he saw Ling Xiao, he almost prostrated on the ground and licked Ling Xiao's feet. Ling Xiao was currently the only alchemy god in the heavenly dragon territory. His return would affect many people's hearts. Recently, there were countless people who came to send congratulatory gifts. All of them wanted to form a good relationship with Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao dismissed the city lord with a few words, he hurriedly used the space formation to return to Dragon Gate. In fact, with his supreme being strength, he could directly reach Dragon Gate's location. However, he didn't want to be too high profile. Otherwise, people would think that he was ignoring all rules for the sake of the alchemy god. When Ling Xiao returned to Dragon Gate, the news of his return immediately spread to every corner of Dragon Gate like the wind. Dragon Gate had long received the messenger sent by the Medicine Alliance to announce that Ling Xiao had become the alchemy god and had even become their guild's honorary vice hall master. At that time, the entire sect celebrated for 3 days and 3 nights. After all, Ling Xiao was a member of the Heavenly Dragon sect. This glory naturally belonged to the Heavenly Dragon sect. Those who had friendly relations with Ling Xiao in the past were all secretly delighted. Ling Xiao's status had multiplied, and they might be able to benefit from it. As for those who had offended Ling Xiao, they were incomparably overshadowed, especially the former followers of the Divine Body faction. Although the internal problems of Dragon Gate had been stabilized, the cracks that had once existed would not be easily healed. Furthermore, Ling Xiao was the one who had fought with the Divine Body faction the most. His achievements made the position of Kim People's faction even more unbreakable. Today, when Ling Xiao had returned, some people were happy while others were worried. However, they were more happy than worried. The Gate Master of Dragon Gate, Ling Feiwu, led a group of high elders to welcome him. Not only that, but many half-incipient God Realm experts and even the original elders were also alarmed. Ling Xiao didn't have time to return to his place before he felt a mighty aura coming from all directions. He could only stop and wait for their arrival. After all, he wasn't the same as before. Sometimes, he had to show his attitude as the alchemy god. Altogether, there were more than 300 people. Many high elders who had gone out or hadn't received the news hadn't come yet. Otherwise, there would be more people coming to welcome Ling Xiao. As for the ordinary King God Realm elders, of course, they weren't qualified to join the welcoming team. Ling Feiwu led these people to stand in front of Ling Xiao. Then he bowed to Ling Xiao in an extremely rude manner. They all bowed to Ling Xiao and said in unison, "Welcome back to the sect, Alchemy God." Chapter 1465. Welcome back the Supreme Alchemy God to the sect. Their voices pierced through the 9 heavens and were deafening with an incomparably awe-inspiring aura. Other than a few founding elders, everyone else bowed to Ling Xiao. Even the high and mighty sect master Ling Feiwu was no exception. One could see how much people respected and worshipped Ling Xiao after he became the supreme alchemy god. Moreover, Ling Xiao was not an ordinary supreme alchemy god, but the youngest supreme alchemy god in history. He was already a legend that would be recorded in the annals of history, so his return naturally caused the people of the Dragon Gate to be extremely excited. The people of the Dragon Gate already knew of Ling Xiao's brilliance. His battle prowess surpassed his peers, and there was no one in the Dragon Gate who did not admire him. Moreover, he also seized the title of the Sinjin Kingdom of Goguryeo and rose to more than 400 ranks. Moreover, he was also the most outstanding divine alchemist in the sect. These honors had already made Ling Xiao famous in the Dragon Gate. However, in the past, there was endless internal strife, so no one deliberately displayed their fanatical worship of Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao had reached the peak of the heaven domain in one fell swoop, no one could suppress the excitement of worshipping him. Those characters who had always been high up in the sect, including those from the godly physique faction, also had to lower their arrogant heads in front of him to express their willingness to worship. Ling Xiao's mood was also a bit surging. He remembered that when he first arrived at the heaven domain, he was captured by others to mine in the mines and was even sent to the prison arena to fight. In the eyes of others, he was worthless. And after he arrived at the Dragon Gate, many people continuously provoked him, forcing him to resist. Now he finally made a name for himself. No matter who it was, they could forget about suppressing him. Those who wanted to provoke him had to carefully measure whether or not they had the qualifications to do so. Surrounded by the crowd, Ling Xiao walked towards the main hall of the Dragon Gate. Along the way, members of the Dragon Gate kept crowding around him. Whether it was the Divine King, the Holy Emperor, or other weaker disciples, all of them wanted to touch Ling Xiao's face. In an instant, there were thousands of people following Ling Xiao, and the number was still increasing. By the time they arrived at the main hall, the main peak was already surrounded by a dense crowd of people. No one deliberately dismissed them. After all, Ling Xiao's return was a very glorious thing. It was something to be happy about. There was no need to do anything else to dampen the mood. However, after Ling Xiao entered the main hall, an elder finally dismissed them and announced that Ling Xiao would be given a reward ceremony so that they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to see Lord Ling Xiao. Most of the people had left. Only a small number of them could enter the main hall to see Ling Xiao. Those people were all high elders at the Sinjin of Goguryeo or above. Many of them were half-incipient God Realm elders and some great beginning elders. Except for Ling Feiwu, who was sitting on the main seat, Ling Xiao and the other great beginning elders were also there. Ling Feiwu's position was even higher than theirs. The other half-incipient God Realm elders and the Sinjin of Goguryeo weren't qualified to sit there. Great Uncle Ling Xiao, we're all proud and happy that you can come back. Ling Feiwu smiled at Ling Xiao. Recently, as the Gate Master of the Dragon Gate, he had been striving hard to manage the Dragon Gate. It was even more prosperous than when Ling Qin was there. And he seemed to have put on some weight. He remembered the time when he and his great-uncle had challenged the God Investiture Altar and won the title of the Sinjin of Goguryeo together. That experience was still vivid in his mind. Dozens of years had passed, and his great-uncle Xiao had left him far behind. As the sect master, he could only serve his great-uncle carefully. He believed that when his great-uncle returned to the clan, his great-uncle's position would be on the same level as the chief. It's true. Elder Ling Xiao is the first supreme god alchemist of our Dragon Gate. He's also the only supreme god alchemist in the Sky Dragon territory. He has helped our Dragon Gate gain great glory. If Elder Ling Xiao needs anything, just tell me. I will do my best to help you," said a low-level incipient God Realm expert. This man wasn't sitting in the front, but he wasn't sitting at the back either. His name was He Dong, one of the Elder Feng of the Dragon Gate. Besides him, the others were also the Elder Feng. The real elders of the Dragon Gate hadn't shown up yet. The incipient God Realm experts of the Godly Body faction mostly stayed in the Dragon Gate, while the incipient God Realm experts of the Kim people stayed in the territories behind the Dragon Gate. They wouldn't show up easily. Usually, they were in seclusion for a long time or their souls were wandering around. As Ling Xiao had come back too suddenly, their disciples didn't dare to tell them that he had come out of seclusion. If Ling Xiao had just the title of the incipient God Realm expert, he wouldn't have asked the elders of the Dragon Gate to come out and greet him. His title as the alchemist was the main reason why they wanted to flatter him. Not bad. Elder Ling Xiao is the alchemist of our Dragon Gate. You didn't forget your roots and come back to the Dragon Gate. We're all happy. We will count on you to contribute more to the Dragon Gate. We will wave the flag for you. I don't know how to be polite. I just hope that Elder Ling Xiao can refine a Supreme God pellet for me. I will be your guide in the future. Old Gu, you don't know how to talk? If you want Elder Ling Xiao to refine the Supreme God pellet for you, you should at least prepare some Supreme materials. If you can prepare my share, it will be the best. The incipient God realm experts talked to each other, showing their deep desire to please Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao clasped his fists and smiled. Elders, you don't need to be so polite. I will tell you now. If anyone in our Dragon Gate has the Supreme God pellet, as long as you can prepare 2 or more portions, I will refine the Supreme God pellet for you to strengthen the prestige of our Dragon Gate. As soon as Ling Xiao's words left his mouth, everyone in the hall exclaimed in unison, "Good." The gazes they shot at Ling Xiao had become extremely burning and urgent, and all of them were thinking about how they should prepare those divine materials so that their strengths could improve by another level. It should be noted that the number of Supreme God alchemists was too small. They didn't even have one in the Sky Dragon territory. Moreover, the Supreme God pellet was extremely rare and precious. Not everyone had the chance to get one. Ling Xiao's words were like a reassuring pill to them. They sighed inwardly, "It's so good to have the Supreme God alchemist with us." After exchanging some pleasantries with the people present, Ling Xiao planned to return to his mountain to see his family. However, at this moment he felt many powerful auras coming to the hall. Ling Xiao exclaimed inwardly, "What a powerful aura!" He found that the auras of these people were much stronger than him. He was afraid that these people had the competence of the middle-level Supreme Master realm. Everyone present was moved. They all stood up and waited for the person to enter the hall. They could guess that only the founding elder of the Divine Body faction dared to ignore all the rules like that in the sect. In the next moment, 6 old men appeared at the entrance of the hall. They walked into the hall together. The 2 old men with powerful auras were surprisingly Fang Buer's martial uncle, Ji Qinchao, who was also Ji Tianfang's father. The other old man was Fang Buer's teacher, Wei Tuesday. These 2 were the most important and also the strongest people of the Divine Body faction. They had reached the peak of the middle-level Supreme Master realm. They were the old incipient God realm experts of the Dragon Gate. The other 4 were also at the Supreme Incipient God realm. All of them looked old and dignified. From their auras, Ling Feiwu and the others felt as if they were trying to force the emperor to abdicate. They couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. When Ling Feiwu was about to speak, Ji Qinchao and Wei Tu's gazes fell on Ling Xiao first. Ji Qinchao was the first one to ask, "You must be the new Supreme God alchemist Ling Xiao?" Ling Xiao met Ji Qinchao's eyes and answered faintly, "That's right. I'm Ling Xiao. Greetings, elders." Ling Xiao was neither servile nor overbearing. His face was calm as if he wasn't frightened by their surging auras. "Haha, you're indeed a talented man. It's our Dragon Gate's good fortune to have you in our Dragon Gate." Wei Tu, who was standing next to Ji Qinchao, laughed. While he was smiling, the other incipient God realm experts also retrieved their auras. Their faces were kind and friendly. They had only come to see what kind of person the newly promoted Supreme Alchemy God was. If they were to be scared by them, then it would be an undeserved reputation. Now, it seemed that Ling Xiao was indeed a talented man with a bright future. When they thought about how their disciples and grand-disciples had fought against such a character, they felt that they had overestimated themselves. At the same time, they felt lucky that they hadn't completely fallen out with Kim people. Otherwise, it would have been their loss. From today onwards, whether it was for their own sake or for the sake of their disciples, they had no choice but to curry favor with the people of the Jin clan and this new alchemy god. Ji Qinchao smiled. "My son Tianfang has always regarded you as his idol. He has been working hard to cultivate. At that time I heard about your existence, Ling Xiao. In just a blink of an eye, you're already on the same level as us old fogies. It's really amazing. I suggest that the sect master should reward Elder Ling Xiao well." Ling Xiao smiled. "Elders, you flatter me. Ling Xiao only has a little ability. In the future, I still need to rely on the elders to take care of me." "Alright, there's no need to be so polite. We're all from the same sect and from now on, we'll be as close as brothers. Let bygones be bygones. Those juniors are immature, please don't take it to heart, Elder Ling Xiao." Wei Tu smiled and then said, "I've already sent my disdainful disciple Fang Bu to the Western Paradise." Wei Tu's last words were more or less like slapping his own face. However, it was undeniable that he had given enough face and put down everything in the past. When the sect had settled the internal strife, Wei Tu had left Fang Bu-er on his mountain and forcefully protected Fang Bu-er's life. Now that Ling Xiao had returned in glory, his status was no longer the same as before. In order to make Ling Xiao eliminate all his hatred towards the Divine Body faction, Wei Tu had no choice but to personally make a statement. Regardless of whether or not Fang Bu-er had been killed by him, his words had already made it clear that Fang Bu-er would never appear in front of them again, and there would never be another person like Fang Bu-er who wanted to seize the position of sect master. Chapter 1466. The appearance of Ji Fangchao and Wei Tu made the atmosphere in the hall not as warm as before. However, Ling Feiwu was very excited and happy. Although he had taken over Ling Chen's position and became the master of Dragon Gate, he still couldn't let down his guard against the Divine Body faction. He always felt that they would provoke them again. He also wanted to visit the founding elders of the Divine Body faction and have a talk with them. Unfortunately, she hadn't even met him once, causing him to be helpless. Today, as Ling Xiao returned with his identity, the Dragon Gate would not have any internal strife in the next 10,000 years. If Ling Xiao continued to be strong and stayed in the Dragon Gate, no one would dare to provoke the prestige of the Kim people. He couldn't help but sigh. With Granduncle Ling Xiao's return and the stability of the sect, our Dragon Gate's prestige will be even greater. The people in the hall didn't stay for long. After deciding on the conferring ceremony for Ling Xiao, they all left. The moment Ling Xiao wanted to return to his mountain, Zheng Can came to Ling Xiao and said with a smile, "Elder Alchemist God, from now on, you will be in charge of our Dragon Gate's Alchemist branch." Zheng Can now admired Ling Xiao wholeheartedly. It was all thanks to Ling Xiao that he could reach the Supreme Incipient God realm for so many years. If Ling Xiao hadn't joined the Alchemist Guild and become its guest elder, the Dragon Gate wouldn't have received so many Supreme God pellets, and one of them was given to him. It was because he had worked hard for the Dragon Gate for many years. While he had provided so many divine pellets, he had also trained many excellent alchemists. He deserved a Supreme God pellet which helped him reach the Supreme God realm. However, when he became a low-level Supreme Incipient God realm expert, he failed to refine a Supreme God pellet, which was a big blow to him. He thought that with his many years of experience he would naturally become an alchemy god, but unfortunately he was too naive. Now that Ling Xiao had surpassed him in one fell swoop and became the youngest Supreme Alchemy God, he couldn't help but admire him. Hehe, Elder Zheng, you are too polite. You have always been the chief alchemist of the sect. Although I was lucky enough to take that step earlier than you, there are still many things that you need to handle well. I will just assist you from the side. Ling Xiao replied with a smile. Before Zheng Can could say anything else, he said, "Elder Zheng, I'll go back to see my family first. When I'm free we can discuss alchemy again." Zheng Ken was pleasantly surprised as he replied, Good, this old man will welcome Alchemist Ling's arrival at any time." The fact that Ling Xiao did not become arrogant after becoming the Supreme Alchemy God made Zheng Ken very happy. He was also glad that he had a good relationship with Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao had become the Supreme Alchemy God, being able to discuss alchemy with him was undoubtedly something worth being excited about. It was also something that he felt the most urgent. If he could also become the Supreme Alchemy God, although he would not be as glorious as Ling Xiao, his status would still be greatly improved. Many people wanted to talk with Ling Xiao alone, but they were all rejected by Ling Xiao. He called the most beautiful vermilion bird, who had been ignored, and rushed to his mountain peak. When he returned, many people had already gathered on his peak. Some were his relatives, some were the original elders and deacons of his peak, but most were people from other peaks. They all came to get close to the people at his peak and wanted to improve their relationship with Ling Xiao through their relationship. As soon as they saw Ling Xiao, they all bowed to greet him. Ling Xiao had to wave his hand to let these people disperse first. What was the point of making a ruckus here? He flew to the front of his palace and looked at his familiar relatives and lovers. They were all very happy. Meng Xiun couldn't help but grumble at Ling Xiao. She said that he always left for decades and didn't care about them at all. Ling Xiao didn't have any dignity as a supreme alchemy god in front of his mother, so he could only obediently listen to her scolding. "Grandpa, how can you not look old at all? When we stand together with you, others will think that you are my older brother or younger brother." A clear and beautiful voice appeared. This was a woman dressed in a more elegant manner. Her delicate face was exquisite and perfect, and her skin was so tender that it seemed as if it could be broken by the slightest breeze. Her beautiful hair was adorned with a butterfly ornament that exuded a lovely spirit. A purple dress wrapped around her graceful figure to the fullest. Ling Xiao looked at this strange yet familiar woman and couldn't help but smile. "Little girl, are you little Yu?" That's right, she was Ling Xiao's granddaughter Ling Yu. Ling Yu wrinkled her jade-like nose in dissatisfaction. "Grandpa, you are too heartless, you actually can't recognize me." At this time, an extraordinarily handsome young man said, "Grandpa has a new love, so he forgot about you, his granddaughter. What's so strange about that?" This young man had a hint of ridicule on his face and a devilish smile similar to Ling Xiao's. He was Ling Xiao's grandson Ling Zhe. "Haha, a girl really changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Little you little girl have grown up and become even more beautiful. Little Zhe is also not bad, he has half of your grandpa's demeanor from back then." Ling Xiao happily laughed. Then he glanced at his women and pointed at the vermilion bird divine beast. "It is anti-vermilion bird, but it has come to find Zizi for something, don't make wild guesses." Ling Xiao's tone was serious. Ling Xiao and the other women also knew that they were overthinking, and the trace of unnaturalness on their faces disappeared. Immediately after, Ling Xiao first arranged for the vermilion bird divine beast to a quiet place so that he could properly reminisce with his family. Ling Xiao went to his palace. Sitting on the seat of the Peak Lord, he looked at everyone in the hall. They were all his relatives and lovers, and there were no outsiders present. Among these people, Mad Monk, Evil Emperor Ling Zhan, Feng Ling Tian and a few others were not present. They were all cultivation madmen and had all gone out to cultivate. Sitting below him were his mother, Feng Xianyun, Yun Mingqi, Kai Shiyue, Yuro Fei, Ji Beixin, and a group of female generals. Seeing that their strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, Ling Xiao also felt a lot more at ease. Among these women, other than Yun Mingqi and Yuro Fei, Feng Xianyun was the one who had advanced the fastest. Her heavenly gu body was almost on par with the divine body, and from the strength of a saint, she had directly reached the strength of a high-level holy emperor. She had advanced a level every few years and she had not taken any pills to advance. At this rate, within 100 years she would have the chance to aspire to the divine king realm. At that time she would only be 200 years old. To be able to reach the divine king realm, she would definitely be a first-class genius in the heaven domain. Next was Dongfang Jing. She had actually surpassed many women who had always been at a higher level than her, and reached the strength of a middle-level holy emperor, displaying her pride as the proud daughter of the Dongfang family. As for the others, there were 2 or 3 people who had the strength of a low-level holy emperor, and most of them were in the high-level saint realm. If they wanted to take the step to the holy emperor realm, they would still need some time and comprehension. As for Ling Xiao's wife, Tenbin by Yueme, she had also caught up and reached the peak of the saint realm. She was only 1 step away from the strength of a holy emperor. Ling Yu had also turned over a new leaf and improved a lot. She and her sister Ling Ying had also reached the strength of a middle-level saint. On the contrary, among so many people, the potential that the twins Ling Yu and Ling Zhe had displayed made people look at them in a new light. They had both reached the strength of a low-level saint. They were only in their early 50s, and to be able to reach this stage they were not inferior to Ling Xiao back then. However, after reaching this stage it would become more and more difficult to advance. It would be extremely difficult for them to catch up to Ling Xiao's advancement. The reason why they were able to increase their strength by a large margin was because the environment of the heaven realm was simply too suitable for cultivation. It was countless times better than the profound spirit continent back then. Ling Xiao roughly told them the reason why he had disappeared for so many years, so that they wouldn't let their imaginations run wild. It was also difficult for them to understand that Ling Xiao had relied on his own hard work to achieve today's supreme glory. They wouldn't have too many complaints towards him, and would only blame themselves for dragging Ling Xiao down. They had already tried their best to catch up to Ling Xiao's footsteps, but they were pulled further and further away by him. It was truly a huge blow to them. However, they should be satisfied. To be able to reach such a realm at their age, they could be considered pretty good geniuses in the heaven realm. Although they couldn't compare to the true disciples of the Dragon Gate, they weren't too far off. After all, their starting point was much later than theirs. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao providing them with countless cultivation resources, they wouldn't have been able to catch up to the footsteps of the people of the heaven realm. Ling Xiao found out from their mouths that the clansmen he had brought to the heaven realm were all living very well. They had the care of the people of the Dragon Gate, and were temporarily living in the outskirts of the city, slowly growing stronger. Of course, there were also restless people who wanted to travel around, wanting to find the opportunities they wanted. As for those Ling family disciples who were brought by Ling Xiao to the Kim people's territory to pass the bloodline test, they received great nurturing, and their advancement speed was also extremely fast. In short, they had already adapted to the living atmosphere of the Heaven Realm, and understood the situation of the Heaven Realm. They could settle down here with peace of mind. After Ling Xiao dismissed them, he summoned his group of subordinates who had followed him since he was in the Profound Spirit Continent. Han Kai Yi Yunfeng, Savage Leopard, Mad Tooth, Poison Scorpion, Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Leng Shi, and many other valiant generals. After they came to the Heaven Realm, they realized how weak they were. In the past few decades they rarely went out and all of them were working hard to break through in seclusion. Han Kai was the oldest. Although his physical fitness had been adjusted by Ling Zhao's pills and the God's Spring, his advancement speed was the slowest. Right now he was only at the peak of the low-level Holy Emperor. If he wanted to reach the Divine King realm in the future, it would undoubtedly be the most difficult. However, he was very satisfied with his current life, because his lifespan had already increased infinitely, and his alchemy skills had reached a whole new level. He could now refine Great Sage Dan, and could continue to develop his alchemy skills. Chapter 1467. Han Kai was obsessed with the art of alchemy. In the Dragon Gate there were many great saint masters and divine alchemists. He was rejuvenated and very satisfied with the current situation. Yi Yunfeng was the one who cultivated the most desperately among Ling Zhao's direct descendants. His cultivation level was mid-stage Mystic Emperor, and he directly reached the peak of the Saint Realm. He was not inferior to Ling Zhao's women. Originally he could have reached the Holy Emperor realm earlier, but he followed Ling Zhao's instructions. He would never use elixirs to advance. He must rely on his own strength to advance step by step. He would only take elixirs when he reached the most critical juncture. In any case, there was no shortage of cultivation resources in the Heaven region. It was relatively easy to become a Holy Emperor. With an unlimited lifespan, it would not be difficult to continue breaking through and advancing. For example, they had the protection of the supreme alchemist god, Ling Xiao. In the future they could at least reach the Divine King realm. As for the Supremacy realm, it would depend on their own potential and comprehension. Cruel Leopard once yearned for the Saint realm. After his rebirth, he was already a low-level saint when he followed Ling Xiao in the Central region. Now that he came to the Heaven region, he stimulated the potential of this body and reached the mid-stage Holy Emperor realm in one fell swoop. He was only a little weaker than Feng Xianyun and the same strength as Dongfang Jing. Although Mad Tooth found a good body in the Central region and was reborn, he still needed to recultivate his strength. Now he was just a little stronger than before, only at the mid-stage Saint realm. Poison Scorpion cultivated poison techniques. His aptitude was slightly weaker than the others. He had only just reached the Saint realm. Lone Eagle cultivated two attributes at the same time, but he worked very hard and had already surpassed Poison Scorpion to become a mid-stage saint. Li Kuanghu and Leng Shi also had the same strength as Lone Eagle. The 8 great generals also became low-level saints. Ling Zhao's master, Mu Huai, and his great-grandfathers Ling He and Ling Tsang had all improved significantly. Every single one of them looked much younger than they used to be. Among these people, the one who advanced the fastest was not them but Yuan Zhantian. He had already reached the peak of the Holy Emperor realm a few years ago. Even Feng Xianyun, who had the Heaven Gu body, was overshadowed by his brilliance. Yuan Zhantian was eccentric and rarely socialized with others. Because of this, some disciples of the Dragon Gate sect disliked him. At that time he had just broken through to mid-level Saint Emperor, but a few inner sect disciples of the Heavenly Dragon sect ridiculed him for looking like an ape-man. Yuan Zhantian did not want to lower himself to their level, but these people had gone too far and provoked him. Yuan Zhantian did not want to lower himself to them, but these people went above. Among these disciples there were 3 mid-level Saint Emperors and 1 high-level Saint Emperor. However, Yuan Zhantian still managed to defeat him. Among these disciples there were 3 middle Holy Emperors and 1 high Holy Emperor, but he was still beaten down by Yuan Zhantian. Because of this he caused quite a bit of trouble. Fortunately, Ling Gang stepped in and suppressed the matter. However, Yuan Zhantian's battle attracted the attention of many Divine King elders. They could see that Yuan Zhantian was the successor of the sacred battle ape, and his battle Tenbin was definitely the best in the world. Many of them cherished his talent and wanted to take him in as their disciple. Unfortunately, they were heartlessly rejected by Yuan Zhantian. They could not do anything about it. After all, Yuan Zhantian was someone from Ling Shao Peak. Ling Shao was a special elder in the sect. Moreover, he was appointed as a guest elder of the Medicine Guild. This made the people of the Dragon Gate wary of Ling Shao. No one would want to provoke Ling Shao, who had unlimited potential as a Sinjin of Goguryeo and a godly apothecary. They should be glad that they did not force Yuan Zhantian at that time. Otherwise it would be too late for regrets today. Now Yuan Zhantian was no longer in the Dragon Gate. He had left Celestial Dragon City alone. No one knew where he was going and he had not mentioned it to anyone. Before he left, he gave a jade tube of life to Yi Yunfeng. He would give it to Yi Yunfeng when Yi Yunfeng returned. Yuan Zhantian's action was to let Ling Shao know that he was still alive. One day he would come back to challenge Ling Shao. Ling Shao was not surprised to hear that Yuan Zhantian had left Celestial Dragon City. Yuan Zhantian was a man who feared nothing. Although it was easy for him to stir up trouble, Yuan Zhantian was not the kind of person who would die young. With his battle prowess and potential, he would one day shock the entire Qingyun realm. Yuan Zhantian's departure reminded Ling Shao of Shen Yao. When Shen Yao left, his strength was not that great. Ling Shao did not know how he was doing now. Had he found the opportunity he needed? Compared to Yuan Zhantian, Ling Shao was much more at ease with Shen Yao. He knew that Shen Yao had always kept a low profile and was good at playing tricks. There should not be any danger for him to deceive innocent girls. If Shen Yao heard Ling Zhao's thoughts, he would definitely cry out that he was wronged. He was going to search for opportunities and experience the local customs and customs of the Heaven Domain. How did he become deceiving innocent girls? After Ling Shao reviewed his team, he still felt that their advancement speed was still a lot slower. He planned to take good care of each of them when he returned. He would reforge their bodies and aptitudes so that they could become God Kings sooner. Only then would he be at ease to let them roam the Heaven Domain. He would let them explore the world by themselves so that they would have the ability to be independent. Senior Brother Han, how have you been since you came here? Ling Shao respected Han Kai and took the initiative to ask. Han Kai gently stroked his old beard and smiled. Good, very good. When I was in the Central Territory, I thought that my alchemy skills were invincible. But after coming to the Heaven Domain, I realized that I was a frog at the bottom of a well. That's good. When I have time, I will take you to Old Zheng so that you can exchange pointers with him. I believe it will be very beneficial for you. Ling Shao suggested. Han Kai was overjoyed. Great. I have admired divine alchemist Zheng Ken for a long time. If I can exchange pointers with him, it will be my honor. He knew that Zheng Ken was the chief divine alchemist of the Dragon Gate. His fame was known by everyone in the Dragon Gate. More than 20 years ago, Zheng Ken had become a supreme incipient God realm expert. His prestige was like the sun in the sky. Han Kai knew the alchemist here and had long admired Zheng Ken. He was an existence infinitely close to the supreme divine alchemist. He had long wanted to exchange pointers with such a person, but with his status, how could he be qualified to meet such a person? Now that he heard Ling Shao help him solve this problem, of course he was very excited. However, Hua Xiaogui said, Old Han, are you mistaken? Didn't you hear that boss is now a supreme divine alchemist? He is much stronger than divine alchemist Zheng. You are giving up what is close to you and seeking what is far away. I really don't understand what you are thinking. As soon as Hua Xiaogui said this, Han Kai's expression froze. Then he heavily patted his forehead and shouted, Oh, it seems that this old man is really muddle-headed. Hua Xiaogui's advancement speed was slower. He had to take care of alchemy. Now, he had only advanced from the mid-level heavenly venerable to the high-level mysterious emperor. There was still a long way to go before he could reach the Saint Realm. It was the same for Tang Lugui and him, but it did not mean that they would not have great achievements in the future. After all, they had to take care of another noble identity. Yi Boss is now a supreme divine alchemist. In the future, with his protection, it will not be a problem for us to eat and drink well. Yi Yunfeng laughed from the side. You can't say that. I don't have that much time right now and there are many things I need to do. I'll introduce you to Elder Zheng, senior apprentice brother and little turtle. He's been a divine alchemist for many years, and he already has the potential to become a divine alchemist. With his guidance, it'll be 100 benefits and no harm, said Ling Shao. He still had to find other source stones to complete the great plan to repair the Shenling continent and save his ancestor. Boss, you can't just care about Old Han and Little Turtle. I also want to know a divine tool master. Can I? Tang Lugui said with some embarrassment. Of course there is no problem. Later I will introduce you to Divine Master Jiang to learn. Ling Xiao agreed. Then he said to the others, there should be suitable Divine King teachers on the peak. When the time comes I will ask them to give you some pointers and prepare for you to break through to the Divine King realm. If you do not reach the Divine King realm, you will not be considered an expert. Everyone present was moved when they heard this. That step was the most difficult for them to cross. They all knew how many Holy Emperor in the Dragon Gate had been stuck at this level for countless years and could not break through. Fortunately they had Ling Xiao. With the help of his Divine King Elixir, it was not that difficult to break through. They only needed to keep increasing their strength. The minimum requirement was to reach the peak of the Holy Emperor. At that time they would take the elixir and breakthrough would be a matter of course. After Ling Xiao chatted with them for a long time, he let them disperse and met with Chang Haoyou. Right now, Chang Haoyou was already the head steward of Ling Xiao's mountain peak, and he was deeply trusted by Ling Xiao. Chang Haoyou was already at the middle level of the God King realm, and was not far from the peak of the God King realm. He had chosen to follow Ling Xiao a long time ago, and now, everyone finally knew how correct his choice was. And the moment he heard that Ling Xiao had become the sovereign medicine god, he was so happy that he could not sleep for a few days. In his heart he was even more determined to follow Ling Xiao forever. Senior brother Chang, has anything happened in the sect recently? Ling Xiao asked as he looked at Chang Haoyou. Chang Haoyou revealed a respectful expression and reported some of the things that happened in the past few years to Ling Xiao. Right now, Chang Haoyou was Ling Xiao's spy in the Dragon Gate. When Ling Xiao was not around, Chang Haoyou could help him record everything that happened. After listening, Ling Xiao understood that these things did not have much to do with him, so he felt a lot more at ease. However, when it came to the clansmen that Ling Xiao brought up, other than those who had been accepted into the clan, those who did not have obvious bloodline power were arranged to live outside the city. There were some minor disturbances, but they had already been dealt with. Now, no one would be stupid enough to provoke Ling Xiao's people. Ling Xiao originally wanted to stay on the mountain peak for a few more days to accompany his women, but Ling Fei's sudden arrival forced him to rush back to the clan. Because he heard something that made him very sad and angry. Chapter 1468. Ling Wei was dead. When Ling Xiao heard the news, he almost exploded. Perhaps Ling Wei didn't have many interactions with him in his life, but he and Ling Xiao had the same bloodline. He was willing to call him great-grandpa. The feeling that blood was thicker than water could never be erased. Ever since he recognized his ancestors and returned to the clan, he saw every clansman around him as his family. Ling Wei, Ling Bo, Ling Qiu, and the other elders all treated him very well, which made him respect them from the bottom of his heart. Ling Wei was a genuine incipient God realm expert. How could he die all of a sudden? Ling Xiao couldn't accept this fact. He shouted at Ling Fei, "Brother, why did it happen? How did my great-grandpa die?" Ling Fei said with a sorrowful face, "Old Wei was fighting with someone when he was searching for the Genesis stone. He was killed." Then his eyes sparkled with murderous aura. "The Winged Man tribe killed him." "The Winged Man tribe?" Ling Xiao shouted through his gritted teeth. Then he said coldly, "One day I will wipe out the Winged Man tribe." However, no matter how angry Ling Xiao was, it was useless. He and Ling Fei returned to the clan. The clan was making the best plan to deal with the Winged Man tribe. They must make the Winged Man tribe pay with blood. Ling Xiao and Ling Fei hurried to the clan. At the same time they brought the divine beast Vermilion Bird. Ling Xiao had arranged for the wastrel to live in the dragon-gazing mountain with the Gold Wolf King, the mutant liger, and the dragon horse. The reason why Ling Xiao didn't bring them was that they couldn't help him at that time. It was better to let them grow freely in the mountain. When Ling Xiao reached the clan, he didn't immediately meet the clan leader with Ling Fei. Instead, he brought the Vermilion Bird to look for the prodigal first. They had always been active near the Golden Dragon. Although that place was more suitable for metal-type spirit beasts, the prodigal always had beast cores to swallow. Furthermore, it had become friends with the 13th prince, so it didn't mind staying there. The mythological beast Vermilion Bird seemed to sense some kind of pressure as it followed Ling Xiao deeper in. It couldn't help but transform into its true form and let out a loud cry. Whoosh! Intense flames spread out in all directions, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to rise rapidly. Brr! Beastly roars rang out from the depths of the mountain range, and huge figures rushed out from the bottom of the mountain range. There were close to 100 golden water dragons, and every one of them showed signs of transforming into a dragon. Their draconic aura was evident, and their dragon scales shone brightly. Behind them, there were also many powerful metal-type holy beasts that surrounded Ling Xiao and the mythological beast Vermilion Bird. Among these holy beasts, there were 3 water dragons and 2 mutated metal-type holy beasts that had reached the 11th level. Dozens of them had already surpassed the 10th level. These were the guardian holy beasts of the Golden Dragon's territory. They were all attached to the Golden Dragon. In their eyes, the Golden Dragon was royalty and was worthy of their loyalty. Ling Xiao really didn't expect that bringing the mythological beast Vermilion Bird would cause such a huge commotion. Just as he was about to talk to these water dragons, an even more terrifying roar came from the depths of the mountain range. This was the true roar of a dragon. The Golden Dragon's Golden Dragon had come out from the dragon's nest. More than 10 golden dragons with their intimidating auras dashed towards the area in just a blink of an eye. Looking at these giant creatures that were thousands of meters long, their golden scales lit up the sky of the mountain range. It was a magnificent scene. The warriors in the Kim people's territory were frightened by the dragon roars. They became restless. Ling Bo, Ling Qiu, and more than 10 incipient God Realm experts dashed towards the Golden Dragon's territory. They were worried that something big had happened. Ling Xiao also roared and screamed in fear. "Guys, don't act rashly. It's just a friend I've brought here." He was scared out of his wits. If those holy beasts swarmed him, he could only run for his life. "Boss, why are you here? Why did you bring the fiery Vermilion Bird here? It dares to provoke our royal prestige. How dare it?" One of the golden dragons spoke human language. As soon as it finished speaking, it transformed into its human form. It was the 13th prince who used to follow Ling Xiao. "It's a misunderstanding. Listen to me first. Tell them to retreat," Ling Xiao said hurriedly. At this moment, the golden dragon of the azure dragons roared. All the flood dragons and the other holy beasts disappeared into the mountain range. "Vermilion Bird Queen, why did you come to our tribe?" the azure dragon asked in a low voice. Ling Xiao had never seen this azure dragon before. It must be the old dragon king of the golden dragon. The divine beast Vermilion Bird retrieved its aura and said to the azure dragon, "Your Majesty the old dragon king, I'm sorry to disturb you. I don't know how many years it has been since I last met you dragons. I'm just excited." Pausing for a while, it continued, "I'm here to see the prince of the Fire Qilin tribe. I heard that he's a guest in your tribe." As soon as it finished speaking, another roar sounded from below. "Empress Vermilion Bird, what business do you have with me?" A ball of fire brought with it a brilliant light and directly swept to Ling Xiao's side. Wasn't it the prodigal fire unicorn? It had a dragon head, dragon horns, a lion's body, a ponytail, and eagle claws. They formed the image of an extraordinary divine beast. Its aura was much stronger than before. Surprisingly, it had surpassed the peak of medium-level 10th God Realm and reached high-level 10th God Realm. The gathering of 3 different divine beasts made the Kim people's supreme and incipient God Realm experts jealous. "Boss, you're finally back. Next time you want to go out, you must take me with you. It's so boring here," the prodigal said to Ling Xiao with dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao affectionately touched the prodigal's forehead and smiled. "Okay, I'll take you with me next time." Then he pointed at the divine beast Vermilion Bird and said, "Auntie Vermilion Bird wants to see you. You should have a good chat with her. I won't disturb you. I'll find you later." Then he left the divine beasts and flew towards Ling Bo, Ling Qiu, and the others. "Good boy, you're finally back. It's fine if you're back. Why did you make such a big noise? I thought someone dared to offend our Kim people." Ling Bo smiled at Ling Xiao. They had received the news that Ling Xiao had become the supreme alchemy god. They had been worried that Ling Xiao had been roped in by the Medicine Alliance and didn't want to return to their clan. A few years ago they had sent people to the Medicine Alliance to find Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, they only heard that Ling Xiao had gone to the Sky Sparrow area. They didn't know whether this news was true or not. In short, as long as Ling Xiao didn't return, they would feel uneasy. Now Ling Xiao had finally returned. These old fellows should be relieved. "Chief, I'm sorry to have made you worry." Ling Xiao bowed to Ling Bo and the others. Then he said, "My great-grandfather, is he really dead?" As soon as Ling Xiao said this, Ling Bo, Ling Qiu, and the others' expressions slightly changed. Looking at their ugly faces, it was obvious that this matter was very difficult for them. In terms of seniority, Ling Wei was much older than Ling Bo, Ling Qiu, and the others. Ling Wei had always had the image of a good person in the clan, and he was relatively popular. His sudden death had aroused the anger of everyone in the clan. "We'll talk about this when we get back," Ling Bo said and led the way back to the clan's territory. At this time Ling Qiu whispered to Ling Xiao, "Little Xiao, did you tame the vermilion bird?" Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "No, it just wanted to discuss something with the divine beast Qilin. The divine beast Qilin happened to be my brother. I was just a middleman." Ling Qiu sighed and said, "It's a pity. If it could be used by you, it would be a blessing for the Kim people." He paused for a while and said, "If it's possible, try to build a good relationship with it. I've heard that there's a Genesis stone in the Nirvana space of the Tian-K territory. If it could enter the Nirvana space and get the Fire Genesis stone, it would be great." Another old man of the Kim people said, "Yes, little Xiao, if you can find a Genesis stone, it will be a great merit for you." Recently, the Gold Tribe had been trying to find ways to collect all 9 kinds of Genesis stones. They wanted to find someone to set up the Genesis Great Formation to save their ancestor. To them, each kind of Genesis stone was precious. As long as they could get it, they had to use any means to get it. Ling Xiao said faintly, "I've got the Fire Genesis stone." "What?" The Gold Clan's supreme martial artists stopped in their tracks and cried out in shock. They looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of disbelief. They had spread the news around the Heaven territory that they were willing to pay any price to exchange for each kind of Genesis stone. They had also sent the Supremes of the incipient God realm to the dangerous areas in outer space to find them. After dozens of years, besides the metal Genesis stone that their tribe had, they had only gotten a water Genesis stone from the Black Turtle sect. It was obvious how hard it was to find these Genesis stones. And today Ling Xiao had brought them a Fire Genesis stone. It was really surprising. Ling Xiao said, "I met the vermilion bird by chance. It brought me to the Nirvana space. Otherwise, I wouldn't have broken through to the incipient God realm that fast. Haha, God is helping us, the Kim people. We already have the metal, water, and fire Genesis stones. I believe it won't be difficult to get the other 6. Ling Bo couldn't help but laugh. "Yes, we also know that the Winged Men tribe also has the light Genesis stone. After we kill those damn birdmen, we will get the light Genesis stone." Ling Qiu grinned fiendishly. Now that Xiao has returned with his fame as the supreme alchemy god, he can help the outer hall attract more powerhouses. If we can get a few supreme rogue cultivators to join us, then we won't have to fear those birdmen anymore. Another elder of the Gold Clan quietly replied. At this time Ling Xiao said with surprise, "Has our tribe got the water Genesis stone?" "Yes, I got it from the Black Turtle sect. Is there a problem?" Ling Bo replied. Chapter 1469. Ling Xiao felt that he had suffered a big loss this time. He had sacrificed his luck to become the Medicine Union's subordinate to get the Water Genesis stone, but now he couldn't use it anymore. Ling Xiao forced a smile and patted his forehead. "It seems like I can only keep it for myself." Ling Bo arched his brows. "What? You found the Water Genesis stone too? It's impossible, isn't it?" Each kind of Genesis stone existed in those spaces with pure attributes. It wasn't something that ordinary people could get. Even the incipient God realm experts couldn't find them. If they were careless, they would die in those dangerous spaces. He believed that Ling Xiao had the divine beast vermilion birds help to get the Fire Genesis stone. It wasn't strange. However, if Ling Xiao got the Water Genesis stone, it would be unbelievable. Ling Xiao chuckled. "Let's go back to the conference hall first." Ling Bo, Ling Qiu, and the others returned to the conference hall with doubts. As soon as Ling Xiao stood still, he took out the 3 Genesis stones and placed them in front of everybody. Swoosh swoosh. Flows of Genesis power flashed, filling the simple hall in just a blink of an eye. As soon as people sat down, they jumped up as if their butts were on fire. They looked at the 3 different colored Genesis stones in front of them in fright. Looking at the 3 different sized Genesis stones in front of them, their jaws dropped so much that they could fit a fist inside. The power of the Genesis stones was so strong that it had almost shattered this place. Ling Xiao had to collect them. "I got the Fire Genesis Source Stone from the Nirvana space. I used another Fire Genesis Source Stone to exchange for the Earth Genesis Source Stone from the Fire Clan. I got the Water Genesis Source Stone from the Medicine Alliance. Since the clan already has the Water Genesis Source Stone, I'll keep it for myself." Ling Xiao explained and then gave the Fire and Earth Genesis Stones to Ling Bo in a spatial ring. "This. Kid, you really surprised us. You alone found 3 Genesis stones of different attributes. It seems like the entire Gold Clan is not as fast as you. You really make us old men feel ashamed. Ling Bo pulled himself together and said with emotion, "You are so good at finding 3 Genesis stones of different attributes." Ling Xia was also very pleased. "That's right. It was the right decision to bring you back to our clan. You've surpassed all our expectations. With you here, we old men don't have to worry anymore." The other elders also began to praise Ling Xiao. They looked at Ling Xiao with incomparably kind and gratified eyes. They knew that because of Ling Xiao's existence, the Jin clan would once again rise to power. "Chief, elders, I want to know how my great-grandfather died." Ling Xiao gave the Genesis stone to Ling Bo and changed the topic. Ling Bo frowned. As he was about to speak, an elder of the Gold tribe sighed and said, "Elder Wei died because of me. If I didn't have the guts to suggest that Elder Wei go to the Winged Man race to trade for the light attribute Source Stone, he wouldn't have died. Damn the Winged Man clan. I will take revenge for Elder Wei sooner or later." Ling Xiao looked at the elder. He knew that his name was Ling Min. Now he had reached the peak of low-level supreme expert. Shi Yan guessed that his great-grandfather Ling Wei was at least a mid-level supreme expert at incipient god realm. The two of them had gone to the Winged Man clan, but they had to return with losses. The Winged Man clan was worthy of being the strongest ancient clan in the Sky Dragon area. Their foundation was much more terrifying than the Kim people. If they hadn't disdained to join forces with other clans, they would have had their own territory in the Sky Dragon area. Ling Min told Ling Xiao what had happened, which made Ling Xiao even angrier. He was the reason why the Winged Man clan dared to attack the incipient god realm experts of the Kim people. Ling Min said that when they first arrived at the Winged Man clan's territory, although the Winged Man clan was arrogant and rude, they didn't want to kill them. They just didn't want to trade the Genesis stone with them. However, after a prince called Jet appeared, he hated the Kim people a lot. Thus, the Winged Man clan changed their attitude toward them. Then, the incipient god realm experts of the Winged Man clan besieged them. To protect Ling Min, Ling Wei was killed by the enemy's incipient god realm experts. Ling Xiao was enraged. Prince Jet was one of the ancient warriors who had besieged him when he returned to the Heaven territory from Mysterious Spirit Continent. Eventually he had escaped. He didn't expect that Prince Jet would become the reason why his great-grandfather was killed. Anyway, Ling Xiao had killed the 2 incipient god realm experts of the Winged Man clan, which had caused this disaster. In other words, Shi Yan had indirectly killed his great-grandfather. Ling Xiao blamed himself a lot. He swore in his head, "I must flatten the Winged Man clan." Ling Xiao wanted to postpone the big grudge against the Soul clan. He wanted to wait until the descendants of the Soul clan grew up. Then he would give them the chance to rebuild the reputation of the Soul clan. But now, it seemed that destroying the Winged Man clan was his top priority. Then he would kill the Dark Shadow clan. After his competence had reached another level, he would kill all the incipient god realm experts of the Dark Shadow clan. The Soul clan would slaughter the rest of the people. Of course, besides these 2 clans, the Demon Tiger clan was his main enemy. "Chief elders, we have to take revenge for my great-grandfather." Ling Xiao clenched his fists, his eyes burning with rage. Ling Bo nodded. "You're right. We're waiting for the others to come back. We will discuss how to destroy the Winged Man clan. They have many incipient god realm experts. It's too bad that our forefather is trapped. Otherwise we wouldn't have to be so passive." Ling Hongyu was the strongest existence of the Kim people. He was at the peak of the Supreme Realm and he was a famous existence on the Supreme List. With him here, the Kim people were like the anchor that no one dared to provoke. However, they had lost Ling Hongyu. Although the Kim people still had many incipient god realm experts, none of them had Ling Hongyu's competence. Their competence had decreased by 1 level. Currently, the Kim people had sent many incipient god realm experts to outer space to find the Genesis stone. They hadn't returned yet. With only a dozen of them, they didn't know whether they could survive or not if they wanted to deal with the Winged Man clan. Ling Xiao also knew that the battle between the 2 great ancient clans couldn't be decided rashly. Moreover, he had seen the intimidation of the Winged Man clan. Even if he could use his soul power to attack, he couldn't deal with them easily. Also, the hidden soul clones couldn't hide in front of them. The Kim people had the ability to increase their fighting competence. However, the speed of the Winged Man clan wasn't something the Kim people could compare with. Moreover, their recovery speed could be compared to the ancient emperor technique of the Kim people. It might even be faster. Thus, they had to have a long-term plan to deal with the Winged Man clan. Pausing for a while, he continued, "Little Xiao, now that you've become the supreme alchemy god, all of us are happy for you. From now on, you are qualified to attend the meeting hall to discuss every important matter. You will be appointed as one of the Grand Elders. You will also have the right to assign the young men of our clan. Of course, we hope that you can use your abilities to contribute more to our clan. We don't want you to take risks. Even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about the development of our clan. From now on, our clan doesn't need me, Ling Bo, but we can't lose you, Ling Xiao. Ling Bo's words were solemn. Moreover, he said it in front of more than a dozen Grand Elders. It meant that he had given Ling Xiao a new identity in the clan. Ling Xiao was immune to these new identities. As his realm and competence had reached this level, he could get whatever he wanted easily. He didn't have many surprises. However, what Ling Bo said was correct. If Ling Bo fell, there would be a new chief. However, if Ling Xiao fell, the Kim people would never have another supreme alchemy god. Ling Xiao was somewhat moved by Ling Boning's words. In his heart, he also decided to refine a batch of pills to increase the strength of the Jin clan. This way they would have a higher chance of winning the war against the Winged clan. Chief Elders, if you have enough divine materials, just give them to me. I will refine some supreme god pellets for our clan. It won't be a problem for us to have more experts at incipient god realm. Ling Xiao promised them seriously. Ling Xiao had made up his mind. He had to make more contributions to the clan. Only then he could be worthy of the people who called him Great Uncle Ling Xiao. When the others heard Ling Xiao's words, they all smiled happily. Among the people present, only a few of them had broken through to the Supreme Being realm because of the help of the Supreme God Pellet. Most of them had relied on their own hard work and luck to reach this step. Wanting to advance another level was extremely difficult. Anyway, if they wanted the Supreme God Pellets, they had to go to other areas to auction them. Moreover, they might not be able to get them. Today, the effect of Ling Xiao becoming the Supreme Alchemy God was revealed. As long as they had the divine materials, would they need to worry about not having the Supreme God Pellets? It's gratifying for Xiao to say such words. We'll announce to the public that we're purchasing all sorts of divine materials, and we must gather as many as we can for the Sovereign God Pellet. When our clan's strength increases, it'll be the time to defeat the Winged clan. Ling Bo said in a clear voice. Ling Qiu also said, we can't treat little Xiao badly. If you have any requests, just tell us. We will try our best to satisfy you. For the time being, I only have 2 requests. Elders, please help me set up a restriction array that can isolate the impact of the Sovereign Divine Pellets phenomenon. Otherwise, every time I condense my pellet, there will be a terrifying divine might that even the Dragon's Gaze mountain range won't be able to withstand. Ling Xiao said. Pausing for a while, he continued, also, we don't need to hold the conferring ceremony. We don't need those titles. At the same time, ask Fei Wu to announce to the Heaven Territory that any half-incipient God Realm or Supreme Incipient God Realm expert who needs the Supreme God Pellets should join our Dragon Gate. They will become our offering elders. In the future, we will give them the Supreme God Pellets. Chapter 1470. Ling Xiao's reminder had won the admiration of all the people present. If they had considered Ling Xiao as a junior before, and they still needed to pay attention to him, now they had to consider him as someone on the same level as them. He was even more important than them. Ling Xiao's 2 requests weren't difficult for them at all, but the last request made them feel very excited. If they could recruit more incipient God Realm experts, even though they were under the name of Dragon Gate, they could still work for Kim people. This was a good thing as they could strengthen their forces quickly. In the Heaven Territory, the forces that had the Alchemy God Realm experts also used this method to attract people's support. Otherwise, how could they expand so much? After all, many half-incipient God Realm experts were stuck and couldn't break through, and those Supremes needed a long time to break through one level. Therefore, using pellets was the best shortcut for them. This was also the reason why so many people wanted to use pellets to break through, even though they knew that using pellets to break through would affect their foundation. After all, the stronger they were, the harder it was to break through one level. If the foundation was shaken, they could make up for it in other ways. However, if they only had the foundation, it would be hard to break through without any opportunities. This was also the reason why the profession of alchemist was so popular among warriors. After Ling Xiao left the conference hall, he found Ling Fei and gave a Supreme God Pellet to Ling Fei to thank him for taking care of him these years. Moreover, in this clan he and Ling Fei had the best brotherly relationship, so it was normal to give this Supreme God Pellet to Ling Fei. Ling Fei excitedly took the Supreme God pellet and said, "Brother, what do you want me to say?" When he and Ling Xiao went to the medicine guild to buy 5 Supreme God pellets, Kim people took 3 and the outer disciples took 2. Although Ling Fei was one of the contributors who bought the Supreme God pellets, he wasn't qualified to get one. After all, he had just reached the half-incipient God realm, so he should give it to the elders who needed it more. Therefore Ling Xiao's Supreme God pellet was like coal in the snow to Ling Fei, so he was very grateful. "Brother, don't say anything. We are brothers in this world. What I have you will have too," Ling Xiao said seriously. Ling Fei laughed, "Good, we are brothers in this world. If you need my help in the future, I will definitely help." However, Ling Xiao didn't know that the Supreme God pellet he gave to Ling Fei was given by Ling Fei to someone he didn't expect. And that person directly broke through from the peak God King to the incipient God realm, reappearing among the important members of the Kim people. This was something that Ling Xiao didn't expect, but it was still a good thing. Ling Xiao felt very heavy because of Ling Wei. When he returned to his residence, his heart was even more restless. Any Supreme God Realm expert had an endless lifespan. Ling Wei was one of the strongest elders of the Kim people, but he was killed because of Ling Xiao. No matter what, he had to take revenge. Ling Xiao stayed in the clan for 2 days. He wanted to wait for the wastrel and the vermilion bird to find him. Unexpectedly they didn't come back. Thus, he returned to the Dragon Gate to enjoy some peaceful time with his fellows. Then he would fight again. Recently he had been running around everywhere. He didn't have much time to spend with his wives. He felt guilty. Fortunately they stayed together, and with his mother, Meng Xiyun, they wouldn't cause any trouble. Feng Xianyun had a generous heart, so she could live peacefully with the others. His backyard had always been very peaceful and there was no trouble. However, they were divided into several groups, each with their own plans and ideas. As he was back, he needed to communicate with them to avoid any estrangement. On his lone peak, there was a large courtyard specially built for his women to live in. There were many elegant rooms in the courtyard, and in front of the courtyard, there were many spiritual flowers and plants. Beauties occasionally passed by, and there was also the sound of a zither that sounded like a spring. It made the courtyard extremely harmonious and beautiful. Waves of laughter accompanied the sound of the zither, making people feel incomparably comfortable. As soon as Ling Xiao landed in front of the courtyard, his gloomy mood eased a lot. Looking at the beautiful women inside, Ling Xiao's heart was filled with pride. To be able to have them by his side, it was truly a blessing that he had cultivated for 3 lifetimes. Ling Xiao's arrival made the women in the courtyard happier. Besides cultivating, they just stayed together and chatted to kill time. Such days always felt like they were missing something. Now they knew that they were missing the man they loved the most. As long as he was there, their lives would be more fulfilling and happy. Ling Xiao lived a befuddled life for a month. He had Feng Xianyun who he could talk to at any time, Yun Mingqi who moved him the most, Kai Sheyue who loved him the most, Ji Beixin and Bayushi who were most obedient to him, and Yufiru, Yu Laiyin and Wu Meinyang who made him crazy. When he was lying down, there were people taking off his clothes. When he was lying down, there were people giving him massages, and when he was sitting, there were people serving him wine and delicacies. It was the luxurious life of any emperor. Each of them had peerless beauty and had the side he liked the most, which made him cherish them even more. At this time, under a spirit tree in the courtyard, Ling Xiao was lying on his side on a soft couch, with 2 or 3 beautiful women accompanying him. From time to time they would bring him spirit fruits and wine. Next to him, there was a beautiful woman playing music, and in front of him, there was a graceful dance. This kind of life was simply the envy of others. The sound of the zither stopped and a burst of crisp applause sounded. XANAR's zither music has already reached the stage of perfection. It can hypnotize people's hearts and kill enemies without a trace. Ling Xiao praised with a smile. "Husband, you are too kind. I am still far from it." Ji Beixin was still soft and gentle, and there was a faint smile on her face as she replied. When she was in the Xianling continent, she could compete with Feng Xianyun in terms of cultivation speed because she had the power to break the seal. When she reached the peak of the mystic the arch, she did not have this kind of convenience, but when she had intercourse with Ling Xiao, she received the innate Yin wind power, which made her physique different from ordinary people. Her cultivation speed was not much slower, and she had already reached the peak of the low-level Holy Emperor. If she did not spend a lot of time studying zither music, her achievements would probably be much higher. After listening to your zither music for a month, my mood is much better. Now I will give you an ancient zither. I hope that you can bring more joy to the other sisters. A zither appeared in Ling Xiao's hand and he placed it in front of Ji Beixin. This zither was obtained when Ling Xiao was fighting for the position of Sinjin of Goguryeo at the God Seal altar. He had killed one of the peak divine kings and obtained it. It was an existence of a half-ancient divine artifact. Zither tools were not common, and zither of this level were even rarer. Ji Beixin received it as if she had received a treasure. She caressed the zither and smiled like a blooming flower. "Thank you, husband." Yao Qingmin, who was at the side, said with a coquettish expression, "Husband is so biased." Yu Laiyin said, "Husband will not be biased. He must have already prepared the gifts we want. However, I don't know if you have one or not." Yu Laiyin and Wu Meinyang had always been at odds with Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin, as if they were natural enemies. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's return, they wouldn't have been able to stay together. Yao Qingmin glared at Yu Laiyin provocatively, then went to Ling Xiao's side and lightly shook Ling Xiao's arm, saying, "Husband, look, she's always bullying me. Are you going to help me?" Before Ling Xiao could say anything, Feng Xianyun, who was at the side, said softly, "You guys talk less. When has husband ever treated you unfairly?" Ling Xiao laughed, "Yuner is right. You are all my flesh and blood. Even if I mistreat myself, I won't mistreat you guys. Husband's mouth is still as sweet as ever. Come eat a fruit as a reward." Luo Meiying scolded from the side and stuffed a holy fruit into Ling Xiao's mouth. Following that, bursts of laughter and chatter could be heard. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with his current life, but there was one thing that made him feel regretful. Yun Mingqi was still unable to integrate into this large group. She stood at the peak of the mountain, wearing a light muslin, allowing the light wind to blow, like a fairy of the Guanghan. Ling Xiao landed beside her and gently pulled her into his embrace. He said softly, "Mingqi, what are you thinking about?" Yun Mingqi nestled against Ling Xiao's chest and closed her eyes, as if she was enjoying this feeling. She said softly, "I miss Master and the others." Yun Mingqi was already at the peak of the middle-level Divine King. She had a water attribute divine body, so her speed of advancement was within expectations. The master she spoke of was naturally the master of the profound sky region's Lotus sect. Ling Xiao sighed, "These years have been hard on you." He paused for a moment, then said, "At least wait until you reach the high-level Divine King before you go back. Otherwise, your master and your senior sister will blame me." "Don't worry, I won't tell on you. I just feel that. I feel that staying by your side with nothing to do is a bit boring," Yun Mingqi said. If Ling Xiao always left like this for dozens of years, she might as well return to the Lotus sect. She could live a bit more freely there. But here, she was unable to put down her pride and mingle with others. She was not happy at all. "If that's the case, then I'll send someone to escort you back to the Lotus sect for a while. Perhaps it will be beneficial to your cultivation there. Moreover, with my current strength, it won't be difficult for me to rush to the profound sky region to find you." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before making his decision. Although he loved Yun Mingqi very much, he respected her choice. She returned to the Lotus sect for two reasons. First, her cultivation speed would increase, and second, she wouldn't need to be so depressed. After all, he still didn't have time to accompany her. He still needed to find the Genesis Stone and exterminate the winged race. She couldn't help him, so he might as well let her go and let her return to the Lotus sect for a few days. He could bring her back at any time. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.